El Silbido de la Muerte by Raymond Moya. Dedication. This book is dedicated to the whispers of the dead, to the echoes of forgotten gods, and to the enduring spirit of Mexico, its beauty, its brutality, its vibrant tapestry woven from threads of life and death. It is a tribute to the ancient myths that still pulse beneath the surface of modern life, to the shadows that dance between the worlds, and to the unwavering strength of the human spirit in the face of unimaginable darkness. It is for those who seek justice in the most desolate corners of the earth, for those who fight against the tide of corruption, for those who find beauty in the macabre, and for those who dare to venture into the heart of Mictlan and return with their souls intact. This dedication also extends to the countless unsung heroes, both real and imagined, who have fought against the injustices that plague our world. Those whose names are lost to history, yet whose struggles continue to resonate in the stories we tell. They are the ones who inspire the creation of stories such as this, stories born from the darkness but illuminated by the unwavering pursuit of a better tomorrow. Their silent battles, the struggles they faced in their lives, and the sacrifices they made to fight the endless tide of evil, serve as a reminder that even in the darkest of times, hope and resistance remain. Their fight for justice, however small or insignificant it may seem to many, is a source of great power and inspiration for artists and authors everywhere. Finally, this is dedicated to the readers, the seekers of shadows and darkness, who appreciate the power of a good story, who aren't afraid to look into the abyss and find beauty in the darkness. May the haunting melodies of El Silbido de la Muerte resonate within you long after you've turned the final page. May the whispers of Mictlan follow you into the night, a chilling reminder of the ever-present dance between life and death, and the eternal pursuit of justice, even in the most unforgiving landscapes. May you find in these pages a reflection of your own inner demons and a celebration of the resilience of the human spirit. The price of loyalty. The air hung thick with the cloying sweetness of cheap tequila and the metallic tang of blood, a scent Santos and El Cuervo Herrera knew intimately. He sat at the head of a long, scarred mahogany table, the polished surface reflecting the flickering candlelight in a macabre dance. Around him, his and brothers, the inner circle of the Serpientes Negros, the Black Serpents, a particularly vicious faction of the Mexican mafia, nursed their drinks, their faces a mixture of bravado and simmering unease. Tonight, the air crackled with a different energy. The usual jovial camaraderie was replaced by a tense silence, punctuated only by the clinking of glasses and the nervous coughs that betrayed their hidden anxieties. Santos, his dark eyes like chips of obsidian, surveyed his crew. His reputation preceded him, El Cuervo, the Raven, a name whispered with a mixture of fear and begrudging respect. His ruthless efficiency, his unwavering loyalty, or so he thought, had cemented his position as the Serpientes Negros' most feared enforcer. He had carved a path through the city's underbelly, leaving a trail of broken bones and silenced rivals in his wake. Tonight, he felt untouchable, the king of his own macabre kingdom. He raised his glass, the amber liquid catching the light. "And to loyalty," he rasped, his voice a gravelly whisper that carried across the room. "And to brotherhood, to the Serpientes Negros." The others echoed his toast, their voices a discordant chorus of forced enthusiasm, but Santos felt the tremor of falsehood beneath their bravado. He saw it in the subtle shifts in their posture, the furtive glances exchanged between them, the way their hands fidgeted nervously around their weapons, hidden beneath the tablecloths. A prickling sensation crawled up his spine, the premonition of danger that had saved his life countless times. He dismissed it initially. Paranoia was the currency of their trade. Yet, the feeling persisted, growing stronger with each passing moment. The room seemed to constrict, the air growing heavy, suffocating. The scent of blood, once familiar and comforting, now seemed to scream a warning. The jovial chatter faded, replaced by an unnerving stillness, the silence pregnant with impending violence. Then, the attack came with the swift, brutal efficiency of a viper's strike. The candlelight flickered, casting long, dancing shadows across the room as the first blow landed. A chair crashed to the floor, splintering into pieces under the weight of a body hurled violently to the ground. Screams ripped through the night, a cacophony of pain and fear that was quickly drowned out by the staccato rhythm of gunfire. The air filled with the acrid smell of cordite and the metallic tang of fresh blood, far more than the usual amount. The celebratory atmosphere was replaced by the chaos of a savage ambush. Santos reacted instinctively, his years of experience kicking in. He dove beneath the table, the bullets whizzing past his head, their deadly song echoing in his ears. He rolled, feeling the searing pain as a bullet grazed his arm, the warm rush of blood a stark reminder of his mortality. He scrambled to his feet, his hand instinctively reaching for the .45 tucked into his waistband. He fired, blindly at first, the deafening roar of his weapon swallowed by the screams and the relentless barrage of gunfire. He fought with a ferocity born of desperation, his movements fluid and deadly. He was a whirlwind of motion, a phantom in the chaos, his pistols spitting lead with deadly accuracy. But he was outnumbered, outmatched. His brothers, the men he had sworn to protect, and who he had believed protected him in return, turned against him, their faces twisted in a mask of betrayal and cold-blooded ambition. Their bullets found their marks with ruthless precision. He saw their faces clearly in the flickering candlelight, the faces of men he had trusted, men he had considered friends, their eyes devoid of any remorse, only a chilling emptiness. Their betrayal was complete, absolute, and unforgiving. He felt the searing pain of another bullet tearing through his side, another bullet shredding his left thigh, each impact throwing him off balance. The world swam before his eyes, a dizzying vortex of blood and pain. He staggered, his legs giving way, his body collapsing beneath the weight of the wounds. He tasted blood, the coppery tang mingling with the acrid taste of fear. He fell to the floor, his vision blurring, his body failing him. He heard the voices of his betrayers, their laughter like a death knell ringing in his ears. Then darkness consumed him. It wasn't the nothingness of oblivion, but rather a sensation of falling, a relentless descent into an abyss of unimaginable horror. He felt himself plunging into a darkness deeper and darker than any he had ever known, a darkness that smelled of decay and despair, a darkness filled with the tortured screams of countless souls. His last conscious thought was one of betrayal, so profound that it seemed to echo even within the chasm of his dying breaths. He fell and fell and fell, the ground receding beneath him into a dark, suffocating abyss that seemed to stretch out into infinity. The screams of the damned echoed around him, a chorus of agony that clawed at his soul. He saw grotesque shapes flitting through the darkness, creatures born of unimaginable sin, their forms contorted by eternal torment. The air was thick with the stench of decay, the smell of death clinging to everything he perceived. The darkness pulsed and throbbed with a life of its own, a malevolent consciousness that seemed to feed on his fear, his agony, his despair. He saw faces in the swirling darkness, the faces of his victims, their eyes burning with a mixture of anger and despair. They were trapped, tormented, their suffering fueling the abyss, their cries echoing in this ever-deepening void. It was a descent into the heart of Mictlan, the Aztec underworld, a journey into the very depths of hell itself. The descent was relentless, a spiraling descent into darkness. The screams of the damned, the stench of decay, the chilling whispers of the abyss. It all threatened to consume him, to crush his spirit, to obliterate his very being. It was a slow, agonizing descent, each moment amplifying the horror, intensifying the fear, confirming the certainty of his end. He fell, and yet somehow he remained alive. The weight of the darkness pressed upon him, a suffocating blanket of despair. He was lost in a sea of agony, surrounded by creatures of nightmare, the products of a world born from sin and fueled by suffering. The chilling echoes of his own acts of violence clawed at the remnants of his conscience, a grim reminder of the path he had chosen, a path that had led him to this horrible end. But even as the darkness tried to extinguish his very essence, a spark of defiance remained, a stubborn refusal to surrender to the abyss. This stubbornness, this relentless defiance, however weakened and broken, seemed to catch the attention of a higher power. Through the swirling darkness, a colossal presence began to coalesce, an entity of unimaginable power and terrifying majesty. It was Mictlantecutli, the Aztec god of death, the ruler of Mictlan, his presence radiating an aura of both supreme power and cold, chilling indifference. And even in the depths of his despair, even as his body felt itself dissolving into the very fabric of this hellscape, Santos felt a flicker of hope, a grim, desperate hope, but hope nonetheless. His ordeal was far from over. The descent into Mictlan, the fall was endless. It wasn't the gentle slide into oblivion he'd expected, but a brutal, violent plummet into a chasm of unending darkness. Each second felt like an eternity, his body screaming in protest against the relentless downward pull. The air, or what he presumed to be air, was thick with the stench of decay, a miasma of rot and sulphur clinging to him like a shroud. He tasted it, smelled it, felt it seep into his very bones, chilling him to the core despite the burning agony of his wounds. He wasn't merely falling, he was being pulled, dragged down by an unseen force, a malevolent hand reaching from the abyss to claim him. Around him, the darkness pulsed, a living entity writhing with a terrible, primordial energy. It wasn't a passive void, but an active malevolence, feeding on his fear, his pain, his very life force. Then, the visions began. Not mere images flitting across his mind's eye, but full-fledged, horrifying realities that pressed in on him, threatening to crush him beneath their weight. He saw souls, countless souls, trapped in grotesque parodies of life, their forms contorted by unimaginable suffering. Some were impaled on obsidian spikes, their screams echoing in the abyss, their pleas for mercy swallowed by the echoing darkness. Others were bound to fiery wheels, their flesh sizzling and melting, their cries a mournful dirge played out in the heart of this infernal realm. There were creatures, too, born from the very essence of sin, their forms a grotesque mockery of earthly life. They were shadows given form, nightmares made flesh, elongated figures with skeletal limbs, their skin flayed and bleeding, their eyes burning with a malevolent fire. Some were winged, their leathery wings beating against the darkness, their talons dripping with an unknown viscous fluid that seemed to writhe and pulse with a life of its own. Others slithered on the ground, their bodies a mass of writhing tentacles and razor-sharp teeth, their movements sinuous and predatory. He saw Ahuizotl, the water dog, its grinning face and its human-like hand beckoning him deeper into the abyss. Its howls, mournful and predatory, pierced the deafening cacophony of screams that surrounded him. It was a symphony of torment. Each creature, each tormented soul, was a testament to the abyss's power, a horrifying testament to the nature of sin and suffering, a stark reminder of his own brutal past. He glimpsed fragments of their torments, fleeting glimpses of their lives before their descent into Mictlan, petty betrayals, cruel acts of violence, acts of depravity and cruelty. These fragments were like horrifying snapshots of humanity's dark underbelly, magnified and intensified by the unending darkness that enveloped him. Each victim a reflection of his own sins, magnifying his sense of dread and hopelessness. But amongst these visions there was something else, a sense of purpose, a feeling of dread so profound that it almost pushed back against the hopelessness and despair. This sensation wasn't the fear of death itself, it was the fear of something more, something ancient and powerful that had drawn him to this place. This something held a horrific purpose. The descent continued, each moment amplifying the horror, intensifying the terror. The darkness pressed upon him, a suffocating weight that threatened to crush his very being. His body, already ravaged by bullets, began to fail. The pain intensified, each nerve ending screaming in agony. But through it all, a flicker of defiance remained, a stubborn refusal to surrender, a refusal to allow himself to be swallowed by the abyss. And then, through the swirling vortex of darkness, a shape began to coalesce. At first it was merely a suggestion, a whisper of something immense and powerful. Then it solidified, looming before him like a mountain of obsidian. It was Mictlantecuhtli, the lord of the underworld, god of death, his presence filling the abyss with an aura of chilling majesty. His form was vast, almost incomprehensible, a fusion of shadows and bone, his eyes burning with an unearthly light. His face was a mask of ancient power, a testament to centuries, if not millennia, of ruling over this infernal realm. He was simultaneously terrifying and mesmerizing, a being of such immense power that it evoked a strange mixture of fear and awe. Mictlantecutli, the god who ruled over the land of the dead, observed Santos with a gaze that seemed to peer into his soul, judging him, weighing his worth. The god's presence was overwhelming. A palpable weight pressed down on Santos, crushing him beneath its immeasurable power. The screams of the damned faded into a low hum, the chaotic visions settling into a blurred landscape of suffering. All focus narrowed onto the god of death, whose mere presence was more powerful than any physical force. This was no mere deity of popular legend. This was a force of nature, the personification of death itself. He was a being of shadows and bone, his vast form seeming to consume the very darkness around him. His eyes, twin embers glowing in the abyss, pierced Santos's very essence, scrutinizing him with an unnerving intensity. Despite the overwhelming terror, Santos felt a strange sense of acceptance. Perhaps it was the sheer magnitude of Mictlantecutli's power, or the crushing weight of his own despair. But in that moment, facing the god of death in his own realm, Santos felt a sense of finality, a grim resignation to his fate. This was his end. This was Mictlan. Yet, even as this thought took root, another feeling began to emerge, a stubborn refusal to submit, a defiance born not of strength, but of sheer stubborn will. A spark of rebellion ignited within the dying embers of his soul. This was the essence of El Cuervo, the raven, never to surrender. His defiance caught the god's attention, a flicker of something akin to interest crossing the god's ancient features. The god of death raised a skeletal hand, a gesture that could have been a blessing or a curse, he couldn't tell. The darkness around them pulsed, the air thick with anticipation. His journey through Mictlan had only just begun. The descent, it seemed, was merely the prelude to a far more terrifying ordeal. And Santos Herrera, the raven, was about to learn why. The god's choice. The obsidian hand descended, not in a crushing blow, but with a delicate touch that belied its owner's terrifying power. It rested upon Santos's chest, a weight that felt both impossibly heavy and strangely comforting. The darkness pulsed, a heartbeat echoing the rhythm of Mictlantecutli's own ancient power. The air crackled with energy, a palpable force that vibrated through Santos's very being. Then, a voice, ancient as the mountains themselves, resonated within him, bypassing his ears entirely, speaking directly to his soul. It was a voice that echoed the grinding of tectonic plates, the rumble of distant volcanoes, the whisper of countless dead. It was a voice that spoke of eons past and futures yet to be. "Your end was foreseen, Cuervo," the voice boomed, the word echoing with the weight of centuries. "And death is not an ending, only a transformation. Your defiance, your refusal to succumb to the despair of this realm, it has piqued my interest." The pressure on his chest intensified, not painful, but strangely invigorating. A searing heat coursed through his veins, a fiery river flowing through his body, cleansing him of the toxins of his mortal life. The visions, the horrors he had witnessed during his fall, began to recede, replaced by a clarity that was both terrifying and exhilarating. He felt a presence within him, a power that was not his own, a power ancient and vast, the essence of Mictlantecutli himself. It was not a possession, not a simple control, but a merging, a fusion of two wills, two destinies. He was becoming something new, something more. "We will not remain in Mictlan," the god's voice continued, its resonance shaking the very fabric of the underworld. "You will walk among the living, a shepherd of souls, a judge of the wicked. You have tasted the bitterness of betrayal, now you will mete out justice." The heat intensified, and Santos screamed, a sound swallowed by the echoing darkness. His body convulsed, his bones shifting, reforming. He felt his flesh tear and mend, reforming in a way that defied the laws of nature. Obsidian shards pierced his skin, leaving behind intricate glyphs that glowed with an inner fire, symbols of the underworld burning into his very being. These weren't mere tattoos, they were channels, conduits for the god's power. The transformation was excruciating, a baptism of fire and shadow. He felt his own mortality melt away, replaced by something other, something powerful, something immortal. He felt his essence shift, changing from man to something more akin to a vessel, a conduit for the grim power of Mictlan. When the fiery torrent subsided, Santos lay still, his body ravaged but changed. The obsidian glyphs traced the contours of his body, forming a living tapestry of Aztec mythos. His once familiar features were now marked with the grim beauty of the underworld, his eyes burning with an uncanny light. He felt stronger, faster, his senses sharpened to an almost unbearable degree. He could smell the fear of the living, feel the stench of their sins, hear the whispers of their darkest desires. Mictlantecutli's voice resonated again, this time gentler, imbued with a chilling authority. "Give you this," the god's voice whispered, and in Santos's hand, a small bone whistle appeared, intricately carved from the femur of a long-dead creature. It felt strangely warm to the touch, pulsating with a dark energy that mirrored the glyphs on his skin. "Sentes el silbido de la muerte," the death whistle. "It is a key to the doors of Mictlan, a gateway between the world of the living and the world of the dead. With it, you can judge the wicked, severing their souls from their bodies and sending them to the depths of Mictlan to face their eternal punishment. Each soul you claim will leave behind a mark, a testament to their sins, a visible manifestation of their transgression for all the world to see." The god gestured towards a nearby wall of solidified shadow. With a trembling hand, Santos raised the whistle to his lips. He blew. A shrill, piercing sound echoed through the abyss, a shriek that cut through the endless cacophony of screams. A shadowy figure materialized before him, its form flickering, dissipating into thin air. The figure vanished completely, leaving nothing but a glowing glyph on the wall, a serpent devouring a heart, a symbol of greed and betrayal. "Panese marks are more than mere symbols," Mictlantecutli's voice reverberated. "When they are warnings, they are reminders, they are the testament of your judgment." The god spoke again, his voice now tinged with a subtle hint of sorrow. "To remember, Cuervo, this power is a burden. It is a curse as much as it is a gift. Use it wisely, for your own soul hangs in the balance. Mercy is a luxury the wicked do not deserve. But neither is indiscriminate slaughter. Let your judgments be true and just, for you are now more than man. You are the embodiment of death's will, a force of nature, a terrifying guardian of balance between this world and mine." Santos, the reformed El Cuervo, stood in the chilling silence, the bone whistle clutched tight in his hand. The weight of his newfound power pressed down on him, heavy as the mountains, immense as the darkness surrounding him. He was no longer just a gang enforcer, he was a weapon of Mictlan, a grim reaper reborn. The betrayal that had led him to this place had forged a new destiny, one steeped in shadow and death. He would hunt the wicked, not for revenge, but for justice, a justice born from the heart of the underworld. His transformation complete, he prepared to return to the world of the living. His journey, however, was far from over. The return was as brutal as the descent. He didn't simply emerge from the darkness, he was violently ejected, thrust back into the world of the living with the force of 1,000 suns. He landed in a deserted alleyway, the stench of decay still clinging to him, the memory of the underworld's horrors fresh in his mind. His body ached, not just from the physical transformation, but from the sheer weight of his new existence. The glyphs on his skin pulsed, with a faint light, a constant reminder of his pact with Mictlantecutli. The bone whistle felt heavy in his hand, a tangible representation of the power he now wielded. He rose to his feet, his movements fluid and powerful, a stark contrast to his previous, more clumsy self. He looked at his hands, the glyphs shimmering, and a chilling realization dawned on him. He was no longer Santos Herrera, not entirely. He was a vessel, a living embodiment of death's will. He was El Silbido de la Muerte, the death whistle, a terrifying urban legend whispered in the shadows, a specter of justice sweeping through the underbelly of Mexico City. The hunt was beginning, and his first target was the betrayers who had sent him to Mictlan. Their judgment was coming. The shadows of Mictlan would find them, and there would be no escape. The underworld's vengeance had been unleashed, and it was merciless. The echoes of his whistle would soon carry the lament of the damned across the land. The world would soon learn to fear El Silbido de la Muerte, the gift of the bone whistle. The obsidian glyphs, now permanently etched into his flesh, pulsed with a faint internal luminescence. They weren't merely markings, they throbbed with the raw power of Mictlantecutli, a constant reminder of the bargain struck in the heart of the underworld. Each glyph told a story, a chilling narrative of death and rebirth, woven into the very fabric of his being. He felt the power surge through him, a tide of darkness and light, a potent cocktail that both terrified and invigorated him. He was no longer a simple man, he was a conduit, a vessel for the wrath of the god of death. The bone whistle, El Silbido de la Muerte, felt warm against his palm, its surface smooth and cool despite the inner heat radiating from it. It pulsed faintly, mirroring the rhythmic glow of the glyphs. He raised it to his lips, the intricately carved bone fitting perfectly against his skin. It was more than just an instrument, it was an extension of himself, a tool honed in the fires of Mictlan. He could feel the power coiled within it, a sleeping serpent ready to strike. He closed his eyes, taking a deep, steadying breath. The air smelled of dust and decay, a lingering scent from the underworld. He focused on the task at hand, the purpose Mictlantecutli had bestowed upon him. He wasn't here for revenge, not purely. This was about justice, about restoring a balance that had been shattered. The betrayal he had suffered was a catalyst, a grim impetus that had propelled him into this terrifying role. He opened his eyes and aimed the whistle towards a nearby wall. He blew. The sound that emerged was unlike anything he had ever heard. It wasn't simply a whistle, it was a scream, a keening wail that tore through the night, a sound that chilled the very soul. It was a sound that spoke of death, of judgment, of the merciless grip of the underworld. It resonated with the raw energy of Mictlan, a force that vibrated in the very air around him. The effect was immediate. A swirling vortex of shadows materialized in front of him, a chaotic maelstrom of darkness. Within it, a form began to coalesce, a grotesque parody of a man. This wasn't simply a figment of his imagination, this was a fragment of a soul, a being ripped from its earthly shell by the power of the whistle. The figure shrieked, a sound both pained and enraged as it struggled against the pull of the whistle. Its features twisted into a mask of horror, revealing a glimpse of the sins it had committed in life. He saw glimpses of betrayal, of greed, of violence, a horrifying tapestry woven from the threads of a wicked soul. The soul writhed, attempting to resist the pull, but the whistle's power was relentless. It was a tug-of-war between the living and the dead, a battle waged in the silence of the night. Slowly, inexorably, the figure was drawn towards the wall, its form dissipating as it neared the surface. It vanished completely, leaving behind a glowing glyph that burned into the concrete. This wasn't paint, this was a mark of the underworld, a brand of judgment. This was a symbol, a testament to the wickedness that had been purged, a cautionary tale etched in the night. The glyph pulsed, a vibrant crimson serpent devouring a heart, a symbol of greed and treachery, the essence of the soul's darkest sins manifested in horrifying detail. Santos lowered the whistle, his hand trembling slightly from the exertion. He felt drained, but also exhilarated. This was his new reality, his terrifying purpose. The weight of his power was heavy, the burden immense, but he would carry it. He had tasted the bitterness of betrayal, now he would dispense justice. He was no longer a man, but a force of nature. A chilling figure of vengeance emerging from the shadows. He began to walk through the city's underbelly, his senses heightened, his perception sharpened. He could sense the wickedness within the city's pulsating heart, the echoes of dark deeds resonating in the very fabric of urban life. He could smell the fear, the desperation, the arrogance of the guilty. He could hear the whispers of their darkest secrets. He was a predator, stalking his prey, a phantom of justice drifting through the city's underbelly. His first target was a known associate of the men who betrayed him, a man named Ricardo El Serpiente Vargas, a notorious drug lord known for his brutal methods. He stalked El Serpiente for days, observing his movements, tracking his patterns, feeling the pulse of his wickedness. The man was a festering wound on the city, a blight that had to be purged. He found him in a clandestine meeting, surrounded by his cronies, discussing another dark deal, another descent into depravity. The air hung heavy with the stench of greed and corruption. Santos watched from the shadows, his senses alight, the bone whistle burning against his skin. He blew. The effect was instantaneous. El Serpiente's face contorted in a mask of terror as the soul-rending shriek of the whistle tore through the air, a sound of unimaginable horror. His eyes widened, his body convulsing. His cronies screamed, scattering in panic as El Serpiente's body began to disintegrate, dissolving into a formless mass of shadow, his form melting like wax in a hellish fire. A burning glyph appeared on the wall, this time a skull pierced by a dagger, a symbol of violence and death, a testament to El Serpiente's bloody reign. The other men watched, petrified, the weight of the underworld's wrath hanging heavily over them. They knew, they saw what happened, and the fear in their eyes spoke of a fate they dared not ignore. Santos continued his relentless hunt. The echoes of his whistle spread like wildfire, a testament to his chilling judgment. The city's shadows whispered his name, El Silbido de la Muerte, the death whistle, the grim reaper reborn. The balance of justice, tipped precariously towards the dark, had found its chilling equilibrium. His mission had begun. The underworld's vengeance was relentless, and its echoes resonated through the city's veins. The reign of terror was over, and a new era of fear had begun, an era where justice wasn't sought but delivered by a figure shrouded in shadows, a spectre of death wielding a bone whistle and leaving behind glowing glyphs of the damned. The scars of Mictlan. The air hung thick and cloying, a miasma of decay and despair. Santos, or rather El Silbido de la Muerte, felt the weight of Mictlan pressing down on him, a suffocating blanket of shadow and dread. He was no longer in the familiar darkness of the earthly realm. This was a different kind of night, a timeless abyss where the rules of reality bent and broke. Before him, a chasm yawned, a gaping maw leading to the first level of the underworld. He knew what awaited him, trials designed to break the spirit, to test the very core of his being. This was not a simple journey. This was a descent into the heart of darkness, a pilgrimage through the 9 circles of the Aztec hell. The first level was Xibalba, a realm of despair and unending twilight. It was a landscape of shattered bones and weeping willows, where the air hung heavy with the cries of the damned. Here, Santos faced his first trial, a labyrinth of twisting corridors guarded by skeletal warriors, their eyes burning with an unholy fire. Each step forward was a battle against the crushing weight of despair, a struggle against the insidious whispers of doubt that sought to consume him. He fought with a ferocity born of desperation, his every move imbued with the raw power of Mictlantecutli, his obsidian-hued glyphs pulsing with a fierce inner light. He fought not only the skeletal guardians, but also the phantoms of his past, the ghosts of his failures and betrayals rising to taunt and torment him. He emerged from Xibalba scarred, but not broken. A new glyph, a snarling jaguar's head, branded itself onto his chest, a testament to his survival. The second level, Tamoanchan, was a desolate wasteland, a sun-baked expanse where the land itself seemed to writhe in agony. Here, his trial was one of endurance. He wandered for days under a merciless sun, battling dehydration and the gnawing pangs of hunger. The ground beneath his feet was treacherous, shifting sands that threatened to swallow him whole. He saw visions of his past life, flashbacks of his betrayal, the faces of his former allies twisting into grotesque masks of hatred and malice, but he persevered, fueled by a burning rage and an unwavering resolve. He conquered his thirst and hunger, his spirit unbroken. A glyph, a burning sun with a serpent coiled around it, appeared on his arm, a symbol of his indomitable will. The third level, Chichimek, was a realm of perpetual night and freezing winds. Here, the trial was one of the spirit, a test of his mental fortitude. He was surrounded by monstrous creatures born from the shadows, their icy breath freezing his very soul. They fed on his fear, his doubt, his despair. But Santos refused to succumb. He fought back with his willpower, his mind a fortress against the onslaught of their psychic attacks. He found strength in his memories of his family, the love and compassion that had once filled his life. He channeled that love into a shield against the darkness. Emerging victorious, he bore a new mark, a frozen heart pierced by an icicle. As he climbed the next levels, the trials became increasingly horrific. Each level was a mirror reflecting a different facet of his soul, a challenge designed to push him to his absolute limit. In the fourth level, he faced his deepest fears, confronted by monstrous versions of himself born from his deepest insecurities. In the fifth, he confronted the ghosts of those he had wronged, forced to atone for his past sins. In the sixth, he faced a trial of isolation, forced to endure agonizing loneliness. With each trial, a new glyph appeared, a permanent testament to his passage through the underworld's trials. These were not mere markings, they were symbols of power, of resilience, of his transformation into something more than human. He battled his way through the seventh level, a realm of fire and brimstone, emerging scorched but still alive. In the eighth, he confronted a monstrous being, embodying all the evils of the world, a battle that tested not only his physical strength, but his spiritual fortitude. He emerged scarred but triumphant. The ninth and final level, the heart of Mictlan itself, was the most terrifying of all. Here he faced Mictlantecuhtli, the god of death, in a final, climactic confrontation. It was a battle of wills, a test of his worthiness to bear the mantle of El Silbido. Having endured all the trials, he was deemed worthy. The god of death blessed him with the ability to use the power of Mictlan. The obsidian glyphs that now covered his body pulsed with newfound power, a testament to his transformation. He was no longer Santos Herrera, the enforcer. He was El Silbido de la Muerte, a conduit for the wrath of the underworld. The 9 levels of Mictlan had broken him, reshaped him, and forged him anew. He ascended from the underworld, a reborn warrior, bearing the scars of Mictlan as a badge of honor, each glyph a chronicle of his ordeal. He had confronted his inner demons, faced the horrors of the underworld, and emerged victorious. His return to the world of the living was not a triumphant homecoming, but a descent into a new kind of hell. The city was a festering wound, rife with corruption and violence. He carried the weight of Mictlan on his shoulders, his heart heavy with the knowledge of the darkness that lurked within humanity. Yet he was no longer bound by the constraints of mortality. He had tasted death and emerged stronger. He now possessed the ability to judge and mete out justice, the power to deliver the gods' retribution to those who deserved it. His mission was far from over. The city's underbelly was teeming with targets, individuals who reveled in wickedness and thrived in depravity. The echoes of his whistle promised a new era of fear, an age of judgment. He moved through the city's shadows, a phantom of vengeance, his bone whistle his only companion. Each blow of his whistle was a judgment. Each glyph left behind a permanent scar on the fabric of the city. He was a force of nature, a storm of dark justice unleashed upon the wicked. The reign of terror was over, replaced by an era of chilling retribution. The city's inhabitants whispered his name in fear, El Silbido de la Muerte, the Deathwhistle. He was the Grim Reaper, and his judgment was absolute. His journey had just begun. The underworld's vengeance had found its chilling embodiment. He was the darkness, and the darkness would have its due. The river of blood. The air grew colder, the stench of decay intensifying as the path sloped downwards. Before him, the earth gave way to a chasm deeper and wider than any he had encountered before. It wasn't a mere crevice, it was a gaping wound in the fabric of Mictlan, a river of blood flowing with a sickening gurgle. This was Apanahuacan, the river of blood, and its crimson waters reflected a horrifying truth. The sins of the living, the agony of the damned, swirling in a maelstrom of crimson horror. The river pulsed with a malevolent energy, the water thick and viscous, seemingly alive with a malevolent intelligence. It wasn't just blood, it was a living entity, a reflection of the collective guilt of all those who had ever tasted violence and spilled innocent blood. Santos felt a shiver crawl down his spine, not from the chill of the underworld, but from the sheer primal horror of what lay before him. This wasn't a mere obstacle, it was a trial of the soul, a purgatorial cleansing ritual designed to purge him of his own darkness. The banks of Apanahuayacan were lined with skeletal figures, their bodies twisted into grotesque parodies of life, their hollow eyes fixed on Santos with a mixture of accusation and despair. These weren't mere guardians, they were the ghosts of his victims, the echoes of his violent past returned to judge him. He recognized faces, or rather, the decaying remnants of faces. Men he had silenced, rivals he had eliminated, innocents caught in the crossfire of his bloody career. Their silent accusations were more potent than any scream, each empty socket a burning indictment of his actions. The first ghost materialized fully, its form swirling from the blood-red waters. It was the face of a young boy, no older than 10, his once bright eyes now empty holes, his small body riddled with bullet holes. Santos remembered him vaguely, a collateral casualty, a child caught in a gang war he had orchestrated. The boy's silent accusation hung heavy in the air, a weight that pressed down on Santos's soul. He felt the guilt, sharp and visceral, a wound that had never truly healed. As he braced himself to cross, more ghosts materialized from the river. The victims of his earlier reign as El Cuervo manifested, their spectral forms reaching out to him. They were not violent in their approach, but their suffering and the unyielding weight of their silent accusations felt as devastating as any physical assault. Each ghost represented a sin, a moment of brutality and recklessness that he had tried to bury beneath years of violence and indifference. He was forced to confront not only the act, but also the lingering emotional aftermath, the emptiness that followed each violent act. The river itself resisted his passage. The current thrashed against him, pushing and pulling, trying to drag him under. The water felt heavy, laden with the weight of 1,000 deaths, each drop a testament to the violent life he had led. It wasn't a physical battle. It was a struggle against the crushing weight of his own guilt. He felt the icy grip of fear, a feeling he hadn't known since his immersion in Mictlan's chilling embrace. Yet, his fear was not of death itself, but of the possibility of not facing the consequences of his actions. He realized this was not merely a physical journey, it was a soul-searching expedition. He attempted to cross, his feet sinking into the viscous, bloody waters. The river resisted, the current threatening to pull him under. Each step forward was a battle, a struggle against not only the physical weight of the water, but the emotional weight of his guilt. The spectral forms of his victims surrounded him, their silent judgment a heavy burden on his soul. He found that his bone whistle, his instrument of death, was useless here. The power of Mictlantecuhtli offered no solace here, for this was a trial of the self, not a battle against demons. He had to face his past, not conquer it with brute force. Each victim's ghostly touch sent shivers down his spine, forcing him to confront the brutal reality of his past actions and the innocent lives they had claimed. His only weapon was his own resolve. He pushed forward, battling the physical current and the emotional turmoil, each struggle strengthening his resolve. The images from his past life, his violent acts replayed in horrifying detail, flashed through his mind. He saw the faces of those he had killed, heard their death cries echoing in his ears. He felt the chilling weight of his actions, the realization that his violence had left a trail of destruction in its wake. Slowly, painstakingly, Santos fought his way through the river. Each spectral encounter felt like an excruciating atonement. He had to confront each ghost individually, relive the events that led to their demise, and acknowledge the pain and suffering he had inflicted. He didn't plead for forgiveness, he simply accepted responsibility, bearing the full weight of his actions. As he neared the far bank, the current lessened, the resistance fading. The spectral forms of his victims began to recede, their anger and sorrow replaced by a quiet acceptance. It was as if the river itself was recognizing his genuine remorse, his willingness to acknowledge his past sins and the harm he had caused. He felt a strange sense of peace. He wasn't absolved, but he was cleansed. The river hadn't magically erased his sins, but he was no longer drowning in their weight. He finally reached the far bank, exhausted but relieved. He collapsed onto the muddy shore, the chilling waters receding from his body, his spirit lighter than it had been since he began this trial. A new glyph, a swirling vortex of blood and water, appeared on his forehead, a symbol of his purification, his newfound strength. The experience had shattered him, leaving him raw and vulnerable. But from the fragments of his broken self, something new was emerging, something stronger, something more resilient. He had confronted his demons, not with violence, but with a painful and necessary self-reflection. He had faced his own mortality, not in the fear of death itself, but in the profound and terrifying understanding of his actions. The river of blood had not just cleansed him, it had reborn him, forging him into a new being, ready for whatever trials Mictlan still held in store. The journey through Apanahuacan was over, but the true test had only just begun. The next level of Mictlan awaited, a new challenge, a new confrontation with his past and present, and a new chance to prove his worthiness to the god of death. The whispers of Mictlantecutli echoed in his mind, urging him forward. His journey was far from over. His descent into the underworld had only just begun. The Mountain of Skulls. The path beyond the river of blood led upwards, a torturous climb through a landscape that seemed to writhe in agony. The air grew thick with the stench of death, a cloying perfume of decay and despair. The ground beneath his feet was not earth, but a shifting mass of bone fragments, the remains of countless victims, a testament to the relentless cruelty of Mictlan. Each step crunched under the weight of his boots, a macabre symphony of shattering bones, a constant reminder of his own mortality and the countless lives he had helped extinguish. Then he saw it, Deathwhistle, the Mountain of Skulls. It wasn't a mountain in the traditional sense. It was a colossal edifice constructed entirely of skulls, a monstrous monument to death, a grotesque testament to the scale of human suffering. Skulls of every size and shape, human and animal, were piled high, forming a grotesque, undulating landscape that stretched as far as the eye could see. The sheer scale of it was overwhelming, a horrifying panorama of death that stretched to the horizon, a chilling reminder of the countless souls that had passed through this nightmarish realm. The mountain pulsed with a dark energy, a palpable sense of sorrow and rage. It wasn't just a pile of bones, it was a sentient entity, a living testament to the suffering it represented. Santos felt a wave of nausea wash over him, the sheer horror of it threatening to overwhelm him. He had witnessed death before, participated in its infliction countless times, but nothing could have prepared him for the sheer, unadulterated terror of Deathwhistle. As he began his ascent, the skulls seemed to stare at him, their empty sockets burning with a malevolent intensity. He heard whispers, faint at first, then growing louder, a cacophony of tormented souls, each voice a scream of agony and despair. The voices were familiar, the echoes of those he had known, allies, rivals, victims, the ghosts of his past life, his violent career swirling around him like a vortex of tormented spirits. Amongst the skulls, he recognized faces, or rather, what remained of them. The decaying remnants of his former comrades in the Mexican mafia, their skeletal remains twisted into grotesque expressions of suffering. Men he had fought alongside, men he had betrayed, men he had murdered. Their silent accusations were more piercing than any scream, their hollow eyes boring into his soul. He felt the weight of their judgment, the crushing burden of his shared guilt as he began his ascent. This was more than a physical trial, it was an assault on his very being. He reached for his bone whistle, the familiar weight comforting in the face of this overwhelming horror. He had used it to judge the wicked, to rip their souls from their bodies, to deliver swift and brutal justice. But here, amidst the mountain of skulls, the power felt different. It wasn't a tool of judgment, it was a reflection of his own actions, a mirror showing him the grim consequences of his choices. He blew the whistle, a shrill, piercing sound that echoed through the valley of skulls. A single skull, closer to him than the rest, began to glow with an eerie light. The glyphs, swirling patterns of death and destruction, materialized on its surface, each one representing a specific sin, each one a chilling testament to the life that had once inhabited the skull. He recognized the glyphs. They were the same markings that adorned his own body, a grim reminder of his pact with Mictlantecutli. He blew again, another skull illuminating. This time, The glyphs told a story of betrayal, of broken oaths and shattered trust. It was the skull of Emilio, a close friend who had shared his secrets, who had stood by his side in countless bloody skirmishes. Now, Emilio's skull spoke of Santos's treachery, his calculated betrayal, the bullet that had ended Emilio's life. The weight of his guilt was heavier than any physical burden he had ever borne. As he moved through the mountain, skull after skull lit up, each one revealing a new sin, a new betrayal, a new instance of violence he had perpetrated or participated in. It wasn't just the violent acts themselves. It was the cumulative effect, the chain, reaction of pain and suffering he had unleashed upon the world. Each whistle blow was a judgment, not just upon the dead, but upon himself. The mountain seemed to grow taller, the ascent more arduous, each step weighed down by the crushing weight of his past. He found himself questioning his purpose, his worthiness to continue this journey. Had he become something worse than the very devils he hunted? Was he merely a tool of Mictlantecutli, a vessel for vengeance, or was there something more to this grim pilgrimage? But Mictlantecutli's whispers continued, echoing through the Valley of Skulls, urging him forward. The task at hand was not just a journey through the underworld, but a confrontation with himself, a painful soul-searching that he had to endure. He had to take the weight of every skull, acknowledge every life he had taken, directly or indirectly, and still strive for redemption. There was no escape, only acceptance, and the slow, painstaking process of reckoning with his brutal past. The whispers of the god of death, though demanding, were not without compassion. The path to atonement was not an easy one. He continued his ascent, the bone whistle his only companion, each blow a confession, a penance for his crimes. The whispers of the damned, the silent judgment of the skulls, the crushing weight of his own guilt, all of it pressed upon him, threatening to consume him. Yet, he persisted. He had to face his past, to acknowledge the horrors he had committed, to understand the consequences of his actions, not merely as a brutal enforcer, but as a man capable of empathy and remorse. This was a trial of his spirit, a test of his willingness to confront his darkest self. He reached the summit of Deathwhistle, the peak of the Mountain of Skulls. The view was breathtaking in its horror. The whole of Mictlan stretched before him, a terrifying landscape of death and despair. But something else had changed. The whispers of the damned were fainter now, the pressure of guilt less intense. It was as if the mountain itself, satiated by his acknowledgement, had released him from its grasp. A new glyph appeared upon his chest, a skull surrounded by a wreath of thorns. It wasn't a mark of condemnation, but a symbol of the burden he carried, a reminder of his past sins and the weight of his atonement. It was a reminder that his journey through Mictlan was far from over, but he had passed this trial. He had faced his deepest guilt, his darkest self, and had emerged, scarred but unbroken. The next level of Mictlan awaited, with its own terrifying trials, but Santos, el silbido de la muerte, the death whistle, was ready. He was ready to confront his demons, not with violence, but with the strength of a soul forged in the fires of Mictlan itself. He was ready to continue his descent into the heart of death, the maze of shadows. The summit of Deathwhistle offered no respite, no moment of quiet contemplation. Instead, a swirling vortex of shadow opened before him, a gaping maw that swallowed the light and spat out only oppressive darkness. This was Xibalba, the maze of shadows, a labyrinthine nightmare woven from the very fabric of fear and despair. It wasn't a physical structure, not in the way the Mountain of Skulls had been, but a shifting, ever-changing landscape of darkness, a psychic prison designed to break the spirit. The air itself seemed to press in on him, a suffocating weight that made each breath a struggle. The whispers of the damned, once a cacophony, now became a single insidious voice, whispering doubts and fears into his very soul. It was the voice of his own self-doubt, amplified and distorted by the malevolent energy of Xibalba. He was alone, truly alone, for the first time in his life, stripped of his power, his allies, even the comfort of his own certainty. His bone whistle felt useless here. The souls trapped within Xibalba were not wicked in the traditional sense. They were fragments of his own psyche, manifestations of his deepest fears and regrets. They were the ghosts of his past, not the victims of his violence, but the shadows of his own self-destruction. He blew the whistle, a desperate attempt to assert his control, but only silence answered. The whistle remained silent, powerless against the psychic turmoil surrounding him. The maze shifted and changed around him, the walls breathing, pulsating with a sinister life of their own. He found himself in corridors that twisted and turned on themselves, corridors that seemed to stretch endlessly into the void, each turn offering a new terror, a fresh wave of self-doubt. He saw himself reflected in the polished obsidian walls, but the reflection wasn't his own. It was a distorted mockery, an exaggerated caricature of his darkest impulses, a gaunt and hollow-eyed monster. He stumbled forward, guided only by an instinct to survive, a primal urge to escape the crushing weight of his own mind. The darkness pulsed with a tangible energy, a malevolent intelligence that seemed to anticipate his every move, to anticipate his every weakness. He felt a presence, a shadow that clung to him, that whispered promises of oblivion, of an escape from the torment of his existence. The shadow offered him a painless end, an escape from the weight of his past sins. It promised oblivion, a seductive whisper against the gnawing self-reproach. But Santos resisted, a flicker of defiance burning within him. He wasn't just a killer. He wasn't just a tool of Mictlantecutli. He was El Cuervo, Santos Herrera, and he wouldn't allow even the power of Mictlan to break him. He would face his fears and conquer them not by brute force, but by confronting their very essence. The maze was a mirror, reflecting his inner turmoil. He encountered grotesque creatures, each one a personification of his guilt and remorse. He fought shadows that took the form of his former comrades, their spectral forms twisted into nightmarish caricatures of their past selves, echoing his own sins and failures. Each battle was a confrontation with his past, a symbolic atonement for the lives he'd taken and the lives he'd destroyed. One such creature resembled Emilio, his former friend and partner. This Emilio, however, was a twisted parody of his past self, a skeletal figure with glowing red eyes, his body writhing with shadows, his voice a chilling whisper of betrayal and pain. This was the Emilio that Santos had abandoned to die. This was the personification of his own guilt, of the brother he'd left behind. The battle was not one of physical strength, but of will. Santos fought not with his fists or his bone whistle, but with the memories of Emilio's loyalty and friendship, his attempts to shield him from the truth, and ultimately his own regret. He fought back with the weight of the betrayal, battling the illusion of Emilio's suffering by acknowledging his own failure and the depth of his remorse. As he battled, the spectral Emilio began to fade, his form dissolving into shadow as Santos confronted the reality of his actions. He stumbled upon chambers filled with fragmented memories, swirling visions of his past life, moments of violence, moments of betrayal, moments of fleeting compassion. Each memory was a trial, a test of his resolve. Each vision a sharp reminder of the consequences of his actions. He had to confront these memories, not to escape them, but to absorb them and learn from them in order to forge a path forward. He found himself in a vast chamber, the walls adorned with countless glyphs, each one representing a sin, a betrayal, a moment of violence. These weren't the glyphs of his victims, but the symbols of his own transgressions, a visual representation of his descent into darkness. The maze was designed to break him, to crush his spirit, but he refused to yield. He walked among the glyphs, not in fear, but in understanding. He accepted the reality of his past actions and the burden of the weight of his sins. Further into the depths of Xibalba, he encountered a colossal spider, its legs as thick as tree trunks, its body a pulsating mass of shadow. This creature was the embodiment of his deepest fear, the fear of losing control, the fear of being consumed by the darkness he had embraced. The spider spun webs of illusion, trapping him in a nightmare of his own making, showing him distorted versions of his life, mocking his attempts at redemption. He fought the spider not with violence, but with his mind, with the strength of his spirit, with the memories of the lives he wished he could save, the lives he felt remorse for losing. The spider was feeding on his fear, but once he refused to be consumed by his fear, he broke free of the web. He fought the illusion with reality, his guilt with his growing sense of responsibility. He slowly, methodically dismantled the spider's illusions, piece by piece, using the memories of past victims, not as a weapon, but as a shield. It was a battle of wills, of self-acceptance. As he fought the monstrous spider, its body began to dissolve, its essence fading into the surrounding darkness. A single, iridescent thread remained, a fragile symbol of the vulnerability beneath the monstrous facade. He touched it and saw a vision of a future where his past deeds were not erased, but accepted, a future where he used his power, his dark gift, not for destruction, but for a new kind of justice. The maze began to unravel, the walls dissolving into shadows, the oppressive darkness lifting. He had navigated the labyrinth of his own mind, confronted his deepest fears, and emerged, not unscathed, but stronger, more resolute, and more aware than ever before. He wasn't the same man who had entered Xibalba. He was a man reborn, transformed by the crucible of Mictlan. He had conquered his personal hell, and the path ahead, though still fraught with danger, was now clearer, and his intent far more defined. He was ready for whatever lay beyond, whatever new trial awaited. He was ready to continue his grim pilgrimage. The Garden of Whispers. Emerging from the suffocating darkness of Xibalba, Santos found himself in a place that was paradoxically both beautiful and terrifying. The Garden of Whispers was a vast expanse of obsidian lilies, their petals shimmering with an ethereal inner light that cast long, distorted shadows across the ground. The air was heavy with the scent of night-blooming jasmine and the cloying sweetness of decaying flesh. It was a sensory overload, a clash of beauty and horror that threatened to shatter his sanity. But it was the whispers that truly assaulted him. They weren't a chaotic cacophony like in Xibalba, but a deliberate, insidious chorus of voices, each one a tormented plea, a desperate cry for mercy. They were the voices of the damned, trapped in Mictlan, their souls tethered to this garden of eternal suffering. The whispers spoke of betrayal, of lost loves, of unfulfilled dreams, of lives cut short by violence and despair. They echoed Santos's own past, amplifying his guilt and remorse, feeding on his already fractured psyche. One voice, thin and reedy, spoke of a young girl stolen from her family and forced into servitude. Another voice, thick with rage, belonged to a man murdered for a debt he could never repay. A chorus of children wailed, their cries piercing the heart with their innocent sorrow. Each whisper was a tiny blade, cutting into the fragile armor he'd forged in Xibalba. The garden wasn't just a place of suffering, it was a psychological torture chamber designed to break his spirit. The obsidian lilies themselves seemed to writhe and twist, their petals opening and closing like mouths, their shadows lengthening and shortening like grasping claws. The ground beneath his feet pulsed with a faint, rhythmic beat, a morbid heartbeat echoing the suffering around him. He felt a constant pressure, a sense of being watched, of being judged. The whispers weren't just sounds, they were a tangible force, weaving their way into his mind, attempting to unravel his hard-won resolve. He raised his bone whistle to his lips, a desperate attempt to silence the cacophony, to impose order on the chaos. But the whistle refused to blow. The power that had served him so well in the other levels of Mictlan was useless here. This wasn't a battle against physical enemies, it was a battle against the relentless tide of despair, a battle against the weight of his own conscience. The whispers began to focus, coalescing into a single seductive voice that spoke directly to him, a voice that sounded eerily like his own. It offered him solace, the escape he'd craved for so long. It promised oblivion, an end to the torment of his existence. It reminded him of the pain he had inflicted, the lives he had taken, the betrayal he had suffered. It whispered promises of forgiveness, of acceptance, of a painless end to his suffering. It painted a vivid picture of an existence free from guilt, free from the burden of his actions, a life where he could simply cease to exist. The temptation was overwhelming. The weight of his past sins pressed down on him, threatening to crush him beneath their crushing weight. He felt the allure of oblivion, the sweet release of nothingness. The whispers echoed the dark thoughts that haunted him, the self-doubt that constantly gnawed at his soul. For a moment, he considered giving in. He closed his eyes, allowing the whispers to wash over him, to drown him in their seductive promises. But then, a memory flickered through his mind, the face of his mother, her gentle eyes, her unwavering love. He remembered the warmth of her embrace, the kindness in her voice, the strength that she had shown in the face of adversity. That memory, that spark of love and compassion, was enough to pull him back from the abyss. He opened his eyes and took a shuddering breath, the cold air snapping him back into reality. He had come to Mictlan to atone for his sins, not to escape them. He had faced his demons in Xibalba, and he wouldn't let the whispers of the damned break him now. He would not surrender to despair. This garden was a trial, another layer of his purgatory, and he would overcome this challenge as well. He gripped his bone whistle, his knuckles white. He would not succumb to the temptation of oblivion. He began to walk through the garden, his footsteps echoing faintly in the still air. He focused on the whispers, not as a source of torment, but as a challenge. He listened to each plea, each cry, not with pity, but with understanding. He saw the pain and suffering of the damned, not as something to be escaped, but as a reminder of his own responsibility. With each step, the whispers began to change. They became less seductive, less despairing. They began to sound different. He started to hear a new layer of sound beneath the cries and pleas, a strange sort of harmony. The cries were still there, but now they were accompanied by a low hum, a faint vibration that resonated deep within his chest. It was the sound of acceptance, of forgiveness, not from the voices themselves, but from within him. He continued his walk, moving deeper into the garden. The ground became uneven, the obsidian lilies grew taller, their shadows longer and more menacing. But the whispers didn't scare him anymore. He had discovered the subtle harmony in the chaos, the acceptance in the suffering. The path led him to a clearing in the center of the garden, a small pool of still black water reflecting the night sky above. The whispers intensified here, converging into a single powerful voice. It was not a seductive voice, nor was it despairing. It was a voice of wisdom, a voice of ancient knowledge. The voice spoke of the nature of suffering, the weight of guilt, the meaning of atonement. It spoke of the cycle of life and death, of the eternal struggle between light and darkness. It spoke of the power he possessed, the power to judge and to condemn, but also the power to heal and to redeem. The voice revealed a truth that Santos had not understood before, that true atonement wasn't about escaping the pain, but about embracing it, about using it to fuel his purpose, to guide his actions. The suffering of the damned was not something to be ignored, but something to be learned from. Their cries were not a curse, but a lesson. He stood there for a long time, listening to the voice, absorbing its wisdom. When he finally left the clearing, he was a changed man. The whispers still echoed in his ears, but they no longer held the power to break him. He had conquered the garden of whispers, not by silencing the voices, but by understanding them, by learning from their pain. He had found a new purpose, a new strength in the heart of darkness. The journey through Mictlan was far from over, but he was ready for whatever trials lay ahead. He was ready to continue his grim pilgrimage, not as a tool of Mictlantecuhtli, but as a vessel of grim justice, empowered by the suffering he'd witnessed and tempered by the wisdom he'd gleaned from the whispers of the damned. The path forward remained shrouded in shadows, but he walked with newfound purpose, his steps firm and deliberate. The Deathwhistle, El Silbido de la Muerte, was ready to continue his work. The Hall of Judgment. The obsidian lilies gave way to a path of polished black stone, the surface so smooth it reflected the ethereal light like a mirror. This path led him to a colossal obsidian structure, a ziggurat that clawed at the perpetually twilight sky. Its surface was etched with intricate glyphs, swirling patterns that seemed to shift and writhe before his eyes, a silent language of death and sorrow. This was the Hall of Judgment, the heart of Mictlan, the place where the fate of souls was decided. As he approached, the whispers faded, replaced by a profound silence, a heavy blanket that stifled even his breath. A sense of overwhelming dread washed over him, a feeling far more potent than the fear he'd experienced in Xibalba's labyrinth or the Garden of Whispers. This was not the fear of physical harm, but the chilling apprehension of facing one's own mortality, one's own ultimate judgment. The entrance to the ziggurat was framed by two colossal jaguar statues, their obsidian eyes gleaming with an unsettling intelligence. They seemed to watch him, to assess him, their massive forms radiating an ancient power that resonated deep within his bones. He felt their gaze, a palpable weight pressing down on him, a silent judgment even before he entered the hall. He passed through the entrance, the heavy stone door groaning shut behind him, plunging him into an even deeper darkness. The air grew colder, the scent of jasmine replaced by the metallic tang of blood and the damp earth of graves. The silence was broken only by the rhythmic drip of water, an echo of countless tears shed in this place of eternal sorrow. The Hall of Judgment was a vast chamber, its walls lined with towering obsidian pillars that stretched towards a ceiling lost in shadow. The floor was a mosaic of bone and polished stone, a grim tapestry of mortality. Torches flickered sporadically, casting long, dancing shadows that distorted the already unsettling architecture. The air hummed with a low, resonant energy, a tangible manifestation of the power that resided within. At the far end of the chamber, on a raised dais of intricately carved bone, sat Mictlantecuhtli, the god of death. He was not the horrifying monstrosity Santos had expected, but a figure of immense power and unsettling beauty. His skin was the color of polished obsidian, his eyes glowed with an inner fire, and his long, dark hair cascaded down his shoulders like a waterfall of night. He wore a headdress adorned with the skulls of jaguars and serpents, a crown of mortality. In his hand he held a bone scepter, its tip fashioned from the femur of some ancient beast. Mictlantecuhtli regarded Santos with an unreadable expression, his gaze piercing and profound. The god's silence was more oppressive than any scream, a testament to his ancient, implacable power. Santos felt a wave of nausea wash over him, the weight of his past actions, the sins he had committed, pressed down on him like a physical burden. He had faced death before, both in life and in the underworld, but this was different. This was a judgment, not a battle. The silence stretched, a tangible entity that threatened to suffocate him. Santos knew he couldn't speak. Words seemed inadequate, meaningless in the face of such overwhelming power. He could only wait, his fate hanging precariously in the balance. Finally, Mictlantecuhtli spoke, his voice a low, resonant rumble that seemed to vibrate through the very floor beneath his feet. "En Cuervo," the god's voice echoed through the chamber, "son, you have traversed the 9 levels of Mictlan. You have faced the horrors of Xibalba, endured the whispers of the damned, and conquered the Garden of Whispers. But your trial is not yet over." Santos remained silent, his gaze fixed on the god. He knew what he had to do. He had already faced the hardest tests, the battles against his own demons, the tortures of his conscience. This was the final test, the ultimate judgment. He braced himself, ready for whatever awaited him. Mictlantecuhtli continued, "For you have proven yourself strong, El Cuervo, resilient. You have shown courage in the face of despair, and a will to survive that even I find remarkable. But strength alone is not enough. To wield the power of the Deathwhistle, to become a conduit for my judgment, you must prove your worthiness." The god raised his hand, and a shimmering glyph appeared in the air between them. It was a complex symbol, a swirling vortex of light and shadow, depicting the cycle of life and death. "This glyph," Mictlantecuhtli announced, his voice echoing with ancient power, "and represents the balance of Mictlan, the equilibrium between life and death, between light and darkness. To prove your worthiness, you must understand this balance. You must show me that you can wield my power not merely as a weapon of vengeance, but as a tool of justice, tempered by mercy and guided by understanding." The glyph pulsed with a vibrant energy, its light shifting and changing, revealing glimpses of scenes from Santos's past, moments of violence, betrayal, but also acts of kindness, loyalty, and unexpected compassion. His life flashed before him, not as a simple narrative of good and evil, but as a complex tapestry of choices and consequences. He saw his own flaws, his own mistakes, the burden of his past sins, but he also saw the glimmer of redemption, the potential for growth and change. He understood then. Mictlantecutli wasn't merely testing his strength or his ability to kill, he was testing his soul, his understanding of justice, his capacity for mercy. This was not a simple test of brute force, but a complex examination of his moral compass, his capacity for empathy, his understanding of the delicate balance between justice and mercy. The bone whistle was not just a weapon, it was a responsibility, a burden that required wisdom, restraint, and an unwavering commitment to justice. Santos took a deep breath, his gaze firm and unwavering. He looked at Mictlantecutli, not with fear or uncertainty, but with a newfound clarity. He understood the nature of his power, the weight of his responsibility, and the profound significance of his role as El Silbido de la Muerte. He was not merely a tool of death, but a force of judgment, a balance between darkness and light. He was ready to accept his fate, to embrace his destiny, to wield the bone whistle not for revenge, but for justice. His journey through Mictlan had transformed him, not just physically, but spiritually. He was ready. The final trial had begun. The test of his soul was complete. The whispers of the damned no longer held any sway. He had found his true purpose in the heart of the underworld. The god observed him, a flicker of something that might have been approval in his obsidian eyes. The judgment was given, not in words, but in a silent nod. His fate was sealed. He was ready. The ascent. The obsidian floor dissolved beneath him, replaced by a swirling vortex of shadow and light. A searing pain, 1,000 needles piercing his flesh, tore through him, then vanished as abruptly as it began. He gasped, the air burning in his lungs, a taste of ash and ozone coating his tongue. When he opened his eyes, the chilling landscape of Mictlan was gone, replaced by the harsh glare of a desert sun. He was lying on the scorched earth, the scent of dust and decay heavy in the air. His body felt different, heavier, stronger, yet strangely fragile. He ran his hand across his skin, feeling the raised ridges of intricate Aztec glyphs glowing faintly beneath his tanned flesh. They were not mere markings, they pulsed with a low, resonant energy, a constant reminder of his journey through the underworld. They snaked across his arms, his chest, his back, a living map of his descent and ascent, a testament to the trials he had endured. The pain, while present, was a dull ache, a faint echo of the agony he had suffered in the Hall of Judgment. He was not merely reborn, he was remade. He sat up, slowly, cautiously, his movements deliberate and measured. His senses were heightened, sharper than they had ever been. He could hear the faint buzz of a distant fly, smell the subtle tang of rain on distant parched earth, taste the metallic tang of blood, not his own, but a faint lingering scent carried on the wind. His vision was keener, piercing through the shimmering heat haze to pinpoint details in the far distance. He was a predator, honed by the crucible of Mictlan, his senses attuned to the subtle cues of danger and opportunity. He rose, his legs surprisingly steady despite the ordeal, his body aching with a newfound strength. His clothes, remnants of his former life, were tattered and torn, clinging to him like a second skin. But beneath them, he felt a shift, a change that ran deeper than the mere physical. He was no longer Santos and El Cuervo Herrera, the ruthless enforcer. He was something more, something less. He looked at his hands, noticing the subtle changes. His fingers, once calloused and scarred from years of violence, were now smooth and almost translucent, yet possessed an unsettling strength. His nails, once short and broken, were now long and sharp, gleaming with an unnatural obsidian sheen. He felt the bone whistle tucked securely within the folds of his ragged shirt, a tangible connection to the power he now wielded, the responsibility he now bore. He raised the whistle to his lips, not to blow, but to simply feel the weight of it, the cold, smooth bone pressed against his lips. It was not just a weapon, it was an extension of himself, a conduit for the dark justice of Mictlantecutli. The desert stretched before him, vast and unforgiving, a fitting backdrop for his new beginning. He had no clear direction, no fixed path. His return to the world of the living was not a triumphant homecoming, but a silent reappearance, a ghost emerging from the shadows. The familiar smells of his old life, the cloying sweetness of cheap tequila, the metallic scent of blood and gunpowder, were distant echoes, replaced by the primal sense of the desert, dust, sun-baked earth, and the faint, almost imperceptible whiff of decay. His journey through Mictlan had not only altered his body, it had reshaped his soul. The horrors he had witnessed, the sins he had confronted, his own and those of others, had etched themselves onto his being, indelibly marking him as a vessel of both death and judgment. He was no longer consumed by the rage and the thirst for revenge that had defined his life as El Cuervo. That rage had been purged in the fiery crucible of Mictlan. Instead, he was filled with a grim determination, a cold resolve to bring justice to those who deserved it, a responsibility far greater than the loyalty he had once shown the Mexican mafia. He turned and walked toward the distant, shimmering heat haze, the only landmark the setting sun. His gait was unhurried, deliberate, like a predator stalking its prey. He moved with a newfound grace, a silent fluidity that belied his strength. He was a phantom, a wraith, a creature of shadow and bone, moving through the world unseen, unheard, yet ever present. He was El Silbido de la Muerte, the death whistle, and his reign had begun. His mission wasn't simply to hunt down the cartel traitors who had betrayed him, though justice for them would be swift and brutal. His mission was larger, encompassing the corrupt officials, the ruthless drug lords, the powerful men who preyed on the weak and the innocent. His was a grim task, a bloody crusade, but he would not falter. He was more than a man. He was a force of nature, a manifestation of Mictlantecutli's wrath, a harbinger of death for the wicked. The first sign of his return came not with fanfare, but with whispers. A chilling rumor spreading through the shadows of the city, a legend born in fear and whispered in hushed tones. The walls of the city, once bare, now bore markings, glowing Aztec glyphs, burning into the very fabric of the city's underbelly, a silent testament to his judgment. Each glyph a grim epitaph, a vivid representation of the sins committed by his victims. A skull pierced by a dagger, signifying betrayal, a serpent devouring a heart, representing greed, a hand clutching a bloody knife, the mark of cold-blooded murder. His actions were swift, brutal, and precise. He struck like a viper, silently and without warning. He left no trace, no witnesses, only the haunting glow of the glyphs, a stark reminder of his presence, a terrifying promise of what was to come. His targets were never just the killers and the corrupt. He also targeted those who shielded them, those who turned a blind eye to the horrors around them, those who profited from the suffering of others. He was a force of pure, unadulterated justice. The city's elite, who once ruled with impunity, now lived in fear. The whispers of El Silbido de la Muerte were more potent than any bullet, more chilling than any knife. His reputation preceded him. He was a mythical figure, a boogeyman, a supernatural agent of retribution. His mere name, spoken in hushed whispers, in darkened alleyways, was enough to send shivers down the spines of even the most hardened criminals. But Santos was not just a harbinger of death. He was also a force for change. His actions were not fueled by mindless vengeance, but by a profound understanding of justice, a sense of responsibility bestowed upon him by the god of death himself. His was a mission not just to punish the guilty, but also to purge the corruption that had eaten away at the heart of his city. The glowing glyphs, grim warnings, were also a beacon, a reminder that justice, however harsh, would ultimately prevail. He walked the streets of the city, a shadow moving amongst shadows, a ghost haunting the living. He was no longer El Cuervo, the ruthless enforcer. He was El Silbido de la Muerte, and his judgment was absolute. His path was fraught with peril, his enemies numerous, but he was not afraid. He had faced the horrors of Mictlan and emerged victorious. He had confronted his own demons and emerged stronger. He was reborn, and he was ready to bring justice to a world that desperately needed it. He was ready to pay the price for the power he wielded, the price for the dark justice he had sworn to deliver. The ascent from Mictlan had been the hardest part. The descent into the world of men would be no less challenging. He braced himself, ready for the battles ahead. His return was not an end, but a beginning. The reign of El Silbido de la Muerte had only just begun. The hood and the whistle, The hood was more than just a garment, it was a shroud, a cloak of anonymity that swallowed him whole. It was woven from the darkest threads of night, a seamless blend of shadows and whispers, obscuring his face, his identity, his past. He found it discarded near a crumbling church, its fabric coarse and worn, yet somehow imbued with an unsettling strength. It felt right, fitting, as if it had been waiting for him, a symbol of his new existence, his new purpose. The hood wasn't merely a concealment, it was a transformation, a shedding of the old skin, the old identity of Santos Ángel Cuervo Herrera. Beneath it, he was reborn, reshaped, a being born of both death and shadow. The whistle, a chilling instrument of judgment, hung around his neck, cool against his skin. Its obsidian surface gleamed faintly under the moonlight, reflecting the faint, internal glow of the Aztec glyphs that now tattooed his body. It was more than a weapon, it was a link to Mictlantecutli, a tangible connection to the power he now wielded, a conduit for the grim justice he was sworn to deliver. He no longer saw it as a mere tool, it was an extension of his soul, a reflection of the dark transformation he had undergone. The whistle's bone felt cold against his flesh, a constant reminder of its origins, of the chilling journey that had birthed him anew. He chose the night as his canvas, the shadows as his allies. The city became his labyrinth, a sprawling maze of hidden alleys and forgotten streets, where the whispers of his new identity, El Silbido de la Muerte, began to weave their way through the fabric of fear. He stalked his prey, a ghost amongst ghosts, blending seamlessly into the darkness, becoming one with the shadows that clung to the city's underbelly. His movements were fluid, silent, almost supernatural, his senses heightened, sharper than any predator's, detecting the slightest tremor of fear, the faintest scent of guilt. His first target was a man named Vargas, a high-ranking official known for his corruption and cruelty. Vargas, accustomed to wielding power with impunity, was completely oblivious to the phantom that stalked him, the harbinger of death that had emerged from the underworld. Santos, cloaked in his hood and shadows, watched Vargas from the roof of a dilapidated building, observing the man's careless laughter, his smug confidence. The whistle hung heavy around his neck, its weight a palpable reminder of the power it contained. The night air hummed with anticipation, a silent tension between hunter and prey. Vargas's laughter echoed in the night, a jarring contrast to the grim determination filling Santos. The moment Vargas stepped into a secluded alley, Santos descended, a spectre of silent death. He moved with the grace of a seasoned assassin, his steps feather-light, his presence imperceptible until the very moment he struck. The whistle's chilling note sliced through the stillness of the night. It wasn't a loud, piercing shriek, but a low, resonant sound that seemed to penetrate Vargas's very soul, drawing forth his essence, his being. Vargas screamed, a guttural sound of terror that was quickly silenced as a radiant, incandescent light erupted from his body, outlining his form in horrifying detail. Aztec glyphs, blazing with a hellish glow, imprinted themselves on the nearby brick wall, a gruesome tableau of the man's life, a serpent coiled around, a bag of money, signifying avarice, a dagger piercing a heart, representing betrayal, a skull marked with a skull, representing death and corruption. Then Vargas crumpled, life extinguished, his body drained, nothing but an empty shell left behind. The markings blazed momentarily, their intensity gradually fading into an eerie, ethereal glow that would remain for days as a testament to the Deathwhistle's grim justice. Word of El Silbido de la Muerte, the Deathwhistle, spread like wildfire through the criminal underworld. Fear, pure and unadulterated, became the new currency, replacing the bravado and confidence that had once been so prevalent. The city's elite, once so untouchable, suddenly found themselves living in the shadow of fear, their once certain dominance replaced with chilling uncertainty. Every night, the glowing glyphs appeared on walls, on buildings, in alleyways, stark reminders of El Silbido de la Muerte's relentless pursuit of justice. His targets were not just high-profile figures, but also the lesser, criminals, those who enabled corruption, those who profited from the city's decay. He hunted down drug dealers, corrupt police officers, and those who preyed upon the vulnerable, Each act of retribution was swift, precise, and brutal, a grim message to those who dared to operate within the city's underworld. The glyphs themselves served as a form of terrifying communication, each one a chilling portrait of the victim's sins, a public declaration of justice, however grim. His actions were not random, they were meticulously planned, executed with a chilling efficiency that bordered on the supernatural. He tracked his targets, studying their routines, their weaknesses, their vulnerabilities. He moved like a phantom, a shadow, merging seamlessly into the city's darkness, striking when least expected, leaving no trace except for the glowing symbols of his justice, the anonymity of his persona, the fearsome reputation that preceded him, all served to his advantage. He was not just an enforcer, he had become a legend, a terrifying boogeyman, a supernatural agent of death, whose presence alone was enough to paralyze his victims with fear. This reputation was a weapon far more potent than any blade or gun. The very thought of the death whistle, the glowing glyphs, were enough to sow discord and panic among the criminal element. His methods were brutal, unrelenting, yet they were also precise and targeted. He spared the innocent, focusing his wrath solely on the guilty. His was not a vendetta, but a mission, a holy crusade fueled by the dark justice of Mictlantecutli. The hood concealed his identity, but it also amplified his power, transforming him into something larger than life, a symbol of retribution, a force of nature. The whispers of his name, El Silbido de la Muerte, became a chilling lullaby for the city's wicked, a constant reminder of the inevitable judgment. He was a force of change, a silent revolution fueled by shadows and death. His was a dark justice, but it was justice nonetheless, a grim cleansing fire purging the city of its corruption, one victim at a time, one glowing glyph at a time. His reign had begun, and the city trembled under his silent, deadly gaze. The underworld had once claimed him, now he had claimed it in return. A grim spectre of justice, eternally bound to the chilling melody of his whistle. The descent from Mictlan may have been brutal, but his ascent to power as El Silbido de la Muerte had only just begun. The first judgment. The air hung thick with the scent of cheap tequila and fear. The air in the opulent villa pulsed with a nervous energy, a stark contrast to the gaudy opulence that surrounded Santos. He perched on a crumbling rooftop overlooking the lavish estate, the obsidian whistle cold against his skin, a comforting weight against the turmoil brewing within him. Below, the heart of the Serpientes Verdes cartel throbbed, a nest of vipers, each one more venomous than the last. His betrayers were here, nestled amongst the wealth they had stolen, their laughter a mockery of his past suffering. He had tracked them for weeks, following their trails through the labyrinthine streets of the city, his senses honed to a razor's edge. He knew their routines, their weaknesses, their hidden fears. He had become a master of shadows, a phantom weaving through the city's underbelly, a predator stalking its prey. Tonight, the hunt would end. His first target, Ramon Ansel Serpiente Alvarez, was the cartel's second-in-command, a man whose cruelty was only surpassed by his greed. El Serpiente reveled in violence, his depravity leaving a trail of shattered lives and broken bodies in its wake. Santos watched him from above, his dark eyes burning with a cold fire, his heart a glacial wasteland of righteous fury. El Serpiente's laughter echoed through the open windows of the villa, mingling with the sounds of a lavish party, a celebration of their ill-gotten gains. The irony wasn't lost on Santos, their jubilation would soon turn to terror. As El Serpiente stepped out onto the balcony, a lone figure silhouetted against the dazzling lights of the party, Santos moved. He descended from the rooftop like a wraith, his movements fluid, silent, his presence a whisper of death in the night. The whistle, his instrument of judgment, hung suspended before him. He raised it to his lips, and the sound that emerged wasn't a piercing shriek, but a resonant, low-pitched hum that seemed to drain the very air of life. The sound reverberated through El Serpiente's body, a chilling tremor that seemed to reach into his very soul. His laughter died in his throat, replaced by a choked gasp of horror. A blinding light erupted from his body, a horrifying illumination that momentarily eclipsed the villa's festive glow. Then, as quickly as it had begun, the light subsided, leaving behind a spectral residue. A series of glowing Aztec glyphs imprinted on the pristine white wall of the balcony. The glyphs were a terrifying tapestry of El Serpiente's sins, a serpent devouring a child, symbolizing his penchant for kidnapping and trafficking. A skull pierced by a venomous fang, representing the countless lives he had taken, a coiled serpent entwined with gold coins, signifying his insatiable greed. The images burned into the wall, a haunting testament to his depravity, a grim reminder of the justice that had been served. El Serpiente himself collapsed, a lifeless husk, his essence extracted, his existence reduced to a hollow shell. The party below continued, oblivious to the drama unfolding above. The music, the laughter, the revelry, all went on as if nothing had happened, a macabre contrast to the chilling display of divine justice that had just occurred. Santos, his face obscured by the shadows of his hood, observed the scene with a detached gaze. His task was far from over. His next target was Isabella and La Viuda Negra, the cartel's ruthless enforcer, a woman known for her cunning and brutality. Unlike El Serpiente, La Viuda Negra was a master of disguise and deception. She was a phantom herself, moving through the city's underworld with the grace of a shadow. Tracking her required patience, cunning, and a deep understanding of the cartel's intricate web of operations. Santos followed her for days, tracing her movements through a maze of hidden back alleys, secret meetings, and clandestine exchanges. He studied her patterns, analyzing her habits, her routines, her weaknesses. He learned her secrets, her fears, her vulnerabilities. He waited for the perfect moment, the moment when her guard was down, the moment when he could strike without alerting the cartel. He found her in a secluded warehouse, surrounded by her loyal enforcers, counting their ill-gotten gains. The air was heavy with the scent of drugs and violence, a suffocating atmosphere that only amplified the tension of the moment. Santos moved like a phantom, his presence imperceptible until the very moment he struck. The obsidian whistle sang its deadly song, its resonance a chilling prelude to La Viuda Negra's demise. Again, the blinding light erupted, followed by the chilling glyphs that branded her sins onto the warehouse wall. A spider weaving a web around a skull, symbolizing her deadly traps, a dagger dripping with blood, representing her cold-blooded murders, a serpent crushing a heart, reflecting her heartless cruelty. La Viuda Negra crumpled, life draining from her body, leaving behind only the chilling testament of her crimes, eternally etched on the wall in glowing glyphs. Each victim, each set of glyphs, sent tremors through the Serpientes Verdes. The fear, once a whisper, became a scream. Santos's actions were more than just executions. They were public announcements, each wall a canvas showcasing the cartel's depravity. The remaining members, once so confident, were now consumed by paranoia. They glanced over their shoulders, their every shadow a potential harbinger of death. The whispers of El Silbido de la Muerte, once a chilling legend, were now a terrifying reality. Santos moved through the city's night like an avenging angel, his path marked by the glowing glyphs, each one a gruesome testament to his grim justice. He hunted down the remaining betrayers, those who had abandoned him to die, those who had profited from his suffering. Each encounter was a dance with death, a silent ballet of shadows and whispers, culminating in a chilling symphony of justice. He didn't seek revenge, he sought retribution, a cleansing fire that would purge the city of its corruption. His actions were not fueled by hate, but by a cold, unwavering resolve, a commitment to the dark justice he was sworn to deliver. The glowing glyphs served as a chilling reminder of the consequences of sin, a public declaration of his unwavering commitment to justice, however grim. His reign of terror, or perhaps salvation, had only just begun. The shadows of Mictlan still clung to him, but they were now intertwined with the grim justice he dispensed, a constant reminder of his origins, his power, and his unwavering purpose. The city trembled under his silent, deadly gaze, and the whispers of El Silbido de la Muerte echoed through the night, a chilling lullaby for the wicked, a promise of inevitable judgment. Whispers in the city. The whispers started subtly, like the rustling of disturbed leaves in a forgotten graveyard. A chilling rumor, a hushed conversation in darkened cantinas, A nervous glance exchanged across crowded marketplaces. Then, it escalated. The legend of El Silbido de la Muerte, the Deathwhistle, spread through the city's underbelly like wildfire, fueled by fear and a morbid fascination. It began with the glowing glyphs, macabre murals etched onto the walls of the city, haunting testaments to the swift and silent justice meted out by an unseen hand. These weren't mere graffiti, they were chilling portraits of sin, each glyph a symbolic representation of the victim's crimes, their essence distilled into a terrifying visual narrative. A serpent crushing a heart for cruelty, a skull pierced by a dagger for murder, a serpent devouring gold for greed. The images were visceral, horrifying, and undeniably real. The sheer artistry of the glyphs, their impossible precision and ethereal glow, added to the legend's mystique. Turning El Silbido into something more than a mere killer, he was an artist of death, a sculptor of shadows. The city's most powerful drug lords, once masters of their domain, found themselves paralyzed by fear. Their opulent villas, previously bastions of untouchable power, now echoed with the whispers of a phantom judge. Sleep became a luxury, replaced by sleepless nights filled with paranoia and the chilling certainty that their reign of terror was nearing its end. Every shadow seemed to conceal El Silbido's presence, every rustle of fabric, the phantom touch of his bone whistle. Even the police, initially dismissive of the growing urban legend, found themselves increasingly troubled by the escalating number of deaths. The victims were all connected, each one a member of the city's criminal underworld, their deaths as swift and silent as a passing shadow. The absence of any witnesses, the lack of any discernible weapons or signs of struggle, baffled investigators, fueling the legend and pushing El Silbido further into the realm of the supernatural. The whispers reached the ears of the city's impoverished masses. For years they had lived under the iron fist of the cartels, their pleas for justice falling on deaf ears. Now, a strange form of retribution had arrived, one that struck fear into the hearts of their oppressors. Though El Silbido was a terrifying figure, his victims were those who deserved punishment, those who had stolen their dignity and livelihoods. A grudging respect, a silent admiration, began to weave its way into the fearful whispers. Santos, or El Silbido as he was now known, had become a reluctant symbol of hope, a grim harbinger of justice in a city drowning in corruption. He operated in the shadows, a phantom force of retribution, leaving no trace of his presence except for the glowing glyphs that spoke volumes of his actions. His presence was both feared and revered, a dark counterpoint to the city's corrupt institutions, a symbol of defiance in the face of overwhelming darkness. His methods were brutal, efficient, and terrifyingly artistic. He stalked his prey through the city's labyrinthine streets, weaving through its shadows like a phantom. His obsidian whistle, a conduit of Mictlan's power, delivered swift and precise judgment, leaving behind the haunting glyphs as his signature. The artistry of his work became legendary, each set of glyphs a meticulously crafted tableau of the victim's sins. The remaining Serpientes Verdes, their ranks decimated, were driven to desperation. They scrambled to find El Silbido, to understand his methods, to anticipate his next move. They hired shamans, consulted sorcerers, even turned to the city's dark priests in their desperate search for a counter to the Deathwhistle. But their efforts were futile. El Silbido remained an enigma, a spectral figure beyond their comprehension. He wasn't simply hunting down the Serpientes Verdes, he was dismantling their entire criminal network, exposing their hidden connections and revealing their insidious influence. His actions weren't driven by personal vengeance, but by a grim sense of justice, a dark devotion to cleansing the city's festering wounds. Each execution was a meticulously planned operation, a calculated strike against the very heart of the cartel, revealing their corruption to the public, even if through fear. As the legend grew, so did the power of El Silbido. The fear he inspired served as a weapon, eroding the power of the cartels, sowing seeds of doubt and discord within their ranks. His legend transcended the city limits. Whispers carried by the wind traveled to other cities, spreading the terror and the grim admiration for the Deathwhistle. The city's authorities, realizing the extent of the cartel's depravity and the fear El Silbido inspired, found themselves in a paradoxical situation. They were unable to stop him, yet they could hardly condemn him. He was, after all, eliminating some of the city's most dangerous criminals. The official stance remained one of denial and confusion, but the truth was evident in the growing silence on the streets. The cartels were losing their grip on the city, their influence waning with every new set of glowing glyphs. One night, Santos found himself perched on the crumbling walls of an ancient cathedral, overlooking the city that bore the scars of his grim justice. The moonlight bathed the glowing glyphs scattered across the city like phosphorescent stars, a haunting testament to his actions. He wasn't merely a figure of legend now, he was the city's dark conscience, its shadow justice system. He was the nightmare the wicked prayed never to encounter, a grim guardian that enforced a brutal, yet strangely effective, form of justice. His reign wasn't about power or glory, it was about retribution, a fierce cleansing of a city long choked by corruption. The whispers of El Silbido de la Muerte echoed through the night, a symphony of fear and grudging admiration, a terrifying lullaby for the wicked, and a promise of dark justice for those who suffered under the iron fist of the cartels. The city was changed, forever marked by the glowing glyphs, the chilling testament to the legend of El Silbido de la Muerte, a legend born in the underworld and forged in the heart of a city's despair. The fear of his whistle, once a whisper, had become a roar. His silent, deadly hunt was far from over. The shadows of Mictlan remained, but now they were interwoven with the fabric of the city itself, a chilling reminder of his power and his grim commitment to justice. He was the darkness that consumed the darkness, a force of nature, a legend, a grim savior. The city trembled, but it breathed a little easier under his watchful, spectral gaze. A new kind of war. The obsidian whistle, cool against his lips, felt like a piece of Mictlan itself. It wasn't just a weapon, it was an extension of his being, a conduit for the raw, untamed power of the Aztec underworld. Each breath, each sharp, piercing note, was a judgment, a sentence delivered with the chilling finality of death itself. He was no longer just Santos Herrera, he was El Silbido de la Muerte, the Deathwhistle, and his war was far from over. His targets weren't solely the Serpientes Verdes, though they remained a primary focus. He was dismantling a system, a rot that had eaten deep into the very heart of the city. He struck at the corrupt officials who turned a blind eye to the cartel's atrocities, the lawyers who laundered their ill-gotten gains, the judges who accepted bribes and perverted justice. His whistle's song was a requiem for their corruption, each haunting note a prelude to their demise. One night, he found himself in the opulent penthouse of Senator Alvarez, a man whose hands were stained crimson with the blood of countless innocents. Alvarez, surrounded by his bodyguards, oozed arrogance and impunity, a man who believed himself untouchable. Santos moved like a wraith, slipping through the shadows, his presence undetected until it was too late. The senator's laughter died abruptly in his throat as the chilling sound of the bone whistle pierced the night, a single, piercing note that ripped through the air like a shard of obsidian. Before the guards could react, Alvarez slumped to the floor, his eyes wide with terror, a terrifying array of glyphs blooming. Across his chest, a serpent devouring a scale of justice, a skull crushed beneath a heel, a dagger piercing a heart. The message was clear. Even the highest echelons of power were not immune to his judgment. The ensuing chaos was orchestrated, a carefully planned ballet of death. He wasn't interested in a bloody massacre. His focus was precise, surgical. He picked his targets, eliminating key players, unraveling the intricate web of corruption that bound the city. The glowing glyphs, his chilling calling cards, became symbols of hope. For the downtrodden, whispers of a terrifying justice that finally held the powerful accountable. His methods, though brutal, were not random. He sought not only to punish, but to expose, to reveal the rot that had taken root. Each glyph was a meticulously crafted testament, a symbolic representation of the victims' crimes, a horrifying artistic expression of their sins. These weren't mere markings, they were haunting narratives, stories etched into the very fabric of the city, impossible to ignore, impossible to erase. They served as a stark reminder of the consequences of corruption, a terrifying warning to those who dared to follow in their footsteps. The city's reaction was complex, a chaotic mixture of fear, awe, and a grudging admiration. The poor, long suffering under the cartel's oppression, saw in El Silbido a dark savior, a force of brutal but effective justice. The middle class, caught between the extremes, lived in a state of anxious anticipation, fearful yet fascinated by the legend of the Deathwhistle. The wealthy elite, once so sure of their impunity, now trembled in fear, their opulence offering no protection from his reach. The police, initially baffled and overwhelmed, were slowly forced to acknowledge the existence of a force beyond their comprehension, a figure who operated outside the confines of their authority. His war wasn't confined to the city's streets and alleyways. He ventured into the opulent mansions of the elite, the shadowy dens of the corrupt officials, and even the hallowed halls of the church, where he discovered a network of priests and cardinals involved in the cartel's nefarious activities. The whistle's haunting song echoed in the hushed sanctuaries, silencing the prayers of those who had betrayed their sacred vows. The glowing glyphs, appearing on the stained glass windows and ancient altarpieces, served as an unholy testament to the hypocrisy and depravity that thrived within the church's walls. Santos's actions weren't fueled by vengeance, although the betrayal that had led him to Mictlan still burned within him. It was a grim, twisted sense of justice, a cold fury directed at the heart of injustice itself. He sought not only retribution but also a cleansing, a purification of the city that had once been his home, now scarred by violence and corruption. He was a storm, a tempest of darkness that swept away the filth and left behind a chilling yet somehow hopeful silence. But his methods were not without their cost. The whispers of his actions reached the ears of those beyond the city's limits. Powerful figures, shadowy organizations that pulled the strings of the world's criminal underworld, began to take notice. They saw in El Silbido a threat, a dangerous precedent, a force that dared to challenge their power. They began to assemble their own armies, their own weapons, to counteract the Deathwhistle's grim crusade. A new kind of war was brewing, a war that extended far beyond the city's limits, a conflict between the forces of darkness and the twisted, grim justice of El Silbido de la Muerte. It was a conflict that would involve ancient powers, forgotten gods, and alliances forged in the shadows, a war that threatened to engulf the entire country, perhaps even the world. The whispers of his name, once confined to the city's underbelly, now echoed across borders, a chilling prophecy of a looming darkness. The legend of El Silbido was no longer just a local tale, it was becoming a global phenomenon, a testament to the chilling power of death and the relentless pursuit of a unique and terrifying form of justice. The city was his canvas, and the glowing glyphs his haunting masterpiece. But his story was far from finished. The shadows of Mictlan still clung to him, and his grim dance with death had only just begun. The city, cleansed but scarred, watched him, waiting for the next haunting melody of his bone whistle. His was a war that would rewrite the rules of vengeance, a war fought not for power, but for the chilling and twisted satisfaction of bringing balance to a world drowning in darkness. Tracking the betrayers. The obsidian whistle felt warm against his lips now, a stark contrast to the icy chill of Mictlan. The memory of that underworld, the 9 levels of torment, and the god's chilling grace still haunted his dreams. But the warmth wasn't comfort, it was the heat of righteous fury, a burning ember stoked by the betrayal that had sent him to the land of the dead. He knew the serpientes verdes like the lines on his own palm, their rituals, their weaknesses, their intricate web of alliances. He would dismantle them piece by piece, a meticulous dismantling of a poisonous serpent. His first target was Rafael Ansel Serpiente Vargas, the cartel's second-in-command, a man whose smile was as cruel as his methods. Santos found him in a secluded hacienda outside the city, surrounded by armed guards and enjoying a lavish feast. The air throbbed with the sounds of mariachi music, a jarring contrast to the darkness that lurked in Santos's heart. He moved like a phantom, a whisper in the night, blending with the shadows until he stood behind El Serpiente, the bone whistle a cold pressure against his lips. The music stopped abruptly. El Serpiente, his eyes wide with disbelief, turned to see the hooded figure, the Deathwhistle. Before he could scream, the whistle's song pierced the air, a mournful wail that echoed through the hacienda, silencing the festive atmosphere. The glyphs that bloomed across El Serpiente's opulent silk shirt were particularly gruesome: a coiled serpent strangling a human heart, a skull pierced by a silver dagger, scales falling from a decaying serpent's body. They told a story of betrayal, greed, and the inevitable consequences of his actions. The guards, momentarily stunned, were swiftly and efficiently dealt with. Santos left no witnesses, only the chilling echo of the whistle and the terrifying message etched onto the body of their fallen leader. The hacienda, once a scene of opulent revelry, became a mausoleum, a silent testament to the Deathwhistle's terrifying efficiency. His next target was Isabella and La Viuda Negra, a ruthless woman who handled the cartel's finances, laundering money and ensuring the flow of their operations. He found her in a high-rise apartment overlooking the city, surrounded by stacks of cash and documents detailing the cartel's intricate network. She was surrounded by a screen of bodyguards, but Santos, using the shadows as his ally, was faster, more agile. He was a predator in the concrete jungle, and she, despite her outward appearance of strength and control, was nothing more than prey. The whistle's mournful song silenced her screams, the bone instrument a chilling symphony of death. The glyphs that manifested upon her skin, a spider devouring its own web, a serpent consuming stacks of gold coins, and an eye weeping blood, depicted her role in the cartel's corruption. His pursuit wasn't just a matter of physical elimination, it was a ritual of exposure. He wanted the city to see, to understand the depravity of those who held power. Each glyph was a carefully constructed narrative, a visual representation of their sins, laid bare for all to see. They were horrifying murals painted across the bodies of the city's corrupt elite, a testament to the grim justice of El Silbido de la Muerte. He hunted down the cartel's lawyers, their faces etched with the horror of their deeds, the glyphs branding them with the weight of their complicity. He sought out the corrupt judges who had traded justice for their own selfish gain, their gilded chambers now stained with the chilling testament of their corruption. Each target was a strategic move, a calculated strike against the heart of the organization. He was not simply killing individuals, he was dismantling a system, one carefully placed blow at a time. The hunt led him to the darkest corners of the city, places where the shadows danced with a life of their own. He navigated the labyrinthine alleys, the hidden back streets, the forgotten corners where the cartel's operations flourished. He moved with a terrifying grace, his movements precise and lethal, his presence a chilling whisper in the humid air. The scent of fear, the palpable tension, became his constant companions. The city's underbelly held its breath as the death whistle passed, a harbinger of swift and unforgiving justice. One night, he infiltrated a clandestine meeting of the remaining Serpientes Verdes, the air thick with desperation and betrayal. They were arguing, their voices raised in a cacophony of greed and paranoia. He observed them from the shadows, studying their interactions, identifying their vulnerabilities. He watched as they plotted their next moves, their faces illuminated by the flickering candlelight, their faces twisting into expressions of rage and fear as they realized the extent of Santos's wrath. The final confrontation, when it came, was swift and brutal, a ballet of death orchestrated with chilling precision. The haunting melodies of his whistle echoed through the narrow streets, each note a judgment, each note a death knell. The city was silent, holding its breath in fear and grim fascination as the legend of El Silbido de la Muerte grew, its whispers echoing through the crumbling buildings and narrow alleyways. His actions weren't merely revenge, they were a grim, brutal cleansing, a purification of the city's festering wounds. The glowing glyphs, his signature, remained behind, a stark reminder that even in the darkest corners of this city, justice, however twisted, would find its way. He was a storm of vengeance, and the city, though battered and bruised, was slowly beginning to breathe again. But the storm was far from over. The echoes of his whistle carried on the wind, a chilling promise of more grim justice to come. His war was far from over, and the whispers of his name, growing louder, were reaching beyond the city limits. The world would soon know the chilling name of El Silbido de la Muerte, the price of betrayal. The whispers followed Santos like a shadow, clinging to the humid night air. They spoke of his latest victims, of the glowing glyphs that branded their flesh, horrifying murals of their sins, a grim testament to the price of betrayal. Each death was a meticulously crafted performance, a macabre ballet played out in the city's underbelly. He wasn't merely killing, he was exposing, judging, and condemning. His actions were a horrifying spectacle, yet the city, perversely, seemed to crave it. His next target was Alejandro Ansel Coyote Flores, the cartel's chief enforcer, a man whose brutality was legendary. Santos found him in a dilapidated Lucha Libre arena, the once vibrant space now stained with the shadows of past violence. El Coyote, surrounded by his loyal yet increasingly nervous crew, was engaged in a twisted game of chance, rolling dice for piles of cash, the air thick with the scent of cheap tequila and desperation. The arena's ghostly echoes mocked the sounds of their grim revelry, a chorus to their impending doom. Santos moved like a wraith, slipping through the shadows, his presence a chilling whisper in the dimly lit space. The only sound was the rhythmic thud of his boots on the decaying wooden floor. He appeared behind El Coyote, the obsidian whistle a cold promise against his lips. The dice tumbled to a halt, the laughter died in El Coyote's throat. His eyes, wide with a terror that mirrored the fear in his men's, locked onto the hooded figure. He saw the reflection of his own darkness in the obsidian gleam of the whistle. The bone whistle's mournful wail cut through the silence, a terrifying dirge that chilled the very bones of the spectators. The glyphs that bloomed upon El Coyote's skin were a horrifying testament to his crimes, a snarling coyote tearing apart a human heart, a skull crushed beneath a heavy boot, a trail of blood leading to a desolate grave. His men, paralyzed by fear and the sheer spectacle of it all, could only watch as their leader was claimed by the Deathwhistle. Their leader's death was a visceral demonstration of the power Santos wielded, a power that transcended mere physical strength. It was a power that terrified and captivated in equal measure. Word spread like wildfire. The fear of El Silbido de la Muerte wasn't just a rumor anymore. It was a tangible entity that haunted the dreams of the city's most powerful criminals. The glowing glyphs became symbols of terror, grim reminders of the consequences of betrayal and corruption. The city's streets, once teeming with the cartel's reign of terror, felt strangely cleaner. The fear of the death whistle was a powerful disinfectant, purifying the city one traitor at a time. But the Serpientes Verdes, wounded but not broken, were plotting their revenge. They knew that Santos operated under a code of justice, however twisted, and they planned to exploit that. They would use the very system he was trying to dismantle against him. They targeted those he had spared, those who, though complicit, were considered less guilty. They hoped to stir his conscience and use his mercy against him. Their first victim was Lucia Ana Llorona Hernandez, a woman who had once been El Serpiente's mistress. While she knew the depths of his wickedness, she had not actively participated in the violence and bloodshed. Yet, she was a witness, a depository of secrets, and the Serpientes Verdes used her as bait. They set her up, making her look like a willing participant in their drug-smuggling activities. She was found in a compromising position, her apartment filled with evidence. Then, she was found dead. A gruesome crime scene staged to look like the work of El Silbido de la Muerte. They hoped her death, designed to look exactly like Santos's killings, would destroy his credibility and drive the city to turn against him. The strategy was brilliant in its simplicity. The city's perception of Santos was starting to shift. The glyphs on La Llorona's body, a weeping woman holding a broken heart, a serpent coiling around a child's cradle, and a dark shadow enveloping a city, were undeniably his signature. But the circumstances were off. Doubt began to creep into the hearts of those who once looked to him as a grim savior. Santos, however, was not easily fooled. He found the scene carefully constructed, the meticulous placement of the glyphs, the careful selection of their positions on her body. It all screamed of a deliberate attempt at a false flag operation. He found trace elements not of his obsidian whistle but of another, a crude imitation crafted from volcanic rock. The subtle differences in the glyphs, in their subtle imperfections, revealed the truth. This was not his work. The betrayal stung, not just because of the attempt to taint his image, but because of the use of his methods, the mimicking of his brutal efficiency. This was a personal affront, a sacrilegious perversion of his righteous wrath. He felt the icy grip of Mictlan tighten around his heart, the chilling reminder of the god's judgment that still pulsed beneath his skin. His anger was a raging inferno, a consuming fire that threatened to consume him. He had to act, not just to expose the Serpientes Verdes, but to reclaim his mantle of justice, to demonstrate that the true power of the Deathwhistle couldn't be replicated, that it was not simply a tool, but an extension of his very being. The obsidian whistle felt heavier in his hand, the weight of his fury adding to its ominous mass. His search for the perpetrators began with the imitation whistle. It wasn't just a copy, it was a message. The material pointed towards a specific volcanic quarry outside the city, a place known to be frequented by the cartel's most loyal and savage followers. The quarry became his new hunting ground. The shadows deepened, mirroring the darkness that bloomed in Santos's heart. His hunt would be more brutal this time, fueled by anger, betrayal, and the burning need to restore his image, to re-establish his authority over the city. The whispers of the Deathwhistle, previously those of a grim savior, now carried the echoes of a wrath far more terrifying. The city braced itself, unaware of the storm that was about to break. The price of betrayal, Santos would show them, was far higher than they could ever imagine. The night would be long, and the echoes of the whistle would resonate through the dark alleys for many nights to come. A web of corruption. The volcanic quarry was a scar on the landscape, a jagged wound gouged into the earth. The air hung heavy with the scent of sulfur and decay, a fitting atmosphere for the grim task ahead. Santos, cloaked in shadow, moved through the desolate expanse, his boots crunching on loose gravel and shards of obsidian. The quarry was eerily silent, the only sounds the occasional screech of a disturbed bird and the echoing drip of water from unseen crevices. This was a place of death, a place where the earth itself seemed to weep. It was the perfect hiding place for those who sought to remain hidden. He followed the trail of the imitation whistle, a breadcrumb trail of volcanic rock fragments, each one leading him deeper into the heart of the quarry. The fragments were crudely shaped, unlike the meticulously crafted obsidian of his own whistle, yet they held a disturbing familiarity, a twisted echo of his own power. They were not merely tools, they were symbols, a declaration of defiance, a mocking imitation of his authority. As he moved deeper, the air grew colder, the shadows longer, more menacing. He sensed a presence, a malevolent energy that prickled his skin, a palpable sense of unease that mirrored the growing turmoil in his own heart. The quarry was not just a place of extraction, it was a place of ritual, a site where the Serpientes Verdes conducted their dark ceremonies, a place where they whispered their unholy oaths and planned their nefarious schemes. He discovered a hidden cavern, shrouded in darkness, its entrance concealed behind a curtain of hanging vines and loose rock. The air within was thick with the stench of stale sweat, fear, and something far more ancient, something that spoke of blood sacrifices and forgotten gods. He could hear whispers, murmurs, and the low guttural chanting of a forgotten tongue. He slipped into the cavern, his movements as fluid and silent as a phantom. The scene before him was a horrifying tableau of depravity. A crude altar, fashioned from rough-hewn stones, stood at the center of the cavern. Around it, huddled in the shadows, were the Serpientes Verdes, their faces contorted in a mixture of fear and fanaticism. They were performing a ritual, a dark communion, their voices a discordant chorus that resonated through the cavern. He recognized several of the faces, men who had served El Coyote, men who had been present at the betrayal, men who had participated in the slaughter of his comrades. But amongst them were others, faces far more powerful, more influential. Men in expensive suits, their faces etched with an unsettling calm, observed the ritual with a detached, almost clinical interest. These were not mere cartel members, these were the architects of the conspiracy, the puppeteers pulling the strings from the shadows of the city's power structures. They were conducting a ritual designed to amplify the power of the imitation whistles, to harness the energy of Mictlan, to twist the very essence of death for their own nefarious purposes. They were attempting to usurp the power that Mictlantecuhtli had bestowed upon him, to claim it for their own wicked desires. This wasn't just about revenge. This was about control, about seizing the city, about bending the city to their will. Santos's fury ignited, a conflagration that threatened to consume him entirely. He moved with the speed and precision of a predator, his movements almost imperceptible in the cavern's oppressive darkness. The obsidian whistle was an extension of his rage, its cold obsidian surface reflecting the malevolent energy of the cavern. The bone whistle's mournful wail shattered the ritual, piercing the chanting like a blade of obsidian. The cavern erupted in chaos. The serpientes verdes scattered, their fear palpable in the air, their cries a mixture of terror and desperation. The men in suits, however, remained calm, their faces betraying no emotion. They watched as Santos unleashed his wrath, as he carved his path through the chaos. One by one, he brought them down, his movements a blur of motion, his whistle a harbinger of death. Each victim bore the grim mark of his judgment, their skin blossoming with glowing glyphs. That exposed their sins, their corruption, their treachery. The cavern became a gruesome gallery, a macabre testament to the consequences of their actions. But the men in suits remained untouched, observing his carnage with an unsettling detachment. They were watching, evaluating, calculating. They were not afraid of him. They were impressed. They saw in him not an enemy, but a force of nature, a tool they could potentially harness for their own purposes. They had underestimated the power of Mictlan, but they had not underestimated Santos's power. As the dust settled and the last echoes of the whistle faded into the cavern's depths, Santos stood amidst the carnage, his heart filled with a cold dread. He had defeated the Serpientes Verdes, but he had only scratched the surface of the conspiracy. The true architects of this web of corruption remained, their faces unmarred, their eyes gleaming with a chilling intelligence. He knew then that his fight was far from over. The city's corruption ran deeper than he ever imagined, reaching into the very heart of its power structures. His hunt had just begun. The whispers of the Deathwhistle echoed through the cavern, a chilling prelude to a far greater confrontation. The city was not merely corrupt, it was complicit, and he was about to expose every single one of them. Allies in the shadows. The cavern reeked of death and despair, the air thick with a cloying scent of fear and burnt offerings. Santos stood amidst the fallen Serpientes Verdes, their bodies etched with the luminous glyphs of their sins, betrayal, avarice, murder, glowing like phosphorescent tattoos against their pallid skin. The men in suits, however, remained untouched, their expressions impassive, their eyes gleaming with a chilling curiosity. They were not afraid, they were intrigued. He had expected fear, perhaps even desperation. Instead, they offered him something unexpected, a chilling assessment, a calculating appraisal of his power. One of them, a man with eyes like chips of obsidian and a face as smooth as polished jade, stepped forward. He was impeccably dressed, his suit immaculate despite the surrounding carnage. He spoke in a low, cultured voice, devoid of any trace of emotion. "Impressive. El silbido de la muerte," he said, the words hanging in the air like a venomous mist. "Truly impressive. We have been observing your methods." Santos remained silent, his hand instinctively resting on the obsidian whistle at his hip. He knew better than to trust these men. Their calm amidst the chaos felt more terrifying than any scream or desperate plea. They were wolves in tailored suits, predators who moved in the shadows of power, manipulating events from behind a veil of respectability. "You have demonstrated a unique talent for dispensing justice," the man continued, his gaze unwavering. "A talent that could prove useful to certain parties." Santos saw the veiled threat beneath the words, the subtle suggestion of manipulation. They were not offering him an alliance, they were proposing a transaction. They wanted his power, his terrifying efficiency, for their own nefarious purposes. He wasn't sure what scared him more, their unyielding calm or their willingness to use him as a tool. But as he looked at the fallen bodies around him, he saw more than just the Serpientes Verdes. He saw the faces of his past, of his lost comrades, the ghosts of those he'd sworn to avenge. And in the depths of the cavern, he saw something else entirely. Something moving in the shadows, something that resonated with a flicker of recognition. A whimper, a low guttural moan, barely audible above the silence of the quarry. He moved towards the sound, towards the darkness clinging to the edges of the cavern. There, huddled in a corner, partially obscured by the shadows, he found her. A young woman, her body bruised and battered, her clothes torn, but her eyes burning with an unexpected fire. She was one of the many victims of the Serpientes Verdes, a woman they had used and abused, a pawn in their twisted games. She was bruised, bleeding, but her spirit remained unbroken. He recognized her from the street, a street vendor who always greeted him with a smile and a kind word. The serpents had taken that away from her. He knelt beside her, offering her water from his flask. As she drank, she looked at him, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. She spoke in hushed tones, her voice trembling slightly. You are El Silbido de la Muerte." He nodded. He knew there was no need for explanation. The glowing glyphs decorating the bodies around them spoke volumes. She told him her story, a tale of betrayal and brutality, of exploitation and despair. Her story, like so many others, was interwoven with the conspiracy, the web of corruption that spanned the city. But her story wasn't just about suffering, it was about defiance. Even in the face of such horrific treatment, her spirit had not been broken. As she spoke, more emerged from the shadows. A young man, crippled but defiant, with a haunted look in his eyes. Weathered old woman, her face lined with years of hardship, but her gaze filled with a fierce determination. They were survivors, casualties of the cartel's cruelty, people pushed to the fringes of society, forced to live in the shadows. But they were not broken. They were scarred, yes, but not vanquished. They had witnessed the same brutality, the same corruption, the same indifference that Santos had. They were his allies, not because of shared ideology or a pledge of loyalty, but because of shared pain, shared trauma, and a shared desire for vengeance. They were the forgotten souls of the city, the voices that had been silenced, and now they had found a voice. A voice that whispered through the obsidian whistle, a symphony of death and justice. These were not seasoned warriors, skilled in combat or strategy. They were ordinary people, thrust into extraordinary circumstances, their lives irrevocably changed by the callous brutality of the cartel. But they possessed something far more valuable than physical prowess, unwavering conviction, a burning desire for retribution. Their knowledge of the cartel's inner workings, the intricacies of their operations, proved invaluable. They knew the hidden passages, the secret meeting places, the identities of the key players. They provided Santos with information he could never have gathered on his own. This information would give him the leverage he needed to strike at the heart of the conspiracy, not just eliminate its foot soldiers. This was a war of attrition, a slow, painstaking dismantling of a vast, intricate web of corruption. The men in suits watched, initially with detached amusement, later with growing unease as Santos's unlikely alliance began to bear fruit. They had underestimated the strength of those they had wronged, the resilience of the human spirit. They had tried to exploit Santos's power, to turn him into a weapon. But Santos had found something far more powerful, a network of allies fueled by shared agony, united by a thirst for justice, and prepared to fight alongside him, even if it meant facing certain death. The obsidian whistle, once a tool of lonely vengeance, now became a beacon, a symbol of a growing rebellion against the darkness that had consumed the city. It was a sound that echoed through the shadows, gathering the broken souls, uniting them in their quest for retribution, for a city reclaimed from the venomous grip of corruption. The hunt was far from over, but Santos, for the first time, was no longer alone. He had found allies in the shadows, allies who understood the darkness he carried, allies who were ready to fight alongside him, into the very heart of hell itself. The fight for justice had become a symphony of vengeance, and the whispers of El Silbido de la Muerte now echoed in a chorus of righteous fury. The city would tremble before their combined might. The weight of justice, the weight of the obsidian whistle pressed against Santos's hip, a cold, familiar weight. It was a weight of power, yes, but also a weight of guilt, a burden that grew heavier with each soul he claimed. The glowing glyphs, once a satisfying symbol of retribution, now felt like a brand, a mark of Cain etched onto his soul. He saw them everywhere, on the walls of the cavern, on the bodies of his fallen enemies, even it seemed, beginning to subtly etch themselves onto the very fabric of his being. They were a constant reminder of the violence he wielded, the lives he extinguished. He'd expected a sense of triumph, of catharsis, after confronting the Serpientes Verdes. Instead, a gnawing unease settled in his gut, a cold dread that clung to him like the dampness of the underworld. The faces of his fallen comrades, those he had sworn to avenge, haunted him, not as triumphant visions of justice served, but as silent accusations. Their deaths were as much a part of the grim tapestry of this city as the living. He had slain his enemies, but the victory felt hollow, the echoes of his whistle a dirge rather than a triumphant fanfare. The faces of his new allies, however, offered a different kind of echo. The young woman, the crippled man, the old woman. They looked at him with a mixture of fear and hope, their gaze reflecting his own internal turmoil. Their belief in his cause was a stark contrast to the growing doubt within him. They had seen the darkness firsthand, the depths of cruelty and depravity that the Serpientes Verdes represented, yet they weren't consumed by it. Their resilience, their unwavering hope for justice, began to chip away at the fortress of doubt he had built around himself. He found himself questioning his methods, the very essence of his role as El Silbido de la Muerte. Was he truly dispensing justice, or simply enacting vengeance? Was he a force for good, or merely a grim reaper, cloaked in the guise of a righteous avenger? The line blurred, became indistinct in the darkness of his own soul. He was a tool of Mictlantecutli, a conduit for death, but was that the only destiny he was meant to fulfill? The obsidian whistle, once a symbol of his power, now felt like a shackle, binding him to a path he wasn't sure he wanted to continue walking. He sought counsel in the unexpected places. He visited La Llorona, not in the traditional sense, but in her spectral form. Instead of the mournful cries of a grieving mother, he found her surprisingly calm, a reflection of the growing turmoil in his own mind. She listened patiently, her ethereal form shifting in the moonlight, her presence as heavy as the weight of the souls that clung to him. She spoke not of revenge or justice, but of balance, of the cyclical nature of life and death, and of the necessity for both to exist in harmony. Her words didn't offer easy answers, but instead forced Santos to confront the complexities of his actions. He was dealing with the darkness, but was his own darkness consuming him? He also sought counsel from the shamans, the curanderos who knew the ancient ways, the subtle nuances of life and death, of the balance between the mortal realm and the underworld. They spoke of the delicate dance between justice and vengeance, the thin line that separates them. They warned him of the corrupting influence of power, the insidious nature of vengeance, which, unchecked, could consume even the most righteous soul. Their words were a warning, but also a challenge. Could he find a way to balance the scales, to deliver justice without losing his own humanity? The men in suits, those shadowy figures who had initially observed him with detached curiosity, now watched with growing apprehension. They had underestimated Santos, his power, and the unlikely alliance he had forged. Their initial attempts to manipulate him, to use his power for their own ends, had failed. They had underestimated the human spirit, the fierce resilience of those who had suffered at the hands of the cartel. Their attempts at subtle blackmail, hinting at the dangers his actions could bring to those he had sworn to protect, fell on deaf ears. Santos was fueled by something greater than his own survival. He was driven by a collective need for justice. The city itself seemed to respond to the growing conflict. The whispers of El Silbido de la Muerte, once confined to the darkest corners of the underworld and the back alleys, now echoed through the city's grand plazas and elegant boulevards. The glowing glyphs, initially confined to the bodies of his fallen enemies, now began appearing on buildings, on walls, a grim reminder of the city's pervasive corruption. Santos found himself fighting not only the cartel, but also his own internal demons, the moral quandaries that threatened to consume him. His actions were leaving their mark, not just on the city, but on his soul. The weight of justice was immense, but it was a weight he had to bear, for his own sake, for the sake of his allies, and for the city he was fighting to reclaim from the clutches of darkness. His journey was far from over. The shadows were still long, and the path to justice was fraught with peril. But in the hearts of his allies, in the unwavering gaze of those he fought to protect, Santos found a flicker of hope, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, justice, like a faint but persistent whisper, could still prevail. The whistle's song had become a symphony of struggle, a battle not only against physical enemies, but against the very essence of his own nature. The fight for justice wasn't just a hunt anymore, it was a pilgrimage, a relentless journey towards a balance between vengeance and redemption. The weight of justice pressed heavily upon him, but in the eyes of those he fought for, he found the strength to continue. The city waited, trembling, for the final notes of this grim symphony to be played, unmasking the puppet master. The air hung thick with the scent of copal and fear. The crumbling hacienda, perched precariously on the edge of a cliff overlooking the churning Pacific, pulsed with a malevolent energy. Inside, Santos felt the obsidian whistle thrum against his hip. A silent warning. He'd followed the trail of glyphs, a macabre breadcrumb trail leading him to this place, to this meeting, a confrontation that transcended the simple vendettas he'd been pursuing. This wasn't about the Serpientes Verdes anymore. This was about something far older, far more sinister. The room was cavernous, lit only by flickering candles that cast long, dancing shadows on the walls. Dust motes swirled in the air, illuminated by the ethereal glow of the glyphs that had marked his path. They spiraled and intertwined, forming a pattern he instinctively recognized, a representation of Mictlantecutli himself, the god of death, his skeletal form looming over the scene. Seated at a massive, ornately carved table was the man who had orchestrated it all. Not a brutish cartel leader, not a sneering politician, but a man of refinement, of cultivated power. Don Emilio Vargas. His name, whispered in hushed tones among the city's elite, was usually associated with philanthropy, with cultural preservation, with the preservation of Mexico's rich heritage. But the glyphs on the walls, glowing with an unholy light, told a different story. They spoke of sacrifice, of ritual, of a darkness that went far beyond the simple greed of the drug trade. They spoke of something ancient, something that fed on the very lifeblood of the city. Don Emilio didn't look up as Santos entered. He was studying a meticulously crafted jaguar skull, its eyes gleaming with an unnerving luminescence. The skull pulsed faintly, like a still-beating heart. The air crackled with an unnatural energy, a tangible sense of dread that chilled Santos to the bone, a presence far colder than the damp earth of Mictlan. "En silbido de la muerte," Don Emilio finally said, his voice smooth, cultured, a stark contrast to the terrifying reality of his actions. He didn't turn, didn't even seem to acknowledge Santos's presence directly. "And been expecting you." Santos remained silent, his hand instinctively moving to the obsidian whistle. He could feel the power thrumming within it, the potential for annihilation. He knew he held a terrifying weapon, but against this man, against the chilling aura that permeated the room, he wasn't entirely sure it would be enough. "You've disrupted my work," Don Emilio continued, his voice a low purr. "So you've interfered with the balance." "Balance?" Santos echoed, his voice rough, betraying the turmoil within him. "What balance?" "The balance of death and destruction you've brought upon this city." Don Emilio chuckled, a dry, rasping sound that sent shivers down Santos's spine. He finally turned, revealing a face that seemed both ancient and ageless, eyes that held the cold glint of obsidian. He wasn't just old, he was timeless, a figure from legend given flesh and blood, or perhaps something else entirely. "A balance of the ancient ways," Don Emilio explained, his gaze piercing. "And the city, my dear Santos, is built upon a foundation of sacrifice, a pact made centuries ago, a pact that has kept it thriving, protected it from the ravages of time and the whims of fate, a pact you have disrupted." He gestured towards the jaguar skull. "And this is the heart of it all, the conduit of power." The Serpientes Verdes were merely pawns, necessary sacrifices to maintain the flow of energy, Their deaths were regrettable but necessary. Santos felt a surge of rage, a primal instinct to unleash the whistle's power, to obliterate this man, this puppet master, who treated human lives like mere chess pieces. But something in Don Emilio's words, something in the eerie calm of his demeanor, stopped him. There was a terrifying logic to it, a twisted, ancient logic. That echoed the chilling tales he'd heard in the underworld. Don Emilio leaned forward, his eyes gleaming. "And you are a creature of Mictlan, Santos. You understand the nature of sacrifice. You understand the necessity of balance. Yet you fight against the ancient order, against the very fabric of this city's existence." He revealed a hidden compartment in the table, revealing intricate carvings depicting ancient Aztec rituals, human sacrifices, and offerings to the gods. It was a horrifying spectacle, a display of dark knowledge, a glimpse into a world far older than the city itself. "For generations, my family has maintained this balance," Don Emilio continued, his voice low and hypnotic. "We have ensured the city's prosperity, its protection. We have fed the ancient ones, appeased the gods. You, with your unorthodox methods, threatened to unravel everything." The glyphs on the walls pulsed, intensifying their glow. The room seemed to breathe, the air thick with the weight of centuries of secrets, of forgotten rituals, of a conspiracy that extended far beyond the reach of the cartel. Santos felt the weight of the obsidian whistle, not just as a weapon, but as a symbol, a key to understanding a conflict that extended far beyond the mortal realm. The fight wasn't just about justice or vengeance anymore. It was about survival, about the preservation of the world, and the terrifying realization that his enemy was not merely a drug lord, but a guardian of an ancient malevolent order. He was fighting against something that was far older and far more dangerous than he could have ever imagined. Santos looked at the jaguar skull, feeling a shiver run down his spine. He knew instinctively that Don Emilio wasn't lying. The ancient pact, the city's dark foundation, it was real. The glowing glyphs, the unnatural energy that pulsed through the room, it was undeniable evidence of a power that dwarfed even Mictlantecuhtli's influence. He felt a profound unease. He had been fighting the symptoms, the puppets, not the puppeteer. And the puppeteer was far more powerful, far more entrenched than he could have ever imagined. He had been fighting a battle on the wrong battlefield, a war fought on the wrong terms. The weight of this revelation crashed down on him, heavier than the burden of the souls he'd claimed. He understood now the true nature of the conspiracy, a web woven through centuries of history, its threads tied to the very heart of the city. This wasn't just about punishing criminals. It was about confronting a force that predated the modern world, a power so ancient and so entrenched, it challenged the very boundaries of reality itself. He was no longer simply El Silbido de la Muerte, a grim reaper dispensing justice. He was facing a challenge that required a different kind of weapon, a different kind of understanding. Don Emilio's words echoed in his mind, the balance of the ancient ways. He was not simply a tool of Mictlantecuhtli, but a key player in a far larger, more ancient conflict, one that threatened not just the city, but possibly the world. The fight for justice had taken an unexpected turn, leading him not just to vengeance, but to the perilous path of unraveling a conspiracy that stretched back to the dawn of time, a conspiracy that threatened to consume everything in its path. He had to find a way not just to defeat Don Emilio, but to understand the nature of this ancient pact, the true nature of the balance he spoke of, before it was too late. The weight of the obsidian whistle was nothing compared to the weight of this new, terrifying reality. His fight for justice was about to become a battle for the very soul of the city, a fight against the shadows of the past and the terrifying power that lurked within them. The whispers of El Silbido de la Muerte would soon be drowned out by the roar of a much older, more ancient war. Gathering the evidence, the obsidian whistle felt heavy in Santos's hand, the weight amplifying the chilling truth Don Emilio had revealed. The conspiracy wasn't simply a cartel operation. It was a centuries-old pact, a grotesque symbiosis between the city's elite, the underworld, and something far older, something that resided in the shadows, feeding on the city's lifeblood. The glyphs, the jaguar skull, these weren't merely symbols, they were keys, unlocking a hidden history buried beneath layers of deceit and carefully constructed facades. His first step was to revisit the locations where the glyphs had appeared. Each glowing mark, a testament to a life extinguished, now served as a guide, a breadcrumb trail leading to further evidence. The first location was a seemingly innocuous art gallery, owned by a prominent socialite, Señora Elena de la Riva. The glyphs depicted a ritual sacrifice, specifically the offering of a young woman to an ancient deity. Santos, using his newfound understanding, saw it not as a random act of violence, but a carefully planned ritual. A search of the gallery, aided by his enhanced senses honed in Mictlan, revealed a hidden chamber. Inside, amidst carefully preserved artifacts, he found a ledger. Not a simple account book, but a detailed chronicle of sacrifices, dates, names, and the specific rituals associated with each offering. The names listed were not just cartel members. Several were influential figures in the city's government, their names carefully coded within the ledger's cryptic entries. His next target was the city archives, a labyrinth of dusty records and forgotten documents. The glyphs he'd followed led him to a section dedicated to the city's founding. He uncovered documents detailing a pact, a chilling agreement struck centuries ago between the city's original settlers and a malevolent entity, an ancient being demanding regular sacrifices in exchange for prosperity and protection. This ancient treaty had been meticulously obscured, its existence only hinted at in fragmented texts and cryptic illustrations. Santos spent days poring over the dusty documents, piecing together the fragments of a horrifying history. The documents described rituals, sacrifices, and a complex system of appeasement designed to keep the ancient entity satiated. He found references to the jaguar skull, described as a conduit for the entity's power, its pulsating energy a tangible link between the mortal and supernatural realms. The evidence implicated not just Don Emilio and his immediate circle, but a broader network, a spiderweb of influence extending to the highest levels of society. He unearthed connections between prominent businessmen, politicians, and even members of the clergy, all linked through a series of clandestine meetings and coded messages. He realized that the Serpiente Verdes were merely a small part of a much larger operation, expendable pawns in a game played for far greater stakes. His investigations led him to a clandestine meeting held deep within a network of tunnels beneath the city, a hidden world known only to a select few. The tunnels were ancient, echoing with the whispers of forgotten rituals. Hidden within these tunnels was a network of hidden chambers, where the sacrifices took place. The air hung heavy with the scent of blood and copal, the lingering essence of past rituals. He found evidence of recent sacrifices confirming that Don Emilio's operation was still ongoing, that the city was still paying its unholy debt. As Santos gathered evidence, he felt the weight of the conspiracy bearing down on him. He was no longer simply hunting criminals, he was unraveling a web of power that reached into the very heart of the city, a web protected by centuries of secrecy and woven with the threads of dark magic. The risk was immense. Don Emilio's reach extended far beyond the confines of the cartel. He was shielded by influential allies, protected by a network of power and corruption that reached into the city's government and beyond. Each step Santos took was a gamble. Each piece of evidence he uncovered brought him closer to the edge, closer to a precipice from which there was no turning back. He discovered that the city itself was a living testament to the conspiracy, built upon a foundation of human sacrifice. The layout of the city, the placement of its oldest buildings, its plazas and hidden passages, all pointed towards a carefully planned design, meant to channel and contain the entity's power. The city's prosperity, the very lifeblood that flowed through its veins, was sustained by the sacrifices, a macabre energy source that fueled its existence. He realized the true meaning of Don Emilio's words, end balance of the ancient ways. He had not only been fighting a cartel, he had been fighting the city itself, challenging its very foundation, its very existence. The final piece of the puzzle came from a hidden crypt beneath the city's oldest cathedral. There, among the tombs of long-dead priests and bishops, he found a hidden altar, its surface covered in intricate carvings depicting the pact made centuries ago. The altar itself pulsed with an unnatural energy, a tangible connection to the ancient entity. He found a hidden chamber containing ancient texts written in Nahuatl, the language of the Aztecs. These texts provided a horrifyingly detailed description of the pact, the rituals required to maintain it, and the consequences of breaking it. The consequences, he learned, were cataclysmic, threatening to unleash a power that would consume the city, perhaps the entire world. The evidence was overwhelming, a terrifying tapestry woven from centuries of deceit and darkness. He had not just unearthed a criminal conspiracy, but an ancient, malevolent force that had been feeding on the city for generations. He was now armed with not only the knowledge of the conspiracy, but also the understanding of its horrifying power. He had to find a way to expose this conspiracy, to break the ancient pact, to bring down Don Emilio and those who shielded him, before it was too late, before the city was irrevocably consumed by the darkness that had held it captive for so long. His journey had taken a dark turn, far beyond the simple pursuit of vengeance. His fight was now for the soul of the city, a battle against a power far older and far more terrifying than anything he had ever encountered, even in the depths of Mictlan. The informant, the flickering gaslight, cast long, dancing shadows across the grimy alleyway as Santos, his obsidian whistle a cold weight in his pocket, met his informant. The meeting place was as clandestine as the information promised. A crumbling cantina tucked away in a forgotten corner of the city, its name barely visible under a layer of grime and neglect. The air hung thick with the scent of stale beer, cheap tequila, and something else. Something subtly acrid, like the lingering perfume of fear. His contact, a woman named Isabel, sat alone in a shadowed booth. Her face was partially obscured by a wide-brimmed hat, but Santos could discern the sharp angles of her jawline and the glint of intelligence in her dark eyes. She was dressed plainly, almost to the point of anonymity, yet an undeniable aura of power emanated from her, a subtle energy that suggested a life lived on the edge. There was a hardness to her gaze, a steely resolve that betrayed a lifetime spent navigating the treacherous currents of the city's underworld. "In el silbido de la muerte," she murmured, her voice a low, husky whisper that seemed to slither into the very air around him. She didn't offer a greeting, nor did she seem surprised by his arrival. It was as if she had been expecting him, waiting for him in the shadows of this forgotten corner of the city. Her knowledge of his moniker, a name whispered in fearful tones only in the darkest corners of the city, was chilling. Santos remained silent, his gaze unwavering. Trust was a luxury he couldn't afford. He'd learned that lesson repeatedly in Mictlan, and the brutal realities of the mortal world hadn't changed that. He knew her type, a woman who dealt in secrets, a whisper in the shadows, a broker of information in this city of whispers and shadows. The question was, what was her price, and more importantly, could he afford it? "And seek answers about the conspiracy," Isabel stated, her voice flat, devoid of any emotion. "Answers that will cost you dearly. I know things others would kill to keep hidden. Things that reach the highest echelons of power. Things that would shake this city to its very foundations." Santos nodded slowly, his hand instinctively drifting to the whistle at his side. "And I am aware of the price," he replied, his voice a low growl. "Dare tell me what you know." Isabel leaned forward, her voice dropping even lower, barely audible above the muted sounds of the cantina. "And the pact is older than this city. It predates the conquistadors, the Spanish rule, even the Aztec Empire. It's a pact forged in blood, sealed with the souls of countless innocents. A pact that sustains this city's prosperity, its very existence, through a constant stream of human sacrifice. Don Emilio is just one player, a puppet on a string, dancing to the tune of a much more ancient and powerful master." She spoke of rituals that echoed ancient Aztec practices, of offerings made in secret chambers beneath the city, of a network of power that spanned centuries and involved figures far beyond the reach of the cartel. She described a hidden hierarchy, a council of shadowy figures who controlled the flow of this macabre energy, using their influence to maintain the balance, to ensure the continued flow of sacrifice. "This entity, it demands appeasement," Isabel continued, "and it thrives on fear, on suffering, on the agony of the innocent. And those who control the flow of sacrifices wield immense power, a power far exceeding that of any cartel leader or corrupt official." Santos listened intently, piecing together the fragments of Isabel's narrative with the information he had already gathered. Her words confirmed his worst fears, painting a picture of a conspiracy far more vast and terrifying than he could have ever imagined. The pact, the rituals, the hidden masters, it all fit, interlocking like pieces of a morbid puzzle. "And the jaguar skull," she added, her voice barely a breath. "It's more than just a symbol. It's a conduit, a focal point, amplifying the entity's power. Don Emilio uses it to channel this power to control his underlings, but the true power lies with the council, with those who understand the true nature of the pact." Santos asked about the council's composition, their methods, their motives. Isabel revealed names, connections, whispered details about clandestine meetings held in locations steeped in history, places of power saturated with the lingering aura of ancient rituals. She spoke of coded messages, cryptic symbols, and hidden passages known only to a select few. Her knowledge was encyclopedic, detailed, disturbingly thorough. But Isabel's information wasn't delivered freely. She demanded something in return, a favor that spoke to a past connection, a shared history shrouded in ambiguity. She needed Santos's help, not to expose the conspiracy, but to protect someone, a figure caught in the crossfire of this ancient war. A young woman, a relative, she claimed. This individual, she implied, was crucial to unraveling a greater truth within the conspiracy, one that could topple the entire network. It seemed her help came with a dangerous condition. "Her name is Isabella," Isabel whispered, her voice laced with an undercurrent of desperation. "She possesses a crucial piece of the puzzle, knowledge that could shatter the council's control. But she's in danger, hunted by those who guard the secrets. They are ruthless, relentless. They know what she knows, and they'll stop at nothing to silence her." Santos considered her request. He had come to her seeking information, not a new mission, but he found himself trapped in a web of loyalty he hadn't anticipated. His own sense of justice warred with his instinct for self-preservation. The lines were blurred, the allegiances uncertain. This woman, shrouded in shadows, was offering a dangerous alliance. Her motives remained uncertain, her loyalty questionable. But the situation called for action, a complex calculus of betrayal and survival. The fate of Isabella, and perhaps the city itself, hung in the balance. The decision, as always, was his. He felt the weight of the obsidian whistle, a reminder of his power, his curse, his responsibility. He would help Isabella, but his own investigation would not stop. He would unravel the truth behind the conspiracy, exposing the ancient pact and its shadowy protectors, no matter the cost. His fight was now not just against Don Emilio and the Serpientes Verdes, but against an ancient entity and its human accomplices, a battle against time itself. The consequences of failure were too horrific to contemplate. The fate of the city, and perhaps much more, rested on the edge of a knife. And he, El Silbido de la Muerte, would determine the outcome. He'd navigate this treacherous path, using Isabel's information to uncover the truth, all while protecting Isabella from a force that had existed for centuries, a force that had woven itself into the very fabric of the city's existence. The city's dark heart would be laid bare, the ancient pact shattered, or he would become another victim, another soul claimed by the ancient pact. The choice was his, and he would choose wisely. The game, however, had just begun. The trap. The cantina's shadows offered little solace. Even as Isabel spoke, a prickling unease crawled across Santos's skin. Her information, while invaluable, felt staged, too convenient, too readily given. He dealt with informants before. The dance of trust and betrayal was a familiar rhythm. But this felt different, a carefully orchestrated waltz toward a predetermined end. Leaving the cantina, he felt it. A shift in the air, a subtle change in the city's usual cacophony. It wasn't the usual hum of urban life. This was a silent pressure, a tightening of the net around him. He moved through the labyrinthine streets, his senses heightened, every shadow a potential threat, every echo a warning. The feeling of being watched intensified, growing from a subtle suspicion to a palpable dread. He reached the rendezvous point, a dilapidated warehouse near the docks, only to find it surrounded, not by Don Emilio's goons, but by figures far more refined. Men in impeccably tailored suits, their faces obscured by the darkness, moved with an unnerving precision, their movements suggesting years of training, of honed efficiency. They were not street thugs. These were professionals, assassins, each a silent predator in human form. This was no simple ambush. It was a meticulously planned trap. Santos realized then that Isabel had been a pawn, a carefully placed piece in a larger game. The information she'd provided, while accurate, had been designed to lure him into this ambush. He'd walked directly into the heart of the conspiracy, a predator caught in its carefully woven net. His whistle felt heavy in his pocket, a useless weight against the overwhelming odds. He was outnumbered, outmaneuvered, trapped. But surrender wasn't an option. He was El Silbido de la Muerte, and even in the face of certain death, he would fight. He moved with the fluidity of a phantom, a whisper in the darkness, weaving through the shadows, exploiting every blind spot, every crevice in the warehouse's crumbling walls. His knowledge of the city's underbelly, honed through years of violence and survival, became his shield. He utilized the familiar darkness as a cloak of invisibility, transforming the very environment into his weapon. The warehouse was a testament to decay, a labyrinth of broken machinery and rusted barrels. Each crashing sound echoed through the vast space, amplifying the sense of isolation and danger. The scent of decay, stale water, and the ever-present fear hung heavy in the air, adding another layer to the suffocating atmosphere. He used his whistle, not to harvest souls, but to disorient. A sharp, high-pitched blast, barely audible above the din, echoed through the warehouse, creating a momentary lapse in the attackers' coordination, a fleeting disruption in their precise movements. The shockwave wasn't physical, it was mental, a brief intrusion into their trained reflexes, enough to create the opening he needed. He moved like a wraith, his movements precise, lethal. He didn't engage directly, opting instead for a hit-and-run tactic, leveraging the environment to his advantage. He sent one assassin tumbling down a collapsing stairwell with a well-placed kick. Another was incapacitated with a swift strike to the throat, his body disappearing into the shadows as quickly as he'd appeared. He moved with deadly efficiency, a silent predator striking from the darkness, transforming the warehouse into his hunting ground. But they were relentless. Their numbers, their precision, their training threatened to overwhelm him. He felt the weight of their coordinated assault, the relentless pressure of their attack. He was forced to unleash the full extent of his abilities, his movements becoming increasingly ferocious, his attacks more brutal. Each blow was measured, each strike calculated, ensuring maximum impact with minimal exposure. He realized he couldn't win a direct confrontation. He needed to escape, to regroup, to find a way to turn the tables. He had to exploit their reliance on precision, their predictability. Their sophisticated approach had its own limitations. A rigid structure that could be broken. Exploiting a moment of confusion, he launched himself through a shattered window, plunging into the cold night. He left the warehouse behind, its crumbling walls a backdrop to his desperate flight. He ran, adrenaline pumping, the cold night air a stark contrast to the suffocating claustrophobia of the warehouse. He knew he was still being hunted. He could feel the silent pursuit, a relentless shadow clinging to his heels. He needed to reach a safe haven, a place where he could plan his counterattack. He remembered a hidden passage, a forgotten tunnel beneath the city, a secret he had uncovered during his time in Mictlan, a path known only to a handful of individuals. It was a perilous route, a labyrinth of darkness, but it offered a chance of escape, a chance to disappear, to regroup, and to devise a plan of his own. He knew he would need allies, more than Isabel's unreliable information and the vague threat of a mysterious Isabella. He needed to uncover the true extent of the conspiracy, to understand the motivations of those who had lured him into this trap. The Jaguar Skull, the Ancient Pact, the Council of Shadows, these were clues, threads he had to unravel to expose the mastermind behind this elaborate game. He dove into the labyrinthine tunnels beneath the city, the darkness wrapping around him like a shroud, offering both protection and a chilling sense of isolation. Each step was an act of faith, each turn a gamble. He was alone, hunted and outmatched, But the hunt was far from over. He was El Silbido de la Muerte, and death itself was his ally in this desperate game of survival. The city's underbelly, a place he knew better than most, became his sanctuary, a shield against the approaching storm. The trap had been set, but Santos, the master of shadows, had just begun his escape, his eyes fixed on the greater threat lurking within the depths of this ancient conspiracy. The game had changed, and the hunter had become the hunted. Now the fight for his survival and for the soul of the city itself had truly begun. The price of freedom. The air in the tunnel hung thick and cold, tasting of damp earth and forgotten things. The flickering light of his Zippo lighter cast long, dancing shadows on the slick, damp walls, the echoes of his footsteps swallowed by the oppressive silence. He pressed onward, the rhythmic drip of water a relentless counterpoint to the frantic beat of his heart. This subterranean labyrinth, a relic of a forgotten era, was his only refuge, a desperate gamble against the relentless pursuit of his enemies. He knew the risks. The tunnels were a maze, treacherous and unforgiving. A wrong turn could lead to a dead end, a flooded passage, or worse, a confrontation with creatures far more terrifying than the men hunting him. But he had no other choice. His pursuers were relentless, their sophistication a chilling testament to the power of the conspiracy he'd stumbled into. The scent of ozone, sharp and metallic, suddenly filled the air. It wasn't the smell of electricity, it was something older, something primal. He felt a tremor in the earth, a low hum that vibrated through his bones. He knew instinctively that he was approaching the heart of the tunnel, the place where the earth itself seemed to breathe. As he rounded a bend, he saw it, a massive cavern, its walls adorned with ancient glyphs that glowed with an eerie phosphorescent light. The air throbbed with an almost palpable energy, a tangible presence that sent shivers down his spine. In the center of the cavern, a figure emerged from the shadows, a being of immense power, its form shifting and indistinct, yet radiating an aura of ancient authority. It was La Llorona, but not the weeping woman of legend. This was something different, more powerful, more ancient. Her eyes burned with an unearthly light, her presence a suffocating blend of sorrow and terrible power. She was the embodiment of grief, of loss, of the countless souls swallowed by the river of tears. "In silbido de la muerte," she hissed, her voice a rasping echo in the cavern. "So you seek escape, but freedom comes at a price." Santos knew he was in the presence of something far beyond human comprehension. He'd faced death in Mictlan, but this was different. This was a power that transcended even the Aztec underworld. He'd made deals with death before, but this was a pact with something far older, far more dangerous. "What price?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. He was weary, wounded, but his resolve remained unbroken. He had come too far to surrender now. La Llorona's laughter echoed through the cavern, a chilling sound that seemed to pierce the very fabric of reality. "Your soul," she said, her voice dripping with a chilling sweetness, "and a portion of your essence, bound to my service. In return, I will grant you the power to overcome your enemies, to unravel the conspiracy that threatens to consume you." He considered the offer, a part of his soul, a steep price to pay. But the alternative was death, or worse, becoming another pawn in the game he was desperate to end. He looked at his reflection in the phosphorescent glyphs, a grim reminder of the sacrifices he'd already made, the darkness that had claimed him. The price of freedom, it seemed, was always steep. "And I accept," he said, his voice firm, despite the tremor in his hands. La Llorona smiled, a terrifying display of power and ancient sorrow. She extended a hand, and a wave of energy surged through the cavern. Santos felt a searing pain, as if his very essence was being torn apart. He screamed, a primal cry of agony that echoed through the cavern, swallowed by the vastness of the underworld. When the pain subsided, he felt different, stronger, more powerful. The glyphs on his skin pulsed with a newfound energy. His connection to Mictlan deepened, amplified. He felt a surge of power, a connection to La Llorona's immense sorrow and rage, a chilling fusion of his own mortality with her eternal grief. He received the power he desired, but at a cost. His bond to La Llorona would forever bind him, a dark thread interwoven into his soul. He felt it, a chilling awareness that the terms of the pact were still being determined, still unfolding, the price still being calculated. He emerged from the tunnel, reborn, strengthened but forever changed. The night was alive with a new awareness. The city was no longer just a backdrop, but a stage for his revenge. His pursuers, who believed they were the hunters, had no idea that the game had changed. El Silbido de la Muerte was no longer merely a hunter. He was a force of nature, fueled by La Llorona's sorrow and his own relentless fury. He moved through the city, a phantom in the shadows, his movements swift, his purpose clear. He began to unravel the web of the conspiracy, starting with the most easily accessible threads, the men who had ambushed him at the warehouse. He found them one by one, not just killing, but making an example. He left them not dead but broken, their sins etched upon the walls, glowing glyphs that served as a horrific testament to the consequences of betrayal. His new power was terrifying. He could sense the fear of his enemies, the whispers of their guilt. His whistle, once a tool for reaping souls, was now amplified by La Llorona's sorrow. It was more than a weapon, it was a conduit for vengeance, a tool of divine retribution. The city itself seemed to react to his presence. The shadows deepened, the wind howled, a chilling symphony of fear and dread. He was no longer just El Silbido de la Muerte, but a harbinger of La Llorona's wrath, a living embodiment of her grief and vengeance. The conspiracy was vast, far-reaching, involving not only the corrupt officials and cartel leaders he'd expected, but a shadowy cabal of individuals far more powerful and influential than he could have imagined. He'd uncovered only the first layers of this vast and intricate network. The true extent of the conspiracy was still hidden, still wrapped in shadows. His path led him closer to Isabella, the mysterious woman hinted at in Isabel's dying words. He knew she held the key to unlocking the truth, the heart of the conspiracy. He felt her presence now, a faint whisper on the wind, a tantalizing glimpse of the ultimate prize. His journey was far from over, it was only just beginning, a descent into darkness where the price of freedom was far greater than he could have ever imagined. The fight for his life, for his soul, and for the soul of the city had just begun. And La Llorona's cold hand rested on his shoulder, a constant reminder of the price he'd paid for his power, the price that was still yet to be fully collected. The confrontation. The warehouse stood silhouetted against the bruised purple of the dawn sky, a skeletal monument to betrayal. Inside, the air hung heavy with the metallic tang of blood and the cloying sweetness of decay. Santos, El Silbido de la Muerte, moved through the shadows like a wraith, his bone whistle a silent promise hanging in the air. He'd tracked them here, the architects of his demise, the men who'd left him to rot in the fetid embrace of Mictlan. They hadn't expected his return, his rebirth forged in the fires of the underworld. They hadn't expected the power that now pulsed beneath his skin, the icy grip of La Llorona's sorrow fused with his own burning rage. His quarry, a trio of men whose faces were etched with a mixture of arrogance and fear, occupied the upper floor. Their voices, muffled by the distance, carried on the currents of the night air. Santos heard snippets of their conversation, mention of an Ntunda ritual, of Isabella, and something about a key, all delivered in hushed conspiratorial whispers. He let the whispers fuel his hatred, a dark fire burning in his gut. This wasn't simply revenge anymore. It was the culmination of a long and torturous journey, a brutal reckoning for the sins of the powerful. He ascended the rickety stairs, each step a deliberate, measured movement. The creak of the wood was a discordant counterpoint to the growing intensity of the scene unfolding above. He could smell their fear now, a palpable aroma that mingled with the stench of decay. It was a potent intoxicant, feeding the hunger that gnawed at his soul. He reached the top, finding them huddled around a table littered with ritualistic objects, candles, a worn grimoire, and a strangely ornate key that pulsed with a faint internal light. The air crackled with a dark energy, a palpable aura of malice and desperation. Their leader, a man whose face was as pale as death, looked up, his eyes widening with a terror that bordered on religious experience. El silbido de la muerte, he croaked, his voice trembling. You shouldn't be alive. Santos remained silent, his gaze fixed on the key, sensing its power, its significance. This wasn't just some mere symbol of power, it was a conduit, a key that unlocked something far more profound, something far more dangerous. The confrontation began not with a roar, but with a chilling silence. Santos didn't need to speak. His presence alone was a condemnation. His bone whistle hung at his side, a dark promise that vibrated with the pent-up fury of Mictlan itself. The men, fueled by a desperate need for self-preservation, attacked. The fight was brutal, short, and utterly one-sided. Santos moved with a speed and precision born of his experiences in Mictlan. His movements were a blur of motion, each strike precise, each blow delivered with the cold fury of La Llorona's sorrow coursing through his veins. His opponents, despite their training, their weapons, their numbers, were simply no match for his supernatural strength. One by one they fell, their screams echoing the ancient despair of the underworld. Santos didn't kill them outright, not yet. He used his bone whistle, not to reap their souls, but to brand them, to etch their sins upon the walls, to transform the warehouse into a macabre gallery of their transgressions. Each whistle blow was accompanied by a glowing glyph, a horrifying testament to their greed, their betrayal, their cruelty. The warehouse walls transformed before his eyes, becoming a gruesome tapestry of glowing phosphorescent images, a depiction of the warehouse ambush, scenes of torture, scenes of stolen money, of corrupt deals, of innocent lives destroyed, all rendered in the haunting, unearthly light of the glyphs. With his enemies broken and branded, Santos finally turned his attention to the key. He picked it up, feeling its warmth, its power, sensing the vast potential it held. He understood now. This wasn't merely a key to a vault, a safe, a treasure chest. It was a key to something far greater, something that lay at the very heart of the conspiracy. The key resonated with the glyphs on his skin, a symphony of ancient power. He felt a connection to something ancient, something primal, something that extended far beyond the limits of the physical realm. The whispers he'd overheard earlier, Isabella, a ritual, now echoed in his mind with a terrifying clarity. He knew what he had to do, where he had to go. The dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of blood orange and bruised purple. Santos emerged from the warehouse, the key clutched tight in his hand, his shadow stretching long behind him. The city was awakening, oblivious to the darkness that still lurked beneath the surface, to the terrifying truth that had just been revealed. He was one step closer to Isabella, one step closer to the truth, and one step closer to the final reckoning. The final showdown was yet to come, but the pieces were falling into place. He knew the price of this power, the price of his bargain with La Llorona. The cold hand of sorrow still rested on his shoulder, a constant reminder of the pact, the ever-present weight of the cost yet to be fully paid. The city was still shrouded in shadows, the conspiracy far from dismantled, and his own soul, already fractured, poised on the precipice of further fragmentation. But Santos was undeterred. The thrill of the hunt was in his blood. He was El Silbido de la Muerte, and he was far from finished. The city was his hunting ground, and he would not rest until the web of deceit had been unraveled, the conspirators brought to justice, and the key's secret fully revealed. The fear in the city's veins would soon become a river of fear, flowing into the ocean of his vengeance. He could almost feel Isabella's presence now, a phantom in the distance, a beacon in this sea of terror. His journey had taken him through the 9 levels of Mictlan, and back again. It had left him scarred, but also empowered. He understood the true cost of power, and he accepted it. The final showdown loomed, and he was prepared. He was ready. He was El Silbido de la Muerte, and his whistle sang a song of death, a song of vengeance, a song of the coming apocalypse. His journey was far from over. It was only beginning, a descent into the darkness that would ultimately determine the fate of the city and the fate of his own immortal soul. The darkness that surrounded him was not just a metaphor anymore. It was his companion, his power, his destiny, and he would embrace it, a battle of wills. The warehouse air, thick with the residue of fear and spilled blood, crackled with an almost tangible tension. Santos, el silbido de la muerte, stood facing the mastermind, a man whose name he knew only as Silas, a name whispered in hushed tones among the city's elite, a name synonymous with corruption and deceit. Silas, however, was far from the brutish thugs Santos had dispatched moments before. This man radiated a different kind of power, a cold, calculating intellect that was as dangerous as any weapon. Silas didn't flinch. His eyes, the color of glacial ice, held a chilling calmness, a self-assuredness that spoke volumes of his arrogance and cunning. He was dressed impeccably, a stark contrast to the chaos around him, a tailored suit that appeared untouched by the violence. Even the faint scent of blood clinging to the air seemed to avoid him. He raised a hand, a gesture that stopped the two remaining guards, their faces pale with a mixture of fear and begrudging respect for their leader. "Impressive," Silas said, his voice smooth as polished obsidian, a stark contrast to the ragged breaths of his henchmen. "Truly impressive. I underestimated your resilience. Mictlan clearly hasn't softened you." He gestured towards the glowing glyphs adorning the walls, a gruesome testament to Santos's power. "And even the gods have their limits, El Silbido, and yours, I suspect, are about to be tested." Santos remained silent, his gaze fixed on Silas. He felt no triumph, no satisfaction in the easy victory over Silas's underlings. This was merely the prelude, the warm-up for the main event. This was a battle of wills, a clash of supernatural power and human cunning. His bone whistle felt heavy in his hand, a tangible reminder of the power he wielded, a power that resonated with the ancient chilling sorrow of La Llorona. He sensed Silas's power too, a dark, seductive energy that pulsed in the air around him. It wasn't the crude, brutish force of his henchmen. This was something more refined, more insidious. Silas chuckled, a low, guttural sound that sent a shiver down Santos's spine. "So believe you've won, El Silbido? You think you've broken my organization? You're mistaken. The key is far more powerful than you realize, and without it, your little reign of terror is nothing more than a fleeting spectacle, a tempest in a teapot." He tapped a slender finger against the table, where the ornate key still lay, its internal light pulsing like a trapped heart. "The key is not simply a key," Silas continued, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "It's a conduit, a vessel for something far older, far more sinister than your little Aztec deity could ever imagine. It's the key to unleashing forces that will reshape this city, this nation, and perhaps the very fabric of reality itself." He leaned forward, his gaze intense. You see, El Silbido, I'm not just a cartel leader. I am a scholar, a collector. I've spent years delving into the forgotten corners of this world, uncovering truths that most men fear to even contemplate. I've walked paths others wouldn't dare to tread, delved into the forbidden arts, and you, my dear El Silbido, are merely a pawn in a far larger game. Santos's silence was a physical manifestation of his fury, a pressure cooker threatening to explode. The power Silas spoke of was a tangible thing, a presence that threatened to suffocate him. He understood then the enormity of the threat, the sheer scope of the conspiracy he was up against. This was far beyond a simple cartel war. It was a struggle for the very soul of the city, a battle between the ancient and the modern, between light and an encroaching, all-consuming darkness. The battle of wills intensified. Silas's words, laced with poison and arrogance, were like tiny, venomous darts aimed at Santos's core. He tried to pierce Santos's calm exterior, to break his resolve, to sow doubt in his mind. But Santos, tempered in the fires of Mictlan, was impervious to such manipulation. His silence was not weakness, but a fortress. He was a statue carved from obsidian, unyielding, unbreakable. The silence stretched, punctuated only by the low drip of water from a leaking pipe and the rhythmic thump of Santos's heart, a steady counterpoint to the rising storm within the warehouse. Each heartbeat was a measured drumbeat, a rhythm of anticipation, a grim promise of the coming violence. The tension was a living thing, palpable in the air, thick enough to cut with a knife. Then, Silas made his move. He didn't attack physically. Instead, he invoked a dark incantation, a guttural chant in a language older than any known tongue. The air around him twisted and writhed, the temperature plummeting, the shadows lengthening and taking on an almost sentient quality. A spectral image formed behind him, a grotesque parody of La Llorona, her wail an agonizing echo in the warehouse's decaying heart. This was a direct assault on Santos's very soul, a desperate attempt to exploit his connection to the weeping woman, his emotional weakness. La Llorona's sorrowful energy, a constant companion, now became a battlefield within Santos's heart. He felt her sorrow, her rage, her pain, amplified 1,000-fold by Silas's dark magic. He staggered, his vision blurring for a moment, the familiar cold grip tightening around his heart, threatening to crush him under the weight of centuries of sorrow. But Santos fought back, drawing on the raw power of Mictlan, the experience of the 9 levels, the brutal lessons learned in the depths of the underworld. He didn't deny La Llorona's sorrow, he embraced it, channeling it, turning it into a weapon. The glyphs on his skin burned, the cold sorrow fused with his burning rage, fueling his resolve. He raised his bone whistle, the sound resonating not just with the power of death, but with the raw agony of sorrow itself. The whistle's cry was a counterpoint to the spectral La Llorona, a battle cry of defiance against Silas's dark magic, a song of sorrow and vengeance that echoed the ancient lamentations of the underworld. The warehouse shook, the spectral image recoiling, as if struck by a force far greater than its creator could command. Silas gasped, his carefully crafted facade crumbling. He stumbled back, his eyes wide with a primal terror that transcended even the fear of death. The battle of wills continued, a terrifying ballet of supernatural power and raw will, a struggle for dominance over the very fabric of reality itself. The fate of the city hung precariously in the balance. The key, the city, and perhaps even more, was all at stake. The final showdown had truly begun. The next blow could decide it all. The supernatural twist. The spectral La Llorona, conjured by Silas's dark ritual, shrieked, her spectral form thrashing as Santos's bone whistle's cry tore through the warehouse. The sound wasn't merely a death knell, it was a sonic weapon, infused with the raw, untamed power of Mictlan, a power that resonated with the very essence of the underworld. The spectral wail of La Llorona warred with the shrill cry of the whistle, a terrifying duet of sorrow and death, a clash of supernatural forces that shook the very foundations of the dilapidated building. Dust rained from the ceiling, plaster crumbled, and the air crackled with an energy so potent it felt tangible, a visceral pressure pressing down on both combatants. Silas, his face contorted in a mask of agony and disbelief, struggled to maintain control. His incantation faltered, the spectral La Llorona flickering, her form growing unstable, her wails weakening. Santos could feel the draining of Silas's power, the unraveling of his carefully woven spell. But Silas, despite his evident distress, was far from defeated. He was a scholar of the arcane, a master of forbidden arts. He didn't rely on brute strength. His power was subtle, insidious, weaving its way through the cracks in the fabric of reality itself. He made a desperate gamble, a desperate act that sent a chill even deeper than La Llorona's sorrow down Santos's spine. With a guttural scream, Silas plunged the ornate key into the ground, slamming it into the concrete floor with a force that resonated through the building. The key pulsed with an unholy light, a malevolent energy radiating outwards in expanding concentric circles, like ripples in a dark, stagnant pool. The floor beneath Santos's feet vibrated violently, the earth itself seemingly alive with a corrupting energy. From the ground, shadowy figures began to writhe, emerging from the cracks in the concrete, rising from the dust and debris. They were not merely shadows, but manifestations of Silas's dark magic, grotesque creatures born from the darkest recesses of his mind, twisted parodies of human form, their eyes burning with an infernal light. They moved with unsettling grace, a horrifying dance of death and decay, their movements fluid and lethal, each a testament to the terrifying power of Silas's dark magic. These weren't simply thugs or mercenaries. These were horrors born from the underworld, creatures that defied categorization. One resembled a bloated corpse animated by dark energies, its skin rotting and festering, its limbs grotesquely elongated and contorted. Another was a skeletal figure with elongated limbs, its skin stretched taut over its bones, its face a mask of empty sockets. A third seemed composed entirely of shadows, its form shifting and indistinct, its very essence a void that threatened to consume everything around it. Each creature was a different kind of nightmare, drawn forth from Silas's twisted soul and amplified by the dark power of the key. Santos found himself surrounded, besieged by these hellish creations. The spectral La Llorona, weakened but still present, joined their ranks, her wails weaving through the air, a haunting counterpoint to the clashing of bone and steel as Santos fought back. He moved like a whirlwind, his bone whistle a weapon of both offense and defense, each sharp, piercing cry blasting holes through the shadowy creatures, leaving behind the burning glyphs that marked their sins. The air filled with the agonizing screams of the dying, the clash of supernatural powers echoing in the cavernous warehouse. The battle became a blur of motion, a desperate struggle for survival against impossible odds. Santos, fueled by his rage and the raw power of Mictlan, fought with a ferocity that bordered on madness. His movements were a dance of death, a terrifying ballet born from the depths of the underworld. He weaved between the creatures, his whistle a tireless instrument of destruction, each blast a desperate attempt to break through the overwhelming tide of evil. The warehouse became a charnel house, a battlefield where the lines between reality and nightmare blurred. The ghostly La Llorona cried out, her sorrow echoing Santos's own, a shared anguish that fueled his desperation. He saw his past reflected in the grotesque forms around him, the sins and betrayals that had led him to this point. Every foe he faced was a twisted reflection of his own demons, a representation of the darkness he had fought so hard to overcome. The fight seemed endless, a brutal test of endurance and willpower. Santos's body screamed in protest, his muscles burned, his lungs ached, but he pressed on, driven by a primal need to survive, a desperate longing to protect the city he had sworn to defend. Each whistle blast was a prayer, a plea to the gods of Mictlan, a desperate gamble against overwhelming odds. Silas, watching from the shadows, a twisted grin playing upon his lips, seemed to feed off Santos's struggle. His presence was felt like a malevolent cloud, a palpable pressure that sapped Santos's strength, a constant reminder of the monstrous power he had unleashed. The key, pulsating with dark energy, was the heart of it all, a source of seemingly limitless power that Silas wielded with chilling efficiency. But even as Santos faltered, he refused to yield. He drew on the memories of Mictlan, on the lessons learned in the depths of the underworld, on the strength forged in the fires of his own despair. The obsidian statue within him would not break. He was El Silbido de la Muerte, the death whistle, and he would not surrender, not to Silas, not to the horrors he had unleashed, not to his own demons. The battle raged on, a terrifying symphony of death and destruction, a terrifying clash of the sacred and the profane, a battle for the soul of the city, a battle for the very fabric of reality itself. The outcome remained uncertain, a desperate gamble hanging in the balance, the fate of the city resting on the shoulders of a single determined man, a man tempered in the fires of hell. The final showdown had only just begun. The fight for the soul of the city, and perhaps more, was far from over. The key still pulsed, its evil light a promise of further horrors to come. Sacrifice and redemption. The warehouse trembled, a living, breathing thing groaning under the weight of the supernatural battle. Dust motes danced in the sickly green glow emanating from the key Silas had plunged into the earth, illuminating the grotesque creatures that surrounded Santos. Each shadow-born horror lunged, their movements a horrifying ballet of decay and death, their claws tearing at his flesh, their teeth bared in silent screams. Santos fought back with a primal fury, his bone whistle a relentless instrument of death, each shrill cry tearing through the fabric of the nightmare, leaving behind the searing glyphs of judgment. He felt the pull of Mictlan, the familiar weight of the underworld pressing down on him, a comforting burden in the face of overwhelming terror. He was el silbido de la muerte, the death whistle, a conduit for the god of death, and he would not be broken. But even the power of Mictlan felt strained, stretched thin against the relentless tide of Silas's dark magic. The creatures were numerous, inexhaustible, their forms reforming even as they were destroyed, their very essence fueled by Silas's malevolent will. One particularly grotesque creature, a hulking mass of rotting flesh and pulsating veins, lunged at him, its claws aimed at his heart. Santos dodged, his body moving with the speed and grace honed in the brutal crucible of Mictlan, but the creature's grip grazed his arm, leaving a searing pain and a trail of festering corruption in its wake. He felt the darkness seep into his veins, a chilling reminder of the price of his power, the cost of wielding the power of death itself. Desperate, Santos unleashed a series of whistle blasts, the piercing cries tearing through the air, shattering the creatures around him. But Silas, undeterred, continued to feed the dark energies from the key, fueling the endless stream of horrors. He laughed, a chilling sound that echoed through the warehouse, a laughter that spoke of triumph and absolute power. It was a sound that struck a deep chord within Santos, a painful resonance with the dark choices he had made in his past life. A horrifying realization struck him. Silas wasn't just using the key to summon creatures, he was using it to amplify and reshape the very essence of the sins that fueled them. The horrors he conjured were not merely monstrous, they were manifestations of the collective guilt and despair of the city, amplified, twisted and weaponized. They were the shadows of the city's soul, given form and substance. Santos looked at the glyphs burning onto the walls. They weren't just markings of sins, they were echoes of the city's darkness, a visual representation of the collective corruption he was fighting against. He saw his own reflection in the twisted forms of the creatures, a painful mirror of his own past violence, his own complicity in the darkness he now fought to overcome. A wave of despair threatened to engulf him. This wasn't just a battle against Silas, it was a battle against the city's own corrupted heart, a battle he might not be able to win. But then, a memory surfaced from his time in Mictlan, a memory of Mictlantecuhtli, the god of death, a memory of the sacrifice made by those who wished to escape the underworld's grasp. A terrible, desperate plan began to form in his mind, a plan born of the desperate need for survival, a plan that would cost him dearly. It was a sacrifice, a brutal act of self-immolation, a desperate gamble to break Silas's control over the dark magic he had unleashed. With a guttural cry, Santos plunged the bone whistle into his own chest. The searing pain was indescribable, 1,000 knives twisting within his body. He felt the power of Mictlan surge through him, not as a weapon, but as a conduit, a channel for an unprecedented release of energy. The whistle glowed with an unearthly light, then exploded, unleashing a wave of pure, untamed death energy that ripped through the warehouse, engulfing Silas's creations. The horrors shrieked, their forms dissolving into dust and shadow, their energy being sucked into the vortex of power emanating from Santos. The ground shook violently, the very air seemed to crackle and tear. Silas screamed, his face twisted in agony as the dark magic he wielded recoiled upon him, turning against him with a vengeance. The key, the source of his power, pulsed frantically, then shattered, its dark light extinguished as though a celestial lamp had been snuffed out. Santos fell to his knees, his body racked with pain, his vision blurring. The sacrifice had worked. Silas's army of shadows was destroyed. The dark energy that fueled them was extinguished. But the price had been steep. He felt the life draining from his body, the power of Mictlan receding, leaving him weak and vulnerable. The warehouse, once a scene of unimaginable horror, fell into a deathly silence, the only sound his ragged breathing. He was dying, but in his death he had achieved something profound. He had broken Silas's power, cleansed the city of its darkest nightmares, and in doing so, achieved a measure of redemption. His vision cleared for one last moment. He saw not the decaying warehouse, but the city beyond, bathed in the soft glow of the rising sun. The glyphs he'd left on the walls, a macabre tapestry of sins, seemed to fade, as if the city itself was beginning to heal. He closed his eyes, feeling a sense of peace wash over him as he breathed his last breath, knowing his sacrifice was not in vain. The city was safe. The nightmare was over. But the consequences of his actions, the echoes of his sacrifice, would ripple through the city's soul for generations to come, a somber reminder of the price of redemption. The legend of El Silbido de la Muerte, the death whistle, would live on, a testament to the terrifying power and the profound sacrifice of a man who walked between two worlds, a man who ultimately found peace in death. The city was safe, but the underworld's influence lingered, a silent testament to the thin line between life and death, and the price one might pay for crossing it. His sacrifice echoed in the city's heart, a stark warning and a fragile hope that perhaps, just perhaps, it was possible for even the most fallen to rise again from the shadows and find a sliver of redemption. The finality of his death was overshadowed by the subtle promise of a new dawn. The sun rose, washing over the city and casting its golden light upon the ruins of the warehouse, painting a hopeful picture on the backdrop of the darkness that had been vanquished. Yet, even as the city woke, the memory of the death whistle, El Silbido de la Muerte, lingered like a ghost, a chilling and powerful tale whispered among its inhabitants, a story that served as both a warning and a testament to the ever-present battle between good and evil. The aftermath. The dust settled, thick and grey, coating the ravaged warehouse like a shroud. The air, heavy with the stench of decay and burnt magic, hung stagnant. Silence, profound and unsettling, replaced the cacophony of the battle. Santos lay where he'd fallen, his body a broken vessel, emptied of the potent power of Mictlan. The bone whistle, shattered and inert, lay beside him, a testament to the brutal sacrifice he'd made. He hadn't expected peace. The underworld had never offered such a thing. Mictlan was a realm of ceaseless torment, a landscape sculpted from the agony of the damned. Yet, in his final moments, a strange serenity washed over him. It wasn't the blissful oblivion of death, but something more complex, more profound, a sense of release. The weight of his past sins, the burden of his violent life, seemed to lift, replaced by a weary acceptance. He had faced the horrors within himself, the darkness he had embraced, and finally he had confronted it. His gaze drifted to the walls, the glyphs burned into the brickwork, like infernal tattoos. Each symbol represented a sin, a transgression, not just Silas's, but the city's collective guilt. They were a grim testament to the corruption that festered beneath the surface, a brutal artwork of societal decay. Now they were fading, their luminescence slowly dimming, as if the city itself began to exhale the poison of Silas's reign. The sun, a pale disk pushing through the grime of the dawn, cast long shadows across the ruined warehouse. Its light, weak yet persistent, seemed to fight against the lingering darkness. It was a fragile victory, a tenuous hope struggling against the encroaching gloom. Santos, even in death, felt a strange connection to this nascent light. His sacrifice, the ultimate act of atonement, had cleared a space for something new. He had become a conduit, not just for death, but for a reluctant rebirth. The city, wounded and scarred, would slowly begin to heal. The nightmare was over, but the scars remained, a reminder of the price paid. He thought of his life, of the path that had led him to this moment. El Cuervo, the raven, a symbol of darkness and ill omen. He'd embraced that role, reveling in the violence, the power. Mictlan had been his crucible, forging him into something more than just a man, a weapon, a vessel for the god of death. His time in the underworld had stripped him of his humanity, leaving behind only the raw essence of survival. Yet, it also showed him a different kind of strength, a resilience born of despair. His return to the world of the living had been a paradox. He had become a judge, a grim reaper, dispensing justice with a bone whistle and a heart full of cold rage. But even in his role as El Silbido de la Muerte, there had been a flicker of something else, a yearning for redemption, a desperate desire to atone for his past sins. This yearning had driven him, a shadow chasing shadows, his ultimate act of atonement being the self-sacrifice that ended Silas' reign. The question of justice lingered, a ghost in the quiet aftermath. Was his method justified? The brutality, the swift, merciless judgment. He had been a tool, a weapon wielded by Mictlantecuhtli, but even tools can have agency. He had chosen to use his power, his curse, for a purpose beyond mere vengeance. He had chosen to cleanse the city, not to conquer it. The cost, however, was immense. He had paid the ultimate price. His life had been forfeit, his body broken, his soul. He wasn't sure where his soul went, if it found peace or joined the countless others in Mictlan. Perhaps there was a form of peace in oblivion, an end to the ceaseless torment of his past. As his consciousness slipped away, he saw flashes of memories, the betrayal that had led to his descent into Mictlan, the brutal battles within the underworld, the faces of the innocent victims caught in the crossfire of his past life, the horrifying realization of the extent of the city's corruption. These were the ghosts that haunted him, the shadows that clung to him even in death. But alongside these dark memories were glimmers of hope. The image of the rising sun, the fading glyphs, the potential for healing in the city, these represented a fragile victory, a new beginning. His sacrifice hadn't just vanquished Silas, it had created a space for change, a chance for the city to confront its own darkness, to purify itself. His final thought was not of regret or fear, but of acceptance. He had done what he had to do. The city was safe. That was enough. His legend would live on, a cautionary tale of violence and redemption, a morbid folk song whispered in hushed tones in the city's darkened alleys. El silbido de la muerte, the death whistle, a name to evoke fear and awe, but also a reminder of the profound sacrifice made for a fleeting moment of peace. A symbol of a dark redemption, born in the underworld and ultimately resting in the city's heart. The dawn broke, a fragile hope in the aftermath of a horrifying battle. The sun rose, a pale witness to the terrible price of justice. The story of Santos en el Cuervo, Herrera, El silbido de la muerte, was over, yet its echoes would resonate through the city's soul, a grim reminder of the fine line between life and death, darkness and light, and the price one might pay for crossing it. His tale would be told for generations, a dark and haunting ballad, a grim fairy tale, a necessary reminder of the depths of human depravity and the desperate need for redemption, a tale whispered in hushed tones, a legend that would serve as both a cautionary tale and a testament to a sacrifice greater than any one man could bear. The city was safe, for now, but the shadows still lingered, reminding everyone of the fragile balance between the world of the living and the terrifying realm of the dead. The new order. The sun, a bruised plum in the smog-choked sky, cast long, skeletal shadows across the city. The air, once thick with the stench of corruption and fear, now carried a different scent, the metallic tang of blood, slowly fading, mingling with the damp earth and the lingering smell of burnt offerings. Silas's reign of terror was over, but the city, like a wounded animal, still trembled. The echoes of gunfire, the screams of the innocent, the guttural roars of the battles fought in the labyrinthine underbelly of the city, still reverberated in the collective consciousness. The glyphs, those infernal tattoos burned onto the walls by Santos's whistle, were fading, their luminescent glow dimming like dying embers. Yet they remained, etched into the very fabric of the city's memory, a grim, unforgettable testament to the dark heart of the conspiracy. They served as a macabre record, a morbid history lesson for those who dared to forget the price of complacency. They were also a reminder of the scale of the devastation, the depth of the rot that had infested every level of society. They whispered of the hidden sacrifices, the brutal compromises, the insidious deals made in the shadows. The city's streets, once bustling with the fearsome energy of a narco-state, were eerily quiet. The usual cacophony of car horns, the shouts of vendors, the frantic rhythm of life, had been replaced by a cautious silence. People moved with a hesitant grace, their eyes darting nervously, their steps measured, their hearts still racing from the recent terror. The once vibrant, chaotic pulse of the city had been stilled, replaced by a nervous stillness, a fragile peace hanging precariously in the balance. The cleanup had begun. Crews, weary but resolute, worked tirelessly, clearing the debris, hauling away the corpses, trying to erase the visible scars of the conflict. But some wounds ran deeper. The psychological scars, the trauma etched into the city's soul, would take far longer to heal. The whispers of fear continued, echoing through the cobblestone streets, slithering into the darkest corners of abandoned buildings, hiding within the shadows of the crumbling Baroque architecture. The aftermath of the battle was a strange juxtaposition of destruction and resilience. Shattered glass glittered amidst the rubble, reflecting the pale sunlight. Broken concrete lay scattered alongside defiant blooms of wildflowers, pushing their way through the cracks in the pavements, a testament to the enduring strength of life. The city had been ravaged, but it hadn't been broken. The seed of defiance, planted in the hearts of the oppressed, had finally blossomed. The authorities, reeling from the scale of Silas's conspiracy and their own complicity, struggled to maintain order. The few remaining loyal officers, those who hadn't been corrupted or eliminated, moved cautiously, their faces grim with the weight of responsibility. They were haunted by the ghosts of their colleagues, the innocent victims who had been caught in the crossfire. The revelation of their involvement, their silent acceptance of the corruption, had shaken public trust, leaving the city vulnerable. A new order began to emerge from the ashes of the old. A tentative hope, as fragile as a butterfly's wing, fluttered in the hearts of the citizens. The clandestine meetings, the hushed conversations, the clandestine networks of resistance that had thrived in the shadows, now stepped into the light, their voices strengthened by their shared experience. They were the survivors, the witnesses, the architects of a new future. They began to rebuild not just the physical city, but its soul. The whispers of change were carried on the wind, weaving their way through the city's labyrinthine alleys, seeping into the cracks in the old order. Santos's actions, though brutal and swift, had created a space for this change. He had become a paradoxical figure, a grim reaper who had inadvertently sown the seeds of rebirth. His legend, El Silbido de la Muerte, the Deathwhistle, a name whispered in fear and awe, had become a symbol of grim justice, a dark reflection of the city's own desperate need for purification. He had purged the rot, leaving behind a wasteland that could be reclaimed, a canvas on which a new reality could be painted. The city's transformation was not immediate, nor was it easy. The wounds ran deep, the scars remained. But the subtle shifts, the almost imperceptible changes, were palpable. The fear that had suffocated the city began to loosen its grip. The whispers of defiance grew louder, more confident. The citizens, emboldened by Santos's sacrifice, began to reclaim their streets, their voices, their lives. They were rebuilding not just their homes and businesses, but their sense of community, their faith in a better future. The new order was not perfect, far from it. The shadows still lingered, the spectre of corruption still haunted the corners of the city. But the foundation had been laid for a more just society, one that was less tolerant of injustice, less willing to succumb to fear. The echoes of Santos's whistle, his brutal symphony of death, would forever be a part of the city's memory, a cautionary tale, a reminder of the price of unchecked power and the strength found in even the darkest of times. The city, scarred but not broken, began to heal, its heart slowly beating with a renewed rhythm, a rhythm born of resilience, hope, and a lingering sense of the profound sacrifice that had secured its future. The dawn, a fragile promise, broke over the city. The sun, no longer a bruised plum but a fiery orb, rose higher in the sky, bathing the city in its golden light. The glyphs, now faint but persistent, served as a stark reminder of the darkness the city had overcome. The new order had arrived, born in the ashes of the old, its future uncertain, yet infused with a tenacious hope, a hope forged in the fires of violence and nurtured by the quiet resilience of its people. The city would never forget El Silbido de la Muerte, but it was beginning to learn to live with the echoes of his legend, to embrace a new chapter in its long and complicated history. The city was cleansed, but the process of healing had only just begun, a long and arduous journey ahead, filled with both light and shadow, hope and fear. The memory of Santos, El Cuervo, El Silbido de la Muerte, would serve as both a warning and an inspiration. His sacrifice was not in vain. The city, wounded but alive, was breathing again. The legend of El Silbido. The whispers began subtly at first, A hushed conversation in a dimly lit cantina, a furtive glance exchanged across a crowded plaza, a mother's warning to her child, "Don't stray too far, or El Silbido will find you." Santos, El Cuervo, the man who had once been a brutal enforcer for the cartel, was now something else entirely. He was a legend, a spectre, a terrifying bogeyman used to frighten children into obedience and corrupt officials into reconsidering their actions. His name, El Silbido de la Muerte, the Deathwhistle, was spoken in hushed tones, a mixture of fear and grudging respect. The glyphs, those glowing symbols of sin that had adorned the walls after his cleansing, were slowly fading. But their ethereal luminescence had left an imprint on the city's psyche, an indelible mark of the dark reckoning that had swept through its underbelly. They were more than just reminders of the fallen, they were a warning, a testament to the swift and brutal justice that awaited those who dared to tread the path of corruption. The very stones seemed to whisper tales of the hooded figure, the bone whistle, and the chilling silence that followed each shriek of death. The city's transformation was not a sudden dramatic shift. It was a slow, almost imperceptible metamorphosis, a gradual shedding of its corrupted skin. The fear, once a pervasive and suffocating blanket, began to dissipate, replaced by a cautious hope. The rebuilding process was underway, not just of the physical structures, but of the city's shattered spirit. The markets, once choked with the illicit trade of drugs and weapons, now buzzed with the sounds of legitimate commerce. The laughter of children echoed in the once desolate streets, a joyous counterpoint to the city's recent history of violence. Yet, the legend of El Silbido continued to evolve, to take on a life of its own. It became entwined with the city's folklore, weaving itself into the fabric of its identity. Storytellers spun tales of his exploits, embellishing them with fantastical elements, mixing fact with the mythical, blurring the line between reality and legend. Some tales depicted him as a vengeful angel, a divinely appointed agent of retribution, a grim reaper sent to cleanse the city of its sins. Others portrayed him as a demon, a harbinger of death, a terrifying force beyond human comprehension. In the darker corners of the city, where shadows clung to the crumbling buildings, different versions of the legends circulated. Whispers of El Silbido's origins, his pact with Mictlantecutli, the Aztec god of death, were exchanged amongst the city's marginalized communities. These narratives were far more visceral, darker, more deeply rooted in the ancient beliefs and superstitions that had long coexisted with the modern world's harsh realities. They spoke of the chilling wind that heralded his arrival, the bone-chilling sound of his whistle, and the icy grip of death that followed in its wake. These were stories meant to instill fear, not to inspire hope. These were stories that spoke to the deep-seated anxieties of those who lived in the city's precarious margins, those who constantly lived with the threat of violence and the ever-present shadow of death. The authorities, in their attempts to regain control and rebuild public trust, tried to suppress these legends, to downplay Santos's role in the city's purification. They painted a narrative of a successful police operation, a carefully orchestrated takedown of a powerful cartel. They glossed over the brutal nature of Santos's methods, the sheer scale of the death and destruction, the pervasive corruption that had allowed Silas's reign to flourish for so long. But the truth, like a stubborn weed, pushed its way through the cracks in their carefully constructed narrative. The glyphs, despite their fading glow, served as a persistent reminder of the truth. They were a visual testament to the city's dark past, an undeniable record of the violence and corruption that had plagued its streets. They were a cautionary tale, etched into the very fabric of the city, forever reminding its inhabitants of the price of complacency and the consequences of unchecked power. They spoke of sacrifices made and deals brokered in the corners of power. They echoed the screams of the innocent, the cries of the damned, and the chilling silence that followed the Deathwhistle's shriek. The evolving legend of El Silbido became a mirror reflecting the city's own complex and contradictory nature. It was a blend of fear and fascination, of horror and hope, of darkness and light. It was a story that embodied the city's struggle to move past its traumatic past, to reconcile its dark history with its desire for a better future. The whispers, the stories, the glyphs, all served as a collective memory, a shared experience that bound the city together, even as it grappled with the scars of its recent past. The children's games morphed, incorporating El Silbido into their imaginative play. A game of tag would become a desperate flight from the unseen figure, the bone-chilling whistle of phantom sound echoing in their youthful minds. The whispers around campfires would spin tales of El Silbido's nightly patrols, his unseen presence a constant reminder of the consequences of wrongdoing. Even the adults found themselves drawn into the legend, using it as a cautionary tale, a moral compass in a city still navigating the murky waters of its transition. The officials, despite their attempts at a sanitized narrative, found themselves compelled to acknowledge the power of the legend. They began to subtly use the fear of El Silbido in their efforts to curb crime. The very mention of his name became a tool, a deterrent, a silent threat hanging over those who considered straying from the path of the new fragile order. The city, while rebuilding, had found a new, unexpected guardian in the legend of the Deathwhistle. The fear of his wrath, woven into the very fabric of the city's renewed life, acted as a silent guardian, ensuring a level of order that the officials alone could never have achieved. As the years passed, the legend of El Silbido de la Muerte mellowed. The terrifying spectre began to take on a more nuanced role. He was no longer just the harbinger of death, but a symbol of justice, a dark guardian of the city's nascent peace. The stories shifted, focusing less on the brutality of his methods and more on the profound impact his actions had had on the city's transformation. The legend was still terrifying, but it was also infused with a strange, unsettling grace. A dark justice, served swiftly and brutally, but ultimately serving as a catalyst for change. The glyphs, now barely visible, faded further. But the memory of their presence, the stories they whispered, the terror they inspired, lived on. They served as a constant reminder of the price of corruption, a symbol of the city's dark past, and a testament to the enduring power of its people to rise from the ashes. El Silbido, once a figure of pure dread, had become a part of the city's heritage, a paradoxical protector, a grim reminder that even in the darkest of times, justice, however brutal, can find its way. The city was cleansed, but the legend of El Silbido, the Deathwhistle, would continue to echo through its streets, a constant, chilling reminder of the delicate balance between darkness and light, chaos and order, fear and hope. The legend lived on, a testament to the city's survival, and a grim warning to those who would dare to threaten its fragile peace. The ghosts of the past. The cleansing wasn't just a physical act, it was a psychic purge, a brutal scouring of the city's soul. But even as the physical scars of Silas's reign began to heal, the deeper wounds, the festering sores of Santos's own past, remained. They pulsed beneath his skin, a relentless, throbbing ache mirroring the phantom pains in his now scarred flesh. Mictlan had purged him of the physical corruption of the cartel, but the moral rot, the insidious stain of his past deeds, clung to him like a shroud. He saw them in the flickering gaslight, in the shadowed alleys, in the faces of the innocent caught in the crossfire of his violent past. They were the ghosts of his former life, the victims of his brutality, their spectral forms a constant, agonizing reminder of the price of his ambition. The faces of the men he'd betrayed, the families he'd torn apart, rose up from the cobblestones like vengeful spectres. He saw the terrified eyes of the young boy he'd silenced, a witness to a transgression he could never fully erase. The screams of the women he'd hurt, the pleas of the men he'd killed, they echoed in his dreams, a nightmarish symphony of guilt and regret. Even the act of dispensing justice, the cleansing of the city, felt tainted by these spectral visitations. Each whistle blow, each soul wrenched from the damned, felt like a perverse penance, a twisted act of atonement for sins long past. Mictlantecutli's mark, the intricate Aztec glyphs etched onto his flesh, served as a constant, painful reminder of his pact with death. They weren't mere symbols, they were living scars, throbbing with the energy of the underworld, a tangible link to the realm of the dead. The glyphs pulsed faintly under his skin, a rhythm mirroring the heartbeat of Mictlan, the relentless drumbeat of death's dominion. They whispered ancient secrets in a language he couldn't understand, yet felt viscerally in his soul. They were a map of his journey, a testament to his transformation, but also a constant reminder of the darkness he carried within him. He tried to find solace in the evolving legend of El Silbido de la Muerte. The stories, the growing mythos, offered a strange comfort, a way to externalize his inner turmoil. He became a symbol, a cipher for the city's collective guilt and redemption. He was the dark angel, the grim reaper, the agent of purification, a role that allowed him to confront his own demons in a symbolic way. But the whispers, the stories, only amplified the internal conflict tearing him apart. The legend offered no escape from his haunted reality. The ghosts of his past clung to him, inseparable from the mantle of El Silbido. His nightly patrols became a pilgrimage through his own personal hell. Each shadowed alley, each dimly lit cantina, held a memory, a phantom of his former self. The very air seemed thick with the presence of his victims, their spectral forms brushing against him as he walked. The silence between his whistle blows was deafening, filled with the echoes of his past deeds, the screams of the innocent, the whispers of the damned. He couldn't escape them, not even in the darkness of the night. His quest for justice felt less like a mission and more like a relentless chase, a desperate attempt to outrun his own shadow. The rituals of his cleansing, the precise blows of his bone whistle, became almost meditative. The act itself served as a form of self-flagellation, a painful, repetitive purging of the sins he could never truly erase. The glowing glyphs left on the walls weren't just marks of the damned, they were a reflection of his own inner turmoil, a visual representation of the darkness he wrestled with every day. Each glyph was a reminder of his journey, a testament to his transformation, but also a painful testament to the price he had paid for his violent redemption. The fading of the glyphs wasn't a sign of healing, but a slow, agonizing unraveling. As the luminescence dimmed, his guilt intensified, gnawing at his soul like a relentless beast. The physical scars on his body were nothing compared to the psychological wounds that festered beneath. He carried the weight of his past like a heavy cloak, a constant reminder of his transgressions. The fear in the eyes of the city's inhabitants, once a testament to his power, now reflected his own internal torment. He saw his reflection not in their fear, but in their pain, in the ghosts of those he had harmed. Sleep offered no respite. His dreams were a nightmarish tapestry of his past deeds, each image a searing reminder of his brutality. He relived moments of violence, of betrayal, of merciless acts committed in the name of loyalty. The faces of his victims, distorted and grotesque, danced in the shadows of his subconscious, their silent screams a symphony of terror and regret. The bone whistle, the instrument of his justice, became a phantom weapon in his dreams, a harbinger of his own self-destruction. He found himself drawn to the ancient ruins surrounding the city, places where the spirits of the past lingered, where the lines between the living and the dead blurred. There, amidst the crumbling temples and forgotten tombs, he felt a connection to the ancestral spirits, to the echoes of ancient rituals and forgotten gods. He sought not forgiveness, but understanding, a way to reconcile his brutal actions with his newfound purpose. He felt a kinship with the tormented spirits of the dead, their pain mirroring his own. The city, though cleansed, remained a stage for his personal purgatory. Each street corner held a ghost, each building whispered a memory, each shadow concealed a tormented soul. Santos, El Silbido de la Muerte, was a figure of justice, yes, but he was also a prisoner of his past, forever haunted by the specters of his own making. The legend he had become was a double-edged sword, a source of both power and torment, a shield and a cage all at once. The ghosts of his past were inseparable from him. They were etched into his soul, a constant reminder of the darkness he had conquered and the darkness he still carried within. The city might be healed, but his personal journey of redemption had only just begun. The price of cleansing a city, it seemed, was the perpetual haunting of its savior, a new beginning. The scent of copal incense, a familiar comfort from his time in Mictlan, hung faintly in the air, a stark contrast to the lingering metallic tang of blood that still clung to the city's cobblestones. He stood on the precipice of a new dawn, the city bathed in the pale light of a rising sun, its cleansed streets reflecting a fragile peace. But the peace felt foreign, a temporary truce in a war waged within his own soul. The weight of his past, the spectral parade of his victims, still marched with him, an inescapable shadow clinging to his every step. For the first time since his resurrection, a different kind of weariness settled over him, a profound exhaustion that transcended physical fatigue. It was the weariness of a soul perpetually burdened, a spirit weighed down by the echoes of its own atrocities. The bone whistle, once an extension of his righteous fury, felt heavy in his hand, a cold reminder of the price he'd paid for his violent redemption. The power it held, the terrifying ease with which it could sever a soul from its earthly tether, now filled him with a chilling dread rather than grim satisfaction. The whispers of El silbido de la muerte followed him like the relentless drone of a malevolent insect, a constant hum that vibrated against the fragile calm he desperately craved. He was no longer simply a figure of justice, he was a symbol, a terrifying legend, and the weight of that legend threatened to crush him. The fear in the eyes of the city's inhabitants, once a source of dark power, now reflected his own internal torment. He saw not respect but pity, a silent acknowledgement of the monstrous burden he carried. One evening, he found himself drawn to the Plaza de la Constitución, the heart of the city. The plaza, once a battleground of violence and corruption, now hummed with a quiet, tentative life. Children played, couples strolled hand in hand, their laughter a fragile melody against the backdrop of the city's scarred past. He watched them, a silent observer, his presence a stark contrast to the vibrant life unfolding around him. He felt a pang of something akin to longing, a yearning for a life beyond the relentless cycle of violence and retribution. The idea, once unthinkable, began to take root, escape. Not a physical escape, but an escape from the role he'd carved for himself, the role of El silbido de la muerte. Could he relinquish the bone whistle, lay down the mantle of the Deathbringer, and find peace? The thought was both terrifying and liberating. It meant surrendering the power he wielded, accepting the vulnerability that came with shedding his legend. It was a step toward facing the ghosts of his past without the shield of his violent justice. The concept of a peaceful existence felt as alien as the moon to a creature of the night. Yet the image flickered in his mind, a small village nestled in the mountains, far from the city's corrupted heart. A simple life, far removed from the echoes of his past, where the only sound was the whisper of the wind through the agave plants. He imagined himself a farmer, his calloused hands working the earth, his days filled with the honest toil of labor instead of the brutality of death. He imagined a life where the only screams were the cries of newborn children. He started small. He began to avoid his nightly patrols, the ritualistic cleansing that had become a form of self-flagellation. The silence, once deafening with the echoes of his past, now felt oddly peaceful. He found himself drawn to the quieter corners of the city, the places where life unfolded away from the glare of the legend he'd become. He started listening to the stories of the people he had saved, the families he had reunited, focusing on the lives he had spared rather than those he had taken. His nights were still filled with the spectral processions of his past. The ghosts of his victims still danced in the shadows of his dreams, but their intensity seemed to lessen. The bone whistle lay untouched, a cold weight in his chest of drawers, a symbol of a life he was leaving behind. The change in him wasn't immediate. It was a gradual process, a slow unraveling of his identity as El silbido de la muerte. The fear still lingered, the ghosts still haunted, but they were no longer the masters of his destiny. One morning he woke up with a sensation of lightness, a feeling that he hadn't experienced since before his descent into Mictlan. The Aztec glyphs on his skin pulsed faintly, a subtle reminder of his journey through the underworld. The darkness still remained, but it wasn't overwhelming. It was a part of him, a scar on his soul, not its totality. He looked at his reflection in a puddle of rainwater and saw not a monster, but a weary man who had carried a heavy burden. He started visiting the local church, not out of religious devotion, but out of a longing for something transcendent, something that could reach beyond the darkness within him. The quiet contemplation in the church, the scent of burning candles, offered a sense of peace that he hadn't found in years. He didn't pray for forgiveness, he sought solace. He spent more time in the ruins, not looking for guidance from the ancestors, but for understanding. He would sit there, among the crumbling stones and whispered secrets of the past, watching the sun set over the city he'd cleansed. He was trying to comprehend the weight of his actions, the consequences of his choices, his attempt to achieve justice through violence. He was working to understand the difference between vengeance and redemption. The city, once a battlefield, was beginning to heal. The scars remained, but life was blooming anew, a vibrant testament to its resilience. He felt a tentative hope, a fragile understanding that even a life steeped in darkness could find a path toward the light. His journey wasn't over. The ghosts still whispered, the past still haunted, but he was no longer their captive. He was finding his way towards a different kind of cleansing, a cleansing of his soul. His new beginning was not a denial of the past, but an acceptance of it, a recognition that even a death whistle could be silenced, even a legend could choose to fade into the quiet murmurings of time. He was ready to face the sun, not as a grim reaper, but as a man attempting to find peace amidst the shadows he had once embraced. The city had a new beginning, now it's Santos to claim his own. Was time for the uncertain future. The quietude was deceptive. The city, cleansed of its immediate corruption, hummed with a fragile peace, but the silence felt heavy, pregnant with unspoken anxieties. Santos, el silbido de la muerte, felt it most acutely. The weight of his actions, the echoes of his violence, resonated within him, a constant low thrum that overshadowed even the quiet joy of the city's tentative rebirth. He'd silenced the immediate threats, the obvious agents of chaos, but a deeper, more insidious darkness lurked just beneath the surface. He sensed it in the whispers on the wind, in the uneasy glances exchanged in the marketplace, in the way shadows seemed to deepen, to hold themselves longer than they should. The feeling was visceral, an instinct sharpened by his journey through Mictlan, a premonition of impending doom that chilled him to the bone, despite the warmth of the Mexican sun. It wasn't the familiar fear of confrontation, the adrenaline-fueled anticipation of a hunt, but something far more unsettling, a creeping dread that gnawed at the edges of his consciousness. He found himself drawn to the ancient ruins on the outskirts of the city, places where the energy of the past clung to the very stones. There, amidst the crumbling temples and forgotten altars, he could feel the tremor of the approaching darkness, a tangible shift in the balance of power, a foreshadowing of a new and terrible storm. The whispers of the ancestors, usually a comforting presence, now felt laced with urgency, a warning spoken in the rustling leaves and the mournful cry of the wind. They spoke of an enemy unlike any he had faced before, an entity far removed from the brutish violence of the cartels, an enemy that drew its power from the very fabric of the underworld itself. The scent of copal incense, once a source of solace, now carried a different weight, tinged with the bitter aroma of impending doom. He sought not comfort, but answers in the crumbling stones, desperate to understand the nature of this new threat. He spent sleepless nights studying ancient codices, deciphering cryptic glyphs that hinted at a primordial evil, a being older than the city itself, a creature woven from the shadows of Mictlan's deepest levels. He unearthed tales of a malevolent entity, a being of pure, unadulterated darkness, whose hunger for souls dwarfed even that of the most depraved human. The stories spoke of Xipe Totec, the flayed god, a deity associated with both rebirth and sacrifice, whose hunger for ritualistic offerings went beyond mere blood. He fed not only on physical flesh, but on the very essence of life, the spirit itself. The ancient texts hinted that Xipe Totec had been banished to the deepest abyss of Mictlan, his power shackled, his influence suppressed. But the subtle shifts in the city's energy, the unease that clung to the air, suggested that something had weakened the bonds that held this terrifying deity captive, allowing him to reach out, to extend his malevolent influence across the veil between worlds. The bone whistle, once a symbol of his grim justice, felt heavier now, more than a mere instrument of death. It was a responsibility, a burden that weighed heavily on his soul. He was no longer merely cleansing the city, he was guarding it, holding back a tide of darkness far greater than anything he had faced before. He realized that his victory over the cartel was merely a prelude, a fleeting respite before the true battle began. Days bled into nights, as Santos dedicated himself to understanding this new foe. He consulted curanderos, seeking their wisdom and insight into this ancient evil. He delved deeper into the lore of Mictlan, studying the forgotten rituals and ancient spells that might offer some defense against Sipe Totek's power. He learned of the intricate rituals needed to strengthen the bonds of Mictlan and contain the flayed god's dark influence. Rituals that required a deep understanding of both the underworld and the intricate power dynamics between Mictlantecuhtli and the other denizens of the shadow world. He realized that his journey through Mictlan had not only given him power, but also prepared him for this impending confrontation. The trials he endured, the horrors he witnessed, had forged him into something stronger, something more resilient, though the toll was immense. The ghosts of his victims still haunted him. There, spectral forms a constant reminder of his past, but now they were less a burden and more a source of grim determination, fueling his resolve to protect the city from this new, monstrous threat. The city, once cleansed, was now bracing for another onslaught. The fear in people's eyes was different this time. It wasn't the fear of human violence, but the primal, instinctive terror inspired by the knowledge of an ancient, unknowable evil. It was a fear that reached beyond the confines of the city, extending out into the surrounding countryside, a fear that spoke of impending doom on a scale never before witnessed. Even the animals seemed to sense the approaching darkness, their behavior erratic, their calls filled with an unsettling urgency. The nights were filled with strange occurrences. Whispers snaked through the dark alleyways, carrying unsettling promises and cryptic warnings. The wind howled with an unnatural ferocity, carrying with it the stench of decay and the faint scent of blood. Shadows writhed and danced, taking on grotesque forms that haunted the edges of his vision. He found unsettling symbols painted in the blood of sacrificial offerings on abandoned buildings, symbols reminiscent of the ancient rites dedicated to Sipe Totek. He knew that he couldn't fight this alone. The bone whistle, despite its power, was not enough against such an ancient, powerful foe. He needed allies, not just those who wielded guns, but those who understood the ancient ways, those who possessed knowledge of the hidden powers of the world, knowledge of the rituals and ceremonies necessary to stand against this terrible evil. He started seeking out those who could help him, individuals who operated outside the normal structures of society, those who walked the line between this world and the next. He sought out the curanderas, the brujos, the mediums, the individuals who possessed knowledge of the ancient arts, knowledge that might prove invaluable in their fight against Sipe Totek's resurgence. He knew that he would need their help, their skills, their knowledge to stand against this encroaching evil. His task was no longer merely the cleansing of the city, it was, now, a desperate struggle to protect humanity from an ancient evil, an ancient hunger that threatened to consume them all. The uncertain future loomed, a shadow stretching long and menacing, but Santos, El Silbido de la Muerte, was ready to confront the darkness once more, this time with the knowledge that the price of failure would be far greater than he could ever imagine. The city's fate, indeed the fate of the world, rested on his shoulders, a weight that threatened to crush him, but also ignited within him a fire of desperate resolve. The fight for survival was far from over. It was, in fact, just beginning. The lingering corruption. The cleansing had been a brutal ballet of bone whistle and bloodshed, but even after silencing the immediate threats, a rancid undercurrent of corruption persisted. It wasn't the brazen displays of cartel violence, the overt displays of power that had previously choked the city. This was something insidious, a creeping rot that festered beneath the surface, clinging to the shadows and whispering promises of power in the quiet corners. Santos felt it in the chilling dampness of the ancient ruins, smelled it in the cloying sweetness of the unnaturally blooming night. Blooming Sirius, a flower associated with death and the underworld, now proliferating wildly across the city's outskirts. He found a child's discarded doll, its porcelain face cracked and stained with something dark and viscous, not mud, but something akin to dried blood. The doll lay near a crumbling wall adorned with newly painted glyphs, crude and hastily drawn, but unmistakably invoking Sipe Totek, the flayed god. The symbols pulsed with a faint internal light, a sickly green glow that seemed to leach into the very stones. This wasn't the work of the cartel remnants. This was a deliberate invocation, a ritualistic offering, a sign that the malevolent influence was actively seeking to spread. His investigations led him to the city's oldest barrio, a labyrinthine network of narrow, twisting streets, where the air hung heavy with the scent of decaying things and whispered secrets. Here, the shadows seemed to have a life of their own, writhing and coalescing into monstrous shapes at the periphery of his vision. He found evidence of clandestine meetings, hushed conversations under the cloak of darkness, and the lingering scent of copal incense, now imbued with a nauseatingly sweet, almost metallic tang. It was a scent that spoke of dark rituals, blood sacrifices, and the foul communion with entities best left undisturbed. He discovered a network of informants, people who had survived the cartel's purge, only to find themselves entangled in this new, far more sinister web. They spoke of veiled figures, their faces obscured by shadows and cloaks, who offered protection and power in exchange for loyalty and offerings. They spoke of whispers in the night, promises of untold riches and influence whispered from the depths of the underworld. These whispers promised power, but it was a power that came at a terrible price, a power that fed on souls and left behind only emptiness and decay. The price was always paid in blood and fear. One informant, a wizened old woman known only as Abuela, revealed the existence of a hidden society, a cult devoted to Xipe Totec, a clandestine congregation that thrived in the city's underbelly. She spoke of ancient rituals, of human sacrifices performed under the light of a blood-red moon, of invocations that tore holes in the fabric of reality, allowing the flayed gods' influence to seep into the world. The cult's members were not merely criminals, they were conduits, vessels through which Xipe Totec extended his power, their very existence a testament to the insidious corruption that had taken root. Santos discovered the cult operated from within the city's catacombs, a sprawling network of tunnels and chambers beneath the streets, a place where the boundaries between the living and the dead blurred. He delved into the labyrinthine depths, armed with his bone whistle and his knowledge of the underworld, guided by Abuela's cryptic directions. The air grew thick and cloying, a miasma of decay and despair. The walls seemed to breathe, pulsating with a malevolent energy, and the shadows danced with an unsettling sentience. He felt the weight of ages pressing down on him, a crushing burden of centuries of forgotten sins and unspeakable horrors. The deeper he descended, the more pervasive the stench of death and decay became. The air crackled with unseen energy, and the walls whispered secrets in a language older than time. He found evidence of past rituals, sacrificial remains, ancient glyphs, and disturbing artifacts, each a chilling testament to the cult's depravity and the extent of Xipe Totec's influence. The catacombs were not simply a burial ground, they were a nexus of unholy power, a place where the veil between worlds was thin, where the echoes of the underworld resonated with a terrifying clarity. He encountered the cult's members, their faces pale and drawn, their eyes burning with an unnatural intensity. They were not merely devout followers, they were possessed, vessels through which Xipe Totec extended his will, their bodies twisted and contorted by the god's dark power. They were terrifying, yet pitiable, puppets dancing to the tune of a malevolent puppeteer. The confrontation was brutal. The bone whistle sang its deadly song, each note ripping through the cultists' bodies, leaving behind glowing glyphs that depicted their depraved acts, their sins laid bare for all to see. Yet, even as he felled them, he sensed the corruption seeping into him, a chilling echo of the flayed god's power, a subtle encroachment that chilled him to the bone. The power of Xipe Totec was not simply brute force, it was an insidious corruption of the spirit, a subtle erosion of the soul. After the carnage, as the last vestiges of the cult's influence were vanquished, Santos found himself in a vast cavern at the heart of the catacombs. In the center stood a grotesque altar, carved from obsidian and dripping with dried blood. Upon it lay a single, desiccated heart, still pulsing with a faint, unnatural light. It was the heart of a sacrifice, a conduit for the flayed god's power. He understood then the true nature of the lingering corruption. It wasn't just about the cult or the surface-level evils he had already purged. It was about the systemic nature of sin, the deep-seated corruption that thrived in the city's heart, a corruption that fed and empowered the unholy influence of Zeep Totec. The fight wasn't over, it had only just begun. The destruction of the immediate threat was just a scratching at the surface. The underlying corruption needed to be addressed, the festering wounds of the city's soul needed to be cleansed. The fight wasn't just a physical one, it was a spiritual one. A fight against the insidious corruption that had settled into the very fabric of the city. A corruption that mirrored the dark heart of humanity itself. His journey through Mictlan had prepared him for physical horrors, but this was different. This was a battle for the soul of the city, a struggle against the ancient, unyielding power of a god whose very essence was corruption. The bone whistle was a tool, but it wasn't enough. He needed more than just brute force. He needed to understand the intricate web of corruption, to unravel the threads of the ancient evil that threatened to consume everything. He needed to understand the root cause of this insidious corruption if he was to have any hope of cleansing the city and perhaps even himself. The path ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear. The whispers of Mictlan were growing louder, and the flayed god was reaching out. The true battle was yet to come, a battle that would require not only strength, but also a profound understanding of the darkness that dwelled within both the city and within himself. The lingering corruption, like a venomous snake, had bitten deep, and the cure was yet to be found. New threats emerge. The desiccated heart, still faintly pulsing with an unnatural light, felt cold against Santos's gloved hand. It throbbed with a rhythm that echoed the sickening beat of his own heart, a morbid counterpoint to the silence of the cavern. He knew, with a chilling certainty, that the destruction of the Zeep Totec cult was merely a prelude, a clearing of underbrush before the true battle began. The city, it seemed, was a festering wound, and the cult had merely been a symptom, not the disease. He left the catacombs, the weight of the city's sins pressing down on him like a physical burden. The air above ground felt thick, heavy with the lingering stench of decay and the whisper of unseen presences. The glyphs left by the cultists, crude, hastily scrawled invocations of the flayed god, were still visible on the walls, their sickly green glow a testament to the pervasive corruption. He saw them not just as markings, but as festering sores upon the city's skin. His investigations led him to the city's docks, a sprawling labyrinth of rusted metal, decaying wood, and shadowy corners where illicit deals were brokered under the cover of darkness. The air here reeked of salt, fish, and something far more sinister, a cloying sweetness that clung to the back of his throat, the same metallic tang he had detected in the catacombs. He found a hidden shrine nestled amongst the cargo containers, a crude altar fashioned from driftwood and adorned with offerings of bizarre and unsettling nature, a collection of human teeth, strands of hair twisted into grotesque effigies, and a single perfectly preserved hummingbird heart, its iridescent feathers shimmering with a disturbing vibrancy. The offerings weren't to Zeep Totec, but to something else entirely, something far older and far more insidious. This new threat resided not in the overt displays of violence, but in the subtle manipulations, the insidious whispers that twisted the minds of the city's inhabitants, turning them against each other. He learned of a shadowy organization operating from the docks, a clandestine network of smugglers and black marketeers known only as in Los Murciélagos, the Bats. They weren't interested in brute force or territorial control. Their power lay in their ability to sow discord, to manipulate events from the shadows, pulling the strings of the city's political and social fabric. Santos discovered Los Murciélagos weren't just smugglers. They were traffickers in forbidden knowledge, purveyors of ancient forbidden rituals, and dealers in the very essence of fear itself. They possessed artifacts steeped in dark magic, objects radiating a palpable aura of dread. One such artifact, a tarnished silver chalice said to have been used in ancient Aztec blood rituals, pulsed with a faint internal light, the same sickly green glow he had observed in the catacombs. His pursuit of Los Murciélagos led him to a network of informants within the city's underworld, people who lived in the cracks and crevices of society, clinging to the edges of existence. He found them lurking in the shadows of cantinas, whispering secrets in hushed tones, their faces obscured by the gloom. They spoke of rituals performed under the light of the waning gibbous moon, of sacrifices offered to appease ancient entities, of bargains struck with beings who dwelt in the liminal spaces between worlds. These entities weren't merely demons or spirits, they were ancient primordial forces, entities whose existence predated even the Aztec gods. They were beings of pure chaos and entropy, beings that fed on fear and despair, and their influence was growing stronger, subtly corrupting the city's soul. The bats were not just their puppets, they were the conduits through which these entities exerted their power, twisting the city's fate according to their malevolent whims. One informant, a scarred ex-con with eyes that held the haunted wisdom of countless nights spent staring into the abyss, revealed a crucial detail. Los Murciélagos were preparing for a ritual of immense power, a ritual designed to tear open a gateway to a realm beyond human comprehension, a realm of unimaginable horrors. The ritual would require a sacrifice of unprecedented scale, a human sacrifice to appease the primordial entity they served. The ritual was scheduled for the upcoming Day of the Dead, a time when the veil between worlds was at its thinnest. The ex-con, whose name was only ever whispered as Anel Serpiente, explained that the sacrifice wasn't merely a symbolic act, it was a key to unlocking a power beyond mortal understanding. He provided Santos with cryptic clues, fragments of information that pointed to the location of the ritual, an abandoned slaughterhouse on the outskirts of the city, a place steeped in the stench of blood and death. The slaughterhouse was not merely a place of past carnage, it was a nexus of ancient energies, a place where the threads of time twisted and frayed. Santos arrived at the slaughterhouse as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of blood orange and bruised purple. The air hung heavy with the scent of decay and the lingering tang of blood. Inside, the slaughterhouse was a grotesque temple of death, its walls stained with the dried blood of countless animals, the floor slick with a residue of viscera. The air pulsed with a malevolent energy, a palpable sense of dread that pressed down on him like a physical weight. He found the bats huddled around a makeshift altar, their faces illuminated by the flickering light of candles. They chanted in a language both ancient and terrifying, their voices echoing through the cavernous space. In the center of the altar lay a young woman, bound and gagged, her eyes wide with terror. Her sacrifice was imminent. Santos knew that he couldn't simply eliminate them. The entity they served would only retaliate with greater force. He had to disrupt the ritual, to prevent the gateway from opening. But how? The bone whistle, while effective against mortal men, was useless against entities that existed beyond the realm of the living and the dead. This called for a different approach, a different kind of strategy. He needed a way to unravel the ritual, to sever the connection between the bats and the ancient entity they served. He had learned during his time in Mictlan that death itself was not an end, but a transition, a passage between worlds. He began to see the ritual not as a simple act of sacrifice, but as a complex equation, a series of interconnected actions and energies that had to be disrupted at precisely the right moment. He realized he didn't need to kill the bats necessarily, but to sever their connection to the entity they served, to break the spell binding them to its will. This required a different kind of understanding, a deeper insight into the ancient energies and the rituals they wielded. This was the next stage of his fight, a test of his wits and his will. His descent into the underworld had prepared him for this moment, giving him insight into the very fabric of existence and the subtle currents of power that wove through the world. This battle wasn't about brute force, it was about strategy and understanding. The fight for the city was far from over. The shadows remained, and the whispers of Mictlan grew louder still. The true battle had only just begun. The burden of power, the weight of the city pressed down on Santos, heavier than any physical burden he'd ever known. It wasn't just the weight of the bodies he'd left behind, the ghosts of his victims, or the ever-present stench of decay clinging to the city like a shroud. It was the weight of responsibility, the crushing realization that his power, this terrifying gift, was a double-edged sword. Each soul he claimed, each glyph he etched onto the city's walls, was a testament to his growing power, yet also a chilling reminder of the immense responsibility he carried. He was a judge, jury, and executioner, all rolled into one, a figure both feared and revered, but ultimately alone in his grim task. The bone whistle, his instrument of judgment, felt heavy in his hand, a tangible manifestation of his burden. It was more than just a weapon, it was a conduit, a link to the chilling power of Mictlantecutli, the Aztec god of death. He felt the god's presence, a cold, echoing resonance within his very bones, a constant reminder of the dark pact he'd made in the underworld. The whispers of Mictlan, once a distant echo, now seemed to permeate his very being, a constant murmur of death and decay. He had slain the Zipe Totec cultists, but their demise felt like a fleeting victory in a war that stretched across centuries. The ancient entities, those primordial forces of chaos, continued to exert their influence, their tendrils reaching out from the shadowy corners of the city, twisting minds and manipulating events. He had faced down physical threats, but the true battle lay in the realm of unseen forces, in the subtle manipulations of Los Murciélagos, who weaved their schemes in the darkness. Sleep offered no respite. His dreams were filled with the faces of his victims, their eyes filled with a mixture of terror and accusation. He saw the swirling mists of Mictlan, the chilling landscapes of the underworld, and the shadowy figures that lurked in its depths. He felt the cold embrace of death, not as a release, but as a relentless pressure, a constant reminder of his precarious existence. He was a man caught between worlds, a being teetering on the precipice of sanity. The city itself seemed to be decaying, its very soul infected by the encroaching darkness. He saw it in the hollow eyes of the citizens, in the pervasive sense of unease that hung heavy in the air, in the shadows that seemed to writhe and shift even in the brightest daylight. He saw it mirrored in his own reflection, a gaunt, haunted figure with eyes that had seen too much death. He found solace only in the small acts of defiance, the quiet gestures of resistance. He helped those in need, small acts of kindness that cut through the darkness, tiny sparks of hope against the overwhelming despair. He would leave small offerings at the shrines of forgotten gods, whispered prayers to the spirits of his ancestors. These were small acts, yet they provided a momentary respite, a brief reprieve from the crushing weight of his burden. He sought guidance from an old woman, a curandera, who lived in a crumbling adobe house on the outskirts of the city. She possessed an encyclopedic knowledge of Mexican folklore and traditional healing practices. She was a conduit to the ancient ways, a link to a world of spirits and magic. She listened patiently as Santos recounted his experiences, his voice raspy from disuse, his words burdened with the weight of his dark destiny. "And the power you wield, El Cuervo," she said, her voice as ancient and weathered as the stones of her dwelling, "and it is a burden, but it is also a gift. It is the weight of responsibility, the weight of choices. You cannot escape it, but you can learn to carry it." She explained that the glyphs he left behind were not simply markings of his victims' sins, they were also anchors, points of connection to the spirits of the underworld. They were the threads that bound him to Mictlan, a link he could not sever. He carried the darkness within him, but he also carried the light, the power to change the destiny of the city. "The path of justice is not always clear," as she said, her eyes reflecting the wisdom of centuries. "It is a winding road, filled with shadows and uncertainty. You must find your own way, El Cuervo. But remember this, the true strength lies not in the power you wield, but in the choices you make." Her words, like a gentle balm to his ravaged soul, offered him a new perspective. He realized he wasn't merely a vessel for vengeance, but a guardian, a protector. His power wasn't just about retribution, it was about preserving the balance, about shielding the innocent from the encroaching darkness. He continued his fight against Los Murciélagos, but his approach changed. He moved beyond the brute force, the simple act of killing. He used his cunning, his understanding of the city's underworld, and his knowledge of the ancient forces at play to dismantle the organization from within. He used the glyphs not just to mark the wicked, but to create a map of the conspiracy, a visual guide that helped him to understand the network's complex web of relationships. He focused on disrupting their rituals, on breaking their connection to the primordial entities they served. He used his knowledge of the Aztec underworld, his time spent in Mictlan, to disrupt the flow of dark energy, to sever the threads of their malevolent influence. He turned their own magic against them, utilizing the very forces they tried to control to dismantle their power. The battle was far from over. The shadows remained, the whispers of Mictlan still echoing in his ears. But Santos, burdened though he was, had found a new strength, a new purpose. He was no longer merely a tool of death, but a guardian of the city, a beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness. The weight of his power remained, a constant reminder of his responsibilities. But now, it was a weight he could bear, a burden he could shoulder, for he knew that he was not alone in his fight. The city, despite its decay, still possessed a spirit, a resilience that could be kindled, and it was his responsibility, his burden, his destiny, to help it find its way back to the light. The search for peace. The curandera's words resonated long after she left, a faint echo in the cavernous silence of his soul. Peace. The very concept felt alien, a forgotten language spoken by a ghost. He'd known brutality, violence, death. These were familiar tongues. But peace? It was a phantom limb, the absence of a sensation he'd never known. Yet, the seed of hope she'd planted, small and fragile, began to take root. He couldn't outrun the echoes of Mictlan, the spectral whispers of the dead, but perhaps he could learn to live with them, to find a harmony, a balance in the discordant symphony of his existence. His quest for peace wasn't a passive acceptance of his grim fate. It wasn't about laying down his bone whistle and surrendering to the encroaching darkness. It was about finding a way to wield his power, the terrifying gift of Mictlantecuhtli, not as an instrument of pure vengeance, but as a tool for a more nuanced form of justice. It meant recognizing the shades of grey, the complexities of morality in a world painted only in black and white. He began to study, delving into ancient texts, poring over forgotten codices filled with the esoteric wisdom of Aztec priests and shaman. He sought knowledge not only of the underworld, but of its counterpart, the sun-drenched world of the living. He studied the rituals and ceremonies aimed at appeasing the gods, at maintaining balance between the realms of life and death. He learned of the intricate dance between light and shadow, of the delicate equilibrium that held the universe together. His research led him to hidden temples, crumbling remnants of ancient civilizations swallowed by the relentless growth of the city. He deciphered cryptic glyphs carved into stone, whispered forgotten prayers in forgotten tongues, and performed ancient rites under the watchful eyes of the indifferent stars. Each ritual, each incantation was a step closer to understanding, a tiny tremor in the seismic shift of his own soul. The city itself became his teacher. He walked its labyrinthine streets, not as a predator stalking its prey, but as an observer, a student. He listened to the hushed conversations, the whispered secrets, the unspoken anxieties of its inhabitants. He saw the fear in their eyes, but he also saw the resilience, the quiet acts of defiance against the crushing weight of despair. He saw the flickering embers of hope, refusing to be extinguished in the face of overwhelming darkness. He sought out the forgotten corners of the city, the hidden shrines and abandoned chapels, the places where the veil between worlds thinned. He left offerings, a handful of copal incense, a sprig of marigold, a prayer whispered to the spirits of his ancestors, not as acts of appeasement, but as gestures of respect, of acknowledgement of the intricate tapestry of existence that connected the living and the dead. He found unexpected allies in the city's marginalized communities, the healers, the mediums, the curanderos who practiced their ancient craft in the shadow of the modern world. These were people who understood the balance between the earthly and the spiritual, the fine line between life and death. They helped him understand the nature of his power, the implications of his actions, and the importance of balance. They taught him to channel his rage, to transform his destructive energy into something more constructive, more focused. His encounters with these people were often surreal and mystical. He learned about naguals and nahuales, shape-shifting entities who roamed the night, about aluxes, mischievous little spirits who guarded the Mayan cornfields, about La Llorona, the weeping woman who wandered the rivers, searching for her lost children. These stories, once relegated to the realm of superstition, became real to him, tangible threads in the intricate tapestry of his life. He learned to discern the whispers of these entities, to interpret their meaning, to use their knowledge to guide his actions. The battles continued, but they became less about brute force and more about strategy, about manipulating the unseen, forces that shape the world. He used his knowledge of the Aztec underworld, his connection to Mictlantecutli, not to unleash indiscriminate destruction, but to redirect the flow of dark energy, to disrupt the plans of Los Murciélagos, to expose their manipulations. He became a master puppeteer, pulling the strings of fate, guiding events from the shadows. His transformation was slow, gradual, almost imperceptible. The bone whistle remained in his hand, a constant reminder of his grim duty, but its use became more judicious, more discerning. He didn't kill indiscriminately. He chose his targets carefully, his actions guided by a sense of purpose beyond mere retribution. He aimed to achieve a more lasting peace, not through eradication, but through transformation. He sought to purify the city, not by cleansing it of its inhabitants, but by cleansing it of the corruption that threatened to consume it. One night, he stood on a rooftop, overlooking the city bathed in the soft glow of the moon. The glyphs he'd etched onto the buildings, once stark reminders of his power, now seemed less like symbols of death and more like scars, a testament to the battles fought and won. The city, ravaged though it was, pulsed with a faint energy, a resilience that echoed his own internal transformation. He wasn't at peace, not yet. The echoes of Mictlan still haunted him, the weight of his power still pressed down on him. But he found something else, a quiet understanding, a newfound acceptance of his destiny. He was El Silbido de la Muerte, the death whistle, but he was also something more, something beyond the darkness, something that sought not only justice, but a fragile, hard-won peace in a world steeped in shadow. The fight continued, the shadows remained, but he now carried a different weight, the weight of hope, the weight of his own evolving soul. The search for peace wasn't over, but for the first time he felt the distant, faint promise of it on the horizon. He was, after all, a man reborn, and even in the darkest of realms, the possibility of rebirth held within it the potential for change, even for peace. The call to action. The scent of copal incense, still clinging faintly to his clothes, was a stark contrast to the stench of decay that now filled his nostrils. He'd sought refuge in a crumbling church, its walls scarred by time and neglect, a fitting reflection of his own fractured soul. The quiet contemplation, the fragile peace he'd begun to cultivate, shattered like brittle glass. A tremor ran through the city, a ripple in the fabric of reality, and he felt it, a deep, visceral understanding that the shadows, far from receding, were gathering, coalescing into a new, more potent threat. It wasn't the familiar rumble of Los Murciélagos, the cartel he'd been systematically dismantling. This was something different, something ancient, something that resonated with the chilling echoes of Mictlan itself. A whisper on the wind, a shadow in the periphery of his vision, a cold dread that seeped into his bones. He felt the pull, an irresistible summons from the darkness, a call that echoed the chilling melody of his bone whistle. The whispers started subtly, at first, carried on the humid night. Air, murmurs in Nahuatl, the ancient tongue of the Aztecs, words of power and dread, weaving a tapestry of prophecies and doom. They spoke of a rising darkness, of a forgotten god awakened from its slumber, a god whose hunger for souls far surpassed even that of Mictlantecutli. The whispers slithered into his dreams, weaving themselves into the nightmares of the underworld, twisting familiar faces into grotesque parodies of their former selves. He consulted the curanderas, the healers who had become his unlikely allies. Their faces were etched with concern, their eyes wide with a fear that transcended the ordinary. They spoke of a legend, a forgotten tale passed down through generations of their families, the return of Yoaltecatl, the feathered serpent, god of darkness, a being of immense power and insatiable hunger. According to the legends, Yoaltecatl was a primordial entity, a god of chaos and destruction, banished to the deepest recesses of the underworld eons ago. But now, the whispers claimed, its prison was weakening, its chains breaking. The curanderas described Yoaltecatl not as a singular entity, but as a collective consciousness, a malignant force that fed on fear, despair, and the suffering of humanity. Its arrival was not a physical manifestation, but a creeping corruption, an insidious influence that would unravel the very fabric of reality. They described rituals, sacrifices, dark incantations that would summon Yoaltecatl's full power. bringing about a catastrophic descent into darkness. Santos felt the weight of this new threat pressing down on him. His quest for peace, for a semblance of normalcy, was abruptly cut short. The delicate balance he'd begun to achieve was threatened, the fragile hope he'd nurtured crushed under the heel of encroaching terror. His bone whistle, once a symbol of controlled vengeance, felt heavy in his hand, a cold reminder of the grim duty he could not escape. His investigation led him to the city's underbelly, to hidden catacombs beneath crumbling colonial buildings, to forgotten tunnels that snaked beneath the bustling streets. He followed the whispers, the trails of dark energy, deeper and deeper into the city's heart of darkness. He found evidence of the rituals, gruesome relics of dark worship, animal sacrifices, human bones etched with strange glyphs, and altars stained with the blood of recent victims. Each discovery was a chilling revelation, a confirmation of the imminent danger. He saw the growing influence of Yoaltecatl in the city's inhabitants, a rising tide of violence, a surge in crime, a palpable increase in despair. People were becoming increasingly susceptible to fear, their will crumbling under the weight of Yoaltecatl's creeping corruption. His allies, the curanderas and other practitioners of the ancient arts, prepared for a confrontation unlike any they had ever faced. They gathered ancient artifacts, powerful amulets, and protective talismans. They prepared potent brews and concocted potent potions, seeking to bolster their defenses against Yoaltecatl's overwhelming power. The preparation was a grim ritual in itself, each action laced with a sense of impending doom. Santos, however, felt a different kind of dread. This wasn't just a battle against a physical entity, it was a fight against a corrupting influence, a metaphysical plague that threatened to consume the very soul of the city. He knew that brute force alone wouldn't suffice. He needed a more nuanced approach, a strategy that combined his own powers with the ancient knowledge of his allies. The culmination of their preparations led them to a hidden temple beneath the city, a place where the veil between worlds was exceptionally thin. It was a dangerous location, a nexus of dark energy, but also a place where they could confront Yoaltecatl on its own terms, in its own realm. The descent into the temple was a perilous journey, a descent into the city's deepest, darkest secrets. The air grew heavy with the presence of dark spirits, and the walls seemed to whisper warnings in ancient tongues. The confrontation was not a straightforward battle. Yoaltecatl manifested not as a singular entity, but as a swirling vortex of shadow and darkness, a terrifying embodiment of fear and despair. Its power was overwhelming, its influence insidious, and the battle became a struggle not only for physical survival, but for the very soul of the city. It was a fight against a creeping corruption, against a force that sought to unravel the very fabric of reality. The fight would be long, and the cost perhaps immeasurable. But Santos, the Deathwhistle, was ready to face it, armed with his bone whistle, his knowledge of the underworld, and the unwavering support of his unlikely allies. The shadows remained, but this time they were not just a backdrop to his grim existence, they were the very battlefield upon which the fate of the city would be decided. The call to action was clear, and he would answer it. The fight for the soul of the city, for the balance between light and shadow, had begun. Haunting memories. The air in the hidden temple hung thick and suffocating, a miasma of fear and decay. The flickering light of the ceremonial braziers cast long, dancing shadows on the ancient carvings that lined the walls, depicting scenes of sacrifice and ritualistic slaughter, grim testaments to the worship of Yoaltecatl. Santos, his senses heightened by the oppressive atmosphere, felt the echoes of countless agonies reverberating through the very stones beneath his feet. The whispers, once faint murmurs on the night wind, now roared in his ears, a cacophony of voices, each a scream of lost souls. But it wasn't the spectral cries of the damned that truly unnerved him. It was the memories. They crashed over him in waves, relentless and vivid, pulling him under a torrent of guilt and regret. He saw himself again, young and reckless, his face contorted in a sneer as he wielded his machete, the crimson stain of another man's life blooming across his hands. He saw the terror in the eyes of his victims, the silent pleas for mercy that he'd brutally ignored. He saw the faces of his betrayed comrades, their trust shattered, their bodies lifeless, left to rot under the relentless Mexican sun. The faces of his victims swam before his eyes, not as monstrous specters, but as ordinary men, their lives violently extinguished by his actions. He saw the family he had shattered, the children left orphans, the wives left widows. He saw the faces of his own family, his parents, their love and faith betrayed. The memories were a torment, a relentless assault on his already fractured psyche. The guilt was a physical weight, pressing down on him, threatening to crush him beneath its crushing burden. The bone whistle, cold and heavy in his hand, felt less like an instrument of justice and more like a branding iron, a permanent mark of his sins. The curanderas, their faces etched with ancient wisdom and concern, watched him with compassion. They understood the nature of his torment. They understood the price he'd paid for his transgressions, not just in the underworld, but in the very fabric of his being. They recognized that his journey was not simply about confronting the external threat of Yoaltecatl, but about confronting the demons within himself. Isadora, the eldest and wisest of the curanderas, placed a calming hand on his arm. Her touch was surprisingly strong, her eyes filled with an unwavering understanding. "And the past cannot be undone, Santos," she said, her voice a low, soothing murmur. "It can be acknowledged, understood, and learned from." Her words, simple yet profound, resonated deeply within him. He'd spent so long trying to suppress the memories, to bury them beneath layers of violence and detachment. He'd sought redemption through vengeance, believing that wiping out evil would somehow erase the evil he had done. But the truth, harsh and undeniable, was that true redemption required confronting his past, accepting the consequences of his actions, and striving for atonement. The memories continued to assail him, but their power waned. He allowed himself to grieve, to feel the profound sadness and remorse that had been locked away for so long. He allowed himself to confront the consequences of his actions, acknowledging the pain he had caused, both directly and indirectly. He realized that his journey through Mictlan, though brutal and terrifying, had not been merely a physical ordeal. It had been a spiritual purification, a trial by fire. It had stripped him of his arrogance, his self-justification, and his reckless abandon. He saw, in the vivid flashbacks, not just the horrors of his past, but the man he was becoming. He saw a glimmer of hope, a nascent desire for something more than the endless cycle of violence. He began to understand that true justice wasn't simply about retribution. It was about restoring balance, about repairing the harm he had caused, and about striving for a future that was free from the shadows of his past. The echoes of the whispers seemed to shift, their tone less menacing, less accusatory. The weight of guilt that had been suffocating him lessened, replaced by a burgeoning sense of responsibility. He realized that his bone whistle, his connection to Mictlan, wasn't just a weapon, it was a tool for justice, a means to make amends for the sins of the past. His allies, seeing the transformation within him, prepared for the confrontation with renewed vigor. They understood that the battle against Yoaltecatl was not simply a physical one. It was a spiritual struggle, a fight for the soul of the city, and Santos's willingness to confront his own demons was a crucial element of their strategy. His journey through Mictlan had given him a unique perspective, a profound understanding of darkness, and this understanding, they realized, was their greatest weapon. The ancient artifacts that they had gathered hummed with latent power, resonating with Santos's own changed energy. The amulets and talismans seemed to amplify his resolve, bolstering his spirit and strengthening his resolve. The potent brews and potions they had concocted not only strengthened their physical defenses, but also sharpened their senses, their intuition, and their understanding of the spiritual realm. The preparations concluded, the final rites completed, they moved deeper into the temple. The air grew denser, the shadows deeper, the whispers more insistent. But Santos was no longer consumed by his past. He carried the weight of his memories, yes, but he carried them with a newfound resolve, a sense of purpose that transcended mere revenge. He understood that he wasn't fighting for himself anymore. He was fighting for the city, for the souls trapped in the clutches of Yoaltecatl, and for the possibility of a future free from the creeping corruption that threatened to consume everything. He was ready. The final confrontation loomed, but this time Santos felt a different kind of fear. It wasn't the primal fear of death, but the resolute fear of failure, the fear of not being worthy of the redemption he craved. The path forward was shrouded in shadow, but for the first time, Santos felt the faintest glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel. The whispers of the past were no longer a torment but a guide, a testament to the path he had walked and the path he would continue to walk until the darkness was defeated and the soul of the city was redeemed. The battle was about to begin, seeking forgiveness. The air in the temple grew colder, a chill that seeped into his bones, deeper than the dampness of the ancient stones. It wasn't the physical cold but a spiritual frost, a reflection of the icy grip of his own guilt. Isadora's words, though comforting, hadn't erased the images seared into his memory. He saw again the terrified eyes of his victims, their last breaths ragged gasps stolen by his own hand. He saw the faces of his family, their disappointed gazes etched into his soul, a constant reminder of the broken oaths and shattered trust. Each memory was a blow, a fresh wound reopening, bleeding anew the sorrow and regret. He closed his eyes, trying to shut out the onslaught of images, but the darkness behind his eyelids was filled with them. He was a whirlwind of violence, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. He'd rationalized his actions, cloaking them in the twisted logic of loyalty and survival within the brutal world of the cartel. But here, in this sacred space, surrounded by the echoes of ancient sacrifices and the whispers of the damned, those justifications crumbled into dust. He was not a soldier fighting a righteous war, he was a butcher, stained crimson with the blood of innocence and the betrayal of those he claimed to love. He knelt, the rough stone floor digging into his knees, a physical manifestation of his spiritual torment. The bone whistle, usually a source of cold, detached power, felt heavy in his hand, a weight of his culpability. He pressed it to his lips, not to summon the spectral hounds of Mictlan, but to let out a sound that only he could hear, a choked sob, a wail of self-recrimination, a desperate plea for forgiveness he didn't know if he deserved. The curanderas, silent witnesses to his agony, surrounded him, their faces etched with empathy, their hands moving in slow, deliberate gestures, weaving a spell of comfort and healing. They chanted ancient incantations, their voices a low hum that resonated with the vibrations of the earth, a soothing balm against the jagged edges of his remorse. The scents of copal and herbs filled the air, a fragrant attempt to cleanse the spiritual miasma that clung to him like a shroud. Days bled into nights, the cycle marked only by the rhythmic chanting of the curanderas and the intermittent sobs that racked Santos's body. He didn't sleep, he didn't eat. His physical form was deteriorating, mirroring the erosion of his spirit. Yet paradoxically, a strange calm began to settle over him, a quiet acceptance of the immensity of his transgressions. He realized that forgiveness wasn't something that could be granted by others. It was something he had to earn through a lifetime of atonement. The whispers around him shifted. They were still there, the voices of the dead, the echoes of his actions, but their tone changed. They were no longer accusations, but a sorrowful chorus, a lament for the lives lost, a plea for understanding. He listened, not with fear, but with empathy, feeling the weight of their suffering as if it were his own. He saw their faces not as enemies, but as men, women, and children whose lives had been brutally cut short, leaving behind a tapestry of grief and suffering. He recognized their pain, and in that recognition he began to find a path towards healing. Isadora approached, her eyes reflecting the flickering light of the braziers, holding out a small, intricately carved wooden box. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft, dried herbs, lay a single obsidian teardrop. "Tensis a lagrima de obsidian," she explained, her voice soft yet firm. "A tear of obsidian. It represents the sorrow and remorse you carry within. It is a reminder of the path you must walk to find redemption. It is not a guarantee of forgiveness, but a symbol of your commitment to atonement." He accepted the obsidian tear, its coolness a stark contrast to the fiery heat of his guilt. He held it tightly, feeling its smooth surface, a tangible link to the path he was beginning to forge. He understood that redemption wouldn't be a swift, decisive act, but a long, arduous journey. each step a conscious effort to make amends for his past. The obsidian tear would be his constant companion, a reminder of the weight of his actions and the responsibility he now carried. The curanderas began to teach him ancient rituals of purification and penance, practices designed to cleanse the soul and restore balance. They instructed him in the intricate art of offering prayers to the spirits of the departed, acknowledging their pain and seeking their forgiveness. He learned to weave intricate tapestries of flowers and herbs, each thread a symbol of the grief he carried and the healing he sought. He spent hours meditating, attempting to quiet the cacophony of voices in his head, finding solace in the rhythm of his own breath, a grounding force in the midst of his turmoil. The process was excruciating, a relentless stripping away of his hardened exterior, revealing the raw, wounded soul beneath. There were moments of doubt, moments when the darkness threatened to consume him again, when the weight of his guilt felt unbearable. But the curanderas were there, guiding him, supporting him, their unwavering belief in his potential for redemption a lifeline in the stormy sea of his soul. They reminded him that the path to forgiveness was not a straight line. It was a winding road filled with obstacles, setbacks, and moments of despair. But with each act of penance, with each prayer, with each woven thread, he moved closer to a semblance of peace. His understanding of Mictlan deepened. He realized that it was not merely a place of punishment, but a crucible of transformation, where souls faced their past and emerged, refined and changed. He began to see his journey through the 9 levels not as a condemnation, but as a chance for spiritual purification, a brutal but necessary trial. He understood now that Mictlan's judgment wasn't about eternal damnation. It was about facing the truth, about confronting the darkness within and striving for enlightenment. The obsidian tear felt less heavy now, its weight tempered by a newfound resolve. He still carried the burden of his past, but it no longer crushed him. It became a source of strength, a reminder of his commitment to atonement. The whispers of the past were no longer accusatory, they were a lament, a chorus of pain and sorrow, but also a plea for understanding, a reminder of the lives he had touched and the impact he had made. He would never erase his past, he knew that. The scars remained, both visible on his skin and etched into his soul. But he could strive to heal them, to make amends, to transform the darkness into a light, however faint. He began to understand the true meaning of the death whistle, realizing it was not merely a weapon of vengeance, but a tool for justice, a conduit for bringing balance back to a world thrown into chaos by his own actions. The path to forgiveness was long, and the absolution he craved felt distant, but for the first time it felt attainable. The whispers of the past, once a torment, were now a guide, leading him towards a future where he could finally begin to seek the redemption he so desperately needed. The possibility of absolution was no longer a distant star, but a flickering flame, a faint but steady light guiding his way. The weight of guilt, the obsidian tear, cool against his palm, felt less like a burden and more like a cold, hard truth. It mirrored the chilling reality of his existence, a man forever marked by the atrocities he had committed. The whispers of the past, once a cacophony of accusatory voices, now formed a mournful dirge, a constant, low hum beneath the surface of his consciousness. Each whistle he blew, each soul he claimed, added another layer to this melancholic symphony, a grim testament to his violent past. The weight of his guilt was not merely a psychological burden, it was a physical presence, a leaden cloak that stifled his breath and slowed his movements. He found himself less effective, his usually precise movements hesitant, his once unwavering focus clouded by doubt. The clarity that had guided his hunts, the cold detachment that had allowed him to mete out justice without flinching, was fading. He hesitated before striking, questioning his own motives, plagued by the gnawing fear that he was merely repeating his past sins under the guise of righteousness. The faces of his victims, the men he had betrayed, the innocent lives he had extinguished, haunted his waking moments and invaded his dreams, transforming his nights into a macabre procession of guilt and self-recrimination. During one such hunt, pursuing a corrupt official who trafficked children, he found himself paralyzed by indecision. The man, fat and sweating, knelt before him, pleading for mercy, his words a desperate croaking that mirrored the agony Santos had inflicted on others. The bone whistle felt heavy, impossibly heavy, as if the weight of his past transgressions had infused it with its own sorrow. He stared at the man, seeing not only his own past reflected in his eyes, but also the faces of those he had killed, their pleas for mercy lost in the echoing violence of his past. He lowered the whistle, the silence deafening, broken only by the official's ragged breathing. The man, sensing a flicker of hesitation, attempted to flee, but Santos's hand shot out, gripping his arm with a ferocity born of sudden rage directed not at the official but at himself. He saw himself in the man's terror, the same helpless fear he had witnessed in countless other eyes. The glyphs, the burning testament to the man's sins, would be indelibly burned into the wall, but Santos felt a profound sense of emptiness, a hollow ache that no amount of justice could fill. The curanderas, sensing his internal struggle, intensified their rituals, their chants weaving a protective barrier around him, attempting to shield him from the overwhelming weight of his guilt. They worked tirelessly, using ancient herbs and incantations to try to cleanse his soul, but the darkness within seemed too deep, too entrenched. Isadora, with her quiet wisdom, recognized the nature of his struggle. It wasn't simply remorse, it was a battle against self-annihilation, a fight against the very darkness he sought to vanquish. She introduced him to a new ritual, a challenging one that required him to confront his past head-on. He was to travel to each location where he had committed a significant act of violence, to each site stained with his guilt. At each place, he was to perform a specific act of penance, an act designed not only to appease the spirits of the dead, but also to confront his own demons. He was to speak the names of those he had killed, acknowledging their lives, their worth, and the irrevocable harm he had caused. He was to leave offerings, not gifts of gold or jewels, but humble tokens of sorrow, simple flowers, pebbles, and feathers, symbols of grief and repentance. The journey was a descent into his own personal hell. Each location brought back the vivid memories, the smells, the sounds, the visceral sensations of violence. The ghosts of his victims seemed to materialize before him, their spectral forms whispering accusations that mirrored his own self-recriminations. The weight of his actions crushed him anew at each location, the pain almost unbearable. Yet, with each act of penance, a flicker of something different emerged, a glimmer of understanding, a hint of forgiveness, not necessarily from the dead, but from himself. He began to see his past not as an immutable fact, but as a series of choices that could have been different, choices that he now bore the burden of, and choices he needed to learn from. The obsidian tear, still clutched in his hand, felt less like a weight and more like a guidepost, a constant reminder of the path he had chosen, a path of atonement. The final stop on his journey was the location of his betrayal, the site where he had been left for dead, the place where his life had irrevocably changed. Here, the memories were the most vivid, the pain the most acute. He knelt on the cold, damp earth, the familiar chill of Mictlan a stark reminder of the underworld he had visited and the debt he still owed. He spoke the names of his comrades, those he had betrayed, acknowledging their deaths and accepting the consequence of his actions. He wept, not merely tears of sorrow, but of release. As the sun rose, casting its pale light over the desolate landscape, a sense of profound peace settled over him. It wasn't the absence of guilt, the weight of his past remained, a constant companion, but it was a different kind of weight now, a weight of responsibility, a weight of commitment to a different path. He no longer viewed himself as the Deathwhistle, a harbinger of destruction. He saw himself as a penitent, a man seeking redemption, a warrior fighting not only against the wicked, but also against his own darkness. The whispers of the past, once a source of torment, were now a guiding force, shaping his actions, molding his understanding of justice. His fight for justice wasn't just about punishing the wicked, it was also about making amends for his own sins, finding solace in a life dedicated to atonement. The obsidian tear, his constant companion, no longer felt cold, but warm with the faint but persistent glow of hope. The weight of his guilt remained, a constant reminder of his past, but it no longer defined him. It now fueled his quest for redemption, a journey without end, a testament to the strength of his spirit and the enduring power of his penance. The path to forgiveness was long and winding, but he was finally walking it, one step at a time. Unexpected allies, the weight of his penance had begun to ease, but the path to redemption remained arduous. The obsidian tear, once a symbol of his damnation, now pulsed with a faint internal light, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. He found himself drawn not to the bustling city, but to the quieter corners of Mexico City, places steeped in ancient tradition and forgotten magic. It was in one such place, a crumbling hacienda nestled amongst the jacarandas, that he encountered them. They were curanderas, women steeped in the ancient traditions of Mexican folk healing, their knowledge stretching back centuries, intertwined with the whispers of the earth and the sighs of the wind. Their faces, etched with the wisdom of time and the weight of countless secrets, were both comforting and unsettling. Their eyes, dark and knowing, held a depth that pierced through Santos's carefully constructed facade, seeing the shattered man beneath the mask of El Silbido de la Muerte. They did not judge him, did not recoil from the darkness that clung to him like a shroud. Instead, they offered him solace, their presence a balm to his wounded soul. Their rituals were a blend of ancient Aztec practices and Catholic traditions, a fascinating fusion of pagan and Christian beliefs, a testament to the resilience of indigenous faiths in the face of conquest. They used herbs and incantations, their chants echoing through the hacienda, a tapestry woven from the threads of faith and healing. The air hummed with energy, a palpable force that washed over Santos, cleansing him, if only momentarily, from the corrosive effects of his past. One of the curanderas, Isadora, emerged as a guiding light. Older than the rest, her eyes held a timeless quality, radiating a serene confidence that calmed Santos's turbulent spirit. She spoke little, yet her words carried a weight that resonated deep within him. She understood his struggle, not as a simple case of guilt, but as a profound spiritual battle, a war fought not only against external forces, but against the demons that haunted his inner world. Isadora introduced Santos to a network of individuals, many of them outcasts, shunned by society, but each possessing a unique strength, a resilience born of adversity. Among them was a former priest, Padre Miguel, expelled from the church for his unorthodox beliefs, his faith tempered with a deep understanding of indigenous spirituality. He possessed an encyclopedic knowledge of ancient texts and rituals, his words revealing hidden layers of meaning within the Aztec glyphs that adorned Santos's body. Padre Miguel helped Santos understand the true nature of the obsidian tear. It was not merely a memento of Mictlan, but a conduit, a link to the unseen world, a tool that could be harnessed for healing as well as destruction. He explained that the glyphs weren't merely symbols of sin, but a map, a guide to unlocking the power within Santos, a power that could be used to mend the wounds of the past. Another unexpected ally was a skilled artisan, a woman named Esperanza, whose hands moved with the grace of a dancer, transforming raw materials into exquisite works of art. Esperanza crafted intricate amulets and talismans from bones, stones, and feathers, infused with protective energies. These amulets helped Santos channel his power, preventing the dark energy of Mictlan from overwhelming him, acting as a counterbalance to the destructive force of his bone whistle. Through Esperanza, Santos also met a group of Nawa elders, keepers of ancient traditions, who lived in a secluded village nestled high in the mountains. These elders, weathered and wise, possessed a profound connection to the land and its spirits. They shared their knowledge of ancient healing techniques, teaching Santos how to utilize the earth's energy to restore balance to his soul. They guided him through arduous spiritual practices, challenging him to confront his deepest fears and embrace the transformative power of nature. Their teachings went beyond simple physical healing. They spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate balance between life and death, the cyclical nature of existence. They reminded Santos that even in the darkest depths of despair, there was always the potential for renewal, for growth, for transformation. They taught him to listen to the whispers of the earth, to feel the heartbeat of the ancient gods, to understand the subtle rhythms of the cosmos. These unexpected allies, These unconventional friends formed a circle of protection around Santos, supporting him on his difficult path. Their collective strength, their unique skills, and their unwavering belief in his potential for redemption helped him overcome the crippling weight of his guilt. They showed him that even a man stained with the blood of countless victims could find forgiveness, not only from others, but from himself. He was still El Silbido de la Muerte, the death whistle, but he was also something more. A penitent, a seeker of truth, a warrior fighting for redemption, not just for himself, but for the souls he had wronged, for the world he had helped to corrupt. He learned to temper the brutal efficiency of his hunts with a new sense of compassion, his justice now informed by a deeper understanding of the human condition. He still wielded his bone whistle, but now he did so with a measured restraint, a newfound understanding of the consequences of his actions. The glyphs he left behind were still a stark reminder of the wickedness of the world, but they also served as a testament to his evolving sense of justice, a justice tempered with mercy and guided by the wisdom of his unexpected allies. He was no longer merely a harbinger of death, but a symbol of transformation, a testament to the power of redemption, even in the face of the darkest sins. The obsidian tear, now warm to the touch, pulsed with a brighter light, reflecting the growing hope in his heart, the steady flame of his renewed purpose. The whispers of the past still echoed, but now they were intertwined with the voices of his allies, their encouragement and support guiding him on his long and winding path towards a future he had never dared to dream possible. The journey wasn't over, but for the first time in a long time, Santos felt a glimmer of something he hadn't felt in years. Hope, a fragile hope perhaps, but a hope nonetheless. A seed planted in the fertile soil of redemption, waiting to bloom. Acceptance of fate. The mountain air, thin and crisp, bit at Santos's exposed skin as he stood before the Nahua elders. Their faces, weathered like ancient stones, held a profound wisdom, their eyes reflecting the vastness of the night sky. For days he had undergone their rigorous trials, physical ordeals designed to push him to his limits, spiritual exercises meant to cleanse his soul. He had endured fasting, meditation, and ritual cleansing ceremonies, each one stripping away another layer of the hardened shell he had built around his heart. The elders didn't speak of forgiveness in the conventional sense. There was no easy absolution, no divine pardon. Instead, they spoke of Teotl, the divine force that permeated all of creation, and of the cyclical nature of life and death. They taught him that even the most heinous acts could be integrated into the cosmic dance, transmuted through acceptance and understanding into something different, not necessarily good, but something beyond simple judgment. Their methods were unconventional, bordering on the surreal. He learned to commune with the spirits of the mountains, to hear the whispers of the wind, to understand the language of the earth. He participated in ceremonies involving peyote, guided by the elders, journeys into altered states of consciousness that allowed him to confront his deepest fears and insecurities, the ghosts of his past life, his betrayals, his violence. He saw the faces of his victims not as hazy specters of guilt, but as individuals with their own stories, their own lives cut short. He saw the pain he had inflicted, the suffering he had caused, and for the first time, truly understood its magnitude. It wasn't a pleasant experience. The visions were horrifying, a maelstrom of guilt and regret that threatened to consume him. But the elders were there, guiding him, their presence a steady anchor in the turbulent sea of his memories. They taught him to accept the darkness within, to integrate it, to transform it. They showed him that his past didn't define him, that he had the power to shape his future, to choose a different path. The obsidian tear, once a burning symbol of his damnation, now pulsed with a gentler, warmer light. It no longer felt like a weight dragging him down, but a source of strength, a reminder of his journey, of the transformation he had undergone. The Aztec glyphs that mapped his body, once marks of his infernal pact, now seemed less like scars and more like intricate tattoos, a testament to his resilience. One evening, perched on a mountain peak, overlooking a valley bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun, one of the elders, a woman named Tlaquilo, spoke to him of his purpose. "And the path of the Silbido, the whistle, is a path of judgment," she said, her voice as ancient as the mountains themselves. And judgment is not merely condemnation, it is also discernment, the separation of light from darkness, the restoration of balance. She explained that his power wasn't simply about dispensing death. It was about delivering justice, restoring order to a world teetering on chaos. The glyphs he left behind were not merely symbols of sin, but a record of the world's corruption, a testament to the need for change. Each whistle blow was an act of cleansing, a necessary evil in a world saturated with wickedness. Tlaquilo spoke of the delicate balance between life and death, of the constant cycle of creation and destruction. She said that his role was not to eradicate evil entirely, but to keep it in check, to prevent it from consuming the world. He was a force of nature, a storm, a necessary violence in a world that had forgotten the consequences of its actions. He was a counterweight, a guardian. He began to see his purpose not as a punishment, but as a responsibility. The weight of his penance eased, replaced by a sense of purpose, a newfound resolve. He was El Silbido de la Muerte, the death whistle, but he was also a protector, a shield against the encroaching darkness. He was a force of justice, a grim reaper, but one guided by a growing understanding of the fragility of life, the delicate balance between good and evil. His hunts became less frenzied, more deliberate. He still wielded his bone whistle with deadly precision, but he now took a moment, however fleeting, to consider the nature of his victims' crimes. He reserved his judgment for those who truly deserved it, the truly wicked, the irredeemably corrupt, those who had committed acts of unspeakable cruelty. He found himself drawn to acts of mercy, subtly guiding those who could be redeemed, giving them the chance to atone for their sins. He learned to channel his power more effectively, using Esperanza's amulets to control the raw energy that coursed through him. Padre Miguel's knowledge of ancient texts and rituals helped him refine his techniques, understand the nuances of his power, control the destructive force of his bone whistle. Isidora's calm guidance helped him find inner peace, to accept his past, to move forward, to find forgiveness, not just for others, but for himself. He continued to seek out those who needed his help, victims of the cartel, survivors of violence, those trapped in the grip of corruption. He became a shadow, a whisper, a legend. No longer did he simply hunt down his targets. He sought to expose the network of corruption that fueled the violence, bringing down entire structures of power with the calculated precision of a surgeon. The obsidian tear pulsed steadily, a constant reminder of his past, but also a symbol of his evolving nature. The glyphs on his body, once a mark of shame, were now a testament to his journey, a roadmap to his destiny. He was no longer just a conduit for death, but a force for change, a symbol of redemption in a world desperately in need of hope. He had accepted his fate, not as a curse, but as a calling, a responsibility he embraced with a newfound sense of purpose and a fragile, yet growing, peace. The whispers of the past still echoed, but they were now drowned out by the resounding beat of his own renewed heart, the steady rhythm of his evolving destiny. The long, arduous journey had only just begun, yet for the first time, Santos felt truly alive. A threat from beyond. The desert wind howled a mournful dirge, whipping sand against Santos's weathered face. The obsidian tear, nestled against his skin, pulsed with an unsettling rhythm, a frantic heartbeat mirroring the unease that coiled in his gut. He'd faced down cartel bosses, corrupt officials and creatures born from the darkest corners of Mictlan, yet a different kind of dread clung to him now, a chilling premonition that whispered of something far older, far more terrifying than anything he'd encountered before. It began subtly, whispers in the shadows, fleeting glimpses of movement at the edge of his vision, a feeling of being watched, not by mortal eyes, but by something ancient, something that existed beyond the veil of the mundane. The glyphs he etched onto the walls of his victims, the grim testament to their sins, began to fade more rapidly than usual, their ethereal glow dimming before he could even fully comprehend their meaning. The whispers of the dead, once clear and potent, were now muddled, distorted, choked by a presence that felt both alien and intimately familiar, like a forgotten memory struggling to surface from the deepest recesses of his mind. Then came the nightmares. Not the fiery visions of Mictlan, the torturous landscapes of the underworld, but visions of something different entirely. A vast, inky blackness punctuated by swirling nebulae of crimson and gold. Within this cosmic horror, monstrous shapes shifted and writhed, impossibly large, impossibly ancient, their forms both beautiful and horrifyingly grotesque, defying any earthly comprehension. In these nightmares, he saw glimpses of beings that existed beyond human understanding, entities of pure power, their existence preceding even the creation of Mictlan. They spoke in a language older than words, a resonance that vibrated within his very soul, a language of pure cosmic dread. His bone whistle, his instrument of judgment, felt strangely muted. The power within it, once a boundless torrent, now felt constricted, as if a vast invisible hand was squeezing the life from it. The usual surge of energy, the chilling wind that accompanied each soul's departure was weaker, less certain. The whistle felt old, as if it too was weary, burdened by the weight of something far greater than itself. Padre Miguel, his unlikely ally, sensed the shift in the cosmic balance. His usually calm demeanor was replaced by a grave concern. He spent days poring over ancient codices, his brow furrowed in concentration, muttering incantations in Nahuatl, his voice a low hum against the backdrop of his candle-lit study. He spoke of a primordial evil, a force predating even the Aztec pantheon, an entity that slumbered for eons, only to stir occasionally in its cosmic sleep, its awakening heralding epochs of devastation. "And 'tis not the work of men, Santos," Padre Miguel said, his voice heavy with the weight of centuries of knowledge. "This is something older, something beyond our comprehension." He showed Santos passages from a crumbling codex, depicting monstrous entities far removed from anything Santos could have ever imagined. These weren't demons or spirits, but entities composed of pure cosmic energy that existed before Mictlan itself. These were forces that shaped the universe's fabric, existing outside the cycle of death and rebirth. Isadora, with her uncanny intuition, felt it too. The serene calm that usually surrounded her was shattered, replaced by a palpable anxiety. Her eyes, usually pools of tranquility, held a deep, unsettling fear. She spoke of sensing a shift in the energies of the earth, a tremor in the very fabric of reality itself. Her amulets, usually pulsing with a gentle, soothing light, now flickered erratically, their protective energies strained, overwhelmed by the encroaching darkness. She spoke of rituals, of ancient sacrifices meant to appease this cosmic horror, to prevent its complete awakening. Even Esperanza, ever practical, felt the shift. Her usual confidence waned, replaced by a quiet, unspoken fear. Her usual meticulous preparation for his hunts seemed rushed, almost frantic. The amulets she crafted for him, usually imbued with powerful protective energies, seemed less potent, their glowing less vibrant. The attacks became more frequent, more violent. Not just the usual petty crimes of the cartel, but coordinated attacks, carefully orchestrated, as if directed by a mind far greater than any human. The attacks seemed designed not just to kill, but to sow chaos, to destabilize the very foundation of the city. The air crackled with malevolent energy, a palpable sense of dread that hung heavy in the air, making the very ground beneath his feet feel unstable. Santos found himself facing not just men, but manifestations of this ancient evil. Creatures warped and twisted by unimaginable cosmic forces, their forms shifting and changing, their powers beyond anything he had ever encountered. These weren't simply mortal beings empowered by dark magic. These were extensions of the primordial darkness itself, harbingers of its return. The obsidian tear pulsed faster, the glyphs on his body flared with an unearthly light, burning with an intensity that threatened to consume him. The power flowing through him felt overwhelming, almost uncontrollable, as if he was a conduit not for his own will, but for the ancient cosmic energies stirring beneath the surface of the world. He was caught in the crosshairs, a pawn in a cosmic game he barely understood. The final straw came in the form of a vision, more vivid and terrifying than any he had experienced before. He saw the cosmic entity, the source of all this chaos, a being of unimaginable power, its form a swirling vortex of stars and shadows, its eyes burning with a cold, ancient fire. It spoke not with words but with pure thought, a wave of cosmic consciousness that threatened to crush his very being. It announced its coming, its inevitable return, its intent to consume all of creation. Santos felt a chilling certainty, an understanding that settled deep in his bones. He was not merely facing cartel bosses or supernatural creatures anymore. He was facing the end of everything. This was not a battle for justice or for revenge, or even for survival. It was a battle for the very fate of existence. The fight was far larger, far more terrifying than he could have ever imagined. And he was not alone. The whisperings of the ancient evil had not only summoned him, they had summoned something else too. A force that had been waiting, dormant for millennia. A force of cosmic defiance. The balance had tipped. The war for existence had begun. Ancient evil. The obsidian tear throbbed, a frantic drumbeat against his ribs, mirroring the chaotic rhythm of the city itself. Mexico City, usually a maelstrom of vibrant life and simmering danger, was now choked by a palpable dread, a suffocating blanket woven from fear and premonition. The air itself vibrated with an unsettling energy, a cosmic dissonance that grated against Santos's very soul. It wasn't the familiar stench of death and decay from Mictlan. This was something older, something primordial. Padre Miguel's words echoed in his mind, something beyond our comprehension. He'd initially dismissed the old priest's pronouncements as the ramblings of a man consumed by ancient texts, but the evidence was undeniable. The fading glyphs, the muted whistle, the horrifying nightmares, they all pointed to a force far beyond the scope of human understanding, a power that dwarfed even Mictlantecuhtli himself. The attacks were no longer random acts of violence. They were coordinated, precise, surgically executed to maximize chaos and sow terror. Entire police precincts were overrun, not by heavily armed cartel thugs, but by creatures that defied description. Hulking, shadow-like beings that moved with impossible speed, their forms shifting and reforming, their eyes burning with a cold, alien fire. They left behind no bodies, only a lingering sense of dread, a lingering emptiness where life had once been. Santos witnessed one such attack firsthand, a horrifying spectacle that etched itself onto his soul. He arrived at the scene to find a police station reduced to rubble, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood and the acrid stench of burnt flesh. But there were no bodies, just absence, a chilling void where dozens of officers had stood moments before. And etched into the surviving walls, not the familiar glyphs of mortal sin, but symbols far older, far more unsettling, twisting spirals and jagged lines that seemed to writhe before his very eyes, resonating with a power that sent shivers down his spine. These weren't the markings of Mictlan. These were the signatures of something far, far older. Isadora, her face pale and drawn, identified the symbols as belonging to an ancient Aztec legend, a forgotten myth whispered only in the darkest corners of forgotten temples, a tale of beings that predated the gods themselves. They were called the Tlaquepaque, entities of pure cosmic energy, born from the chaos that preceded creation, beings that existed outside the cycle of life and death, unbound by the rules that governed mortals and even the denizens of Mictlan. Their power, she explained, was not derived from magic or ritual, but from the very fabric of existence itself. The Tlaquepaque, according to Isadora's research, were not inherently evil, but indifferent. Their existence was a force of nature, a cosmic storm that could either create or destroy with equal ease. Their current actions, however, suggested a departure from their usual aloofness. They were acting with a purpose, a terrifying, focused intent. And that purpose, Isadora feared, was the annihilation of everything. Esperanza, ever practical, had prepared for this. She had crafted new amulets, imbued with protective energies drawn not from earthly sources, but from the subtle echoes of the celestial spheres. These amulets were far more powerful than anything she had created before, yet they too felt strained, fighting against a force that seemed to overwhelm even their potent magic. Santos's bone whistle, once his most potent weapon, now felt like a fragile toy in the face of this cosmic horror. The power within it was diminished, the chilling wind of death a mere whisper compared to the tempest raging around him. He was facing an enemy that was not susceptible to the same methods he'd used to dispatch mortal men and the creatures of Mictlan. This was a war on a cosmic scale, a battle for the very fabric of reality. One night, under the cold gaze of the indifferent moon, Santos found himself facing a Tlacopac directly. It was a being of immense size, its form shifting and swirling, its substance a chaotic blend of shadow and starlight. Its eyes burned with an ancient, knowing intelligence, an awareness that predated humanity, that spanned millennia. It felt both impossibly alien and strangely familiar, a distorted reflection of the universe itself. The creature did not speak, not in any language Santos understood. It communicated through pure thought, a wave of raw cosmic energy that crashed against his mind, threatening to shatter his very consciousness. He felt the weight of eons, the vastness of the cosmos pressing down on him, suffocating him with its immeasurable indifference. He saw visions, not of his past, but of futures, countless futures, all leading to oblivion. The battle that followed defied description. Santos's bone whistle sang a desperate tune, but its power was weak against the Tlacopac's cosmic might. He fought with a desperate primal fury, fueled by the instinct to survive, to protect what little remained of the world he knew. He was a tiny spark against an infinite darkness, a single warrior standing against the might of creation itself. Padre Miguel, Isadora, and Esperanza fought alongside him, their own powers magnified by a desperate hope and fueled by the ancient rituals they'd unearthed from forgotten texts. They weren't fighting a war of mortals, they were fighting a cosmic battle, defending the world from a force that existed outside of time and space. The fight was brutal, relentless, and almost certainly futile. Yet, they fought on, for the memory of their loved ones, for the hope of a future that was now hanging precariously by a thread, for the possibility, however small, that even against an enemy as powerful as the Tlacopac, a single spark of defiance, a single act of rebellion, might be enough to tip the scales of destiny. The fight for existence continued, a desperate struggle against oblivion in the face of an ancient cosmic evil. The war had begun, and the fate of the world hung in the balance. The obsidian tear pulsed, faster, a warning, a promise, a harbinger of the final battle. The ancient evil had risen, and humanity's fate was now inextricably intertwined with the destiny of the universe. Unlikely team-ups. The obsidian tear, nestled against Santos's ribs, pulsed with a feverish intensity, a frantic heartbeat mirroring the city's growing unease. The Tlacopac's attack had shattered the fragile peace, revealing a threat far beyond the petty squabbles of cartels and corrupt officials. This was a cosmic malignancy, an ancient evil that threatened to unravel the very fabric of existence. He needed help, and not from the dwindling ranks of his loyal allies. He needed the aid of those who had once been his enemies, those who understood the brutal realities of survival in Mexico City's underbelly. His first target was El Serpiente, a notorious drug lord whose cruelty was legendary, even among the hardened criminals of the cartel. El Serpiente had been a thorn in Santos's side for years, their battles leaving a trail of bodies and broken promises. But now, in the face of an apocalyptic threat, those past grievances seemed trivial. Santos found El Serpiente holed up in a dilapidated mansion in the heart of Tepito, surrounded by his dwindling band of loyalists. The meeting was tense, an unspoken wariness hanging heavy in the air. El Serpiente, his face a mask of scarred cynicism, sized Santos up, a glint of calculation in his reptilian eyes. "A death whistle," he rasped, his voice thick with the bitterness of a man who had tasted defeat. "What brings you to my humble abode, Cuervo?" Santos wasted no time on pleasantries. He laid out the situation, his words stark and brutal, painting a picture of the coming apocalypse. He showed El Serpiente the glyphs left behind by the Tlacopac, the symbols that spoke of an ancient horror beyond human comprehension. He spoke of the emptiness left in the wake of the Tlacopac's attacks, the chilling void where life had once flourished. El Serpiente, hardened as he was, showed a flicker of fear in his eyes. The man who had faced death countless times, who reveled in the violence and chaos he unleashed, was shaken to his core. The threat of the Tlacopac, unlike anything he had encountered before, resonated with a primal fear he couldn't ignore. He listened intently as Santos outlined his plan, a desperate gambit to unite their fragmented forces against a common enemy. The alliance wasn't forged easily. Trust was a rare commodity in their world, and suspicion lingered like a venomous snake. But the sheer terror of the impending doom, the realization that even the most ruthless cartel boss was vulnerable before this ancient power, forged an uneasy truce. El Serpiente, driven by a self-preservation instinct as strong as his ambition, agreed to cooperate. The next stop was La Llorona's territory, the territory of the Weeping Woman, a mythical figure whose legend was as terrifying as it was compelling. La Llorona, a figure both feared and respected, held sway over a vast network of informants and smugglers. She controlled the flow of information in the city's underworld, information that Santos desperately needed. La Llorona was not the bloodthirsty monster of legend. She was a woman consumed by grief, her life marked by tragedy and betrayal. Yet, she possessed a chilling understanding of the darkness that lurked in the heart of humanity. Her allies were ghosts and shadows, her weapons whispers and rumors. She was a different kind of predator, and her motives were as cryptic as the city's shadows. Meeting with her was to venture into a realm where reality blurred with legend. Santos, armed with the knowledge gained from El Serpiente, approached her cautiously. He presented his case not with threats, but with a chilling realism. He painted a picture of the encroaching horror, the utter annihilation that awaited them if they failed to unite. He appealed to her sense of self-preservation, her innate understanding of the survival instinct. La Llorona, surprisingly, listened. She had felt the tremor of the Tlacopac's approach, a disruption in the city's psychic fabric that resonated with the deepest recesses of her being. She had seen the vanishing bodies, the absence of souls, the ancient myths she knew, the whispers passed down through generations, spoke of the Tlacopac. She could not stand by and watch her city, her world, be consumed by this cosmic horror. Thus, Santos found himself leading an unlikely team. El Serpiente, the ruthless drug lord, brought his hardened soldiers and their brutal efficiency. La Llorona, the spectre of grief and sorrow, brought her network of informants and their ethereal insights. Padre Miguel, with his ancient wisdom and mystic knowledge, brought his prayers and spells. Isadora, armed with ancient texts and occult knowledge, deciphered the symbols and unearthed forgotten rituals. And Esperanza, ever practical, tirelessly crafted new talismans and amulets, bolstering the defenses of this unlikely coalition against an incomprehensible threat. Their combined strength was a terrifying force, a coalition forged in the crucible of impending doom. They weren't friends, not allies in the conventional sense. They were survivors, bound by the shared terror of an apocalypse they had never imagined. Each member contributed a unique skill set, a particular perspective, a unique understanding of this new enemy. Their differences were many. Their common ground was even less. However, in the face of extinction, their individual strengths combined into a formidable resistance. The fight against the Tlacopac was not a battle of weapons and strategy. It was a battle for the very essence of humanity. It was a struggle against an ancient cosmic entity whose power stretched beyond the realm of mortal comprehension. Santos, El Serpiente, and La Llorona, along with their unlikely allies, found themselves thrust into a war that transcended the boundaries of the physical world. This was a fight for survival, a fight for the soul of Mexico City, and ultimately, a fight for the survival of humanity itself. The obsidian tear throbbed, a reminder of the stakes, a constant pulse of impending doom. But for now, under the oppressive sky of Mexico City, a flickering ember of hope ignited, a defiant stand against the cosmic oblivion. The alliance, as fragile as it was, stood ready, a chaotic symphony of violence and magic poised against the encroaching darkness. The battle for the world, for existence itself, had begun. Desperate measures. The obsidian tear, a constant throb against Santos's ribs, pulsed faster as the first tendrils of the Tlacopac's influence began to snake through the city. The air itself felt heavier, thick with a primordial dread that clung to the skin like a shroud. Even El Serpiente, hardened by years of bloodshed, felt a prickle of unease, a tremor of fear that went beyond the usual anxieties of his trade. La Llorona, ever attuned to the city's undercurrents, wept not tears of sorrow, but of a preternatural fear, a premonition of the world ending. Their strategy was as desperate as their situation. Isidora, poring over ancient codices, discovered a ritual, a forgotten incantation whispered in the ruins of Teotihuacan, meant to weaken the Tlaquepaque's grip. It was a dangerous gamble, a ritual requiring a sacrifice, not of blood, but of something far more precious, a piece of one's soul. The choice fell upon Padre Miguel. His years of devotion, his unwavering faith made him the most suitable candidate. He understood the risk, the potential cost, but his face was etched with an unwavering resolve. He knew that their fight was not just for the city, but for the very soul of humanity, a battle that required the ultimate sacrifice. The ritual was performed under the waning moon, in the crumbling heart of a forgotten church, the air thick with the scent of incense and dread. Padre Miguel, his eyes alight with a holy fire, channeled his life force into the incantation, his voice a resonant hum that echoed through the crumbling walls. As the ritual reached its climax, a blinding light erupted, momentarily eclipsing the darkness. When it subsided, Padre Miguel was visibly weaker, but the air was undeniably cleaner, lighter, the oppressive weight of the Tlaquepac's presence slightly lessened. The obsidian tear, though still pulsing, throbbed with less ferocity. Their desperate measure had bought them time, a precious commodity in their desperate struggle. But time was not on their side. The Tlaquepac was relentless, its influence spreading like a malignant plague. The attacks grew bolder, more frequent, leaving behind a trail of chilling emptiness, a void where life had once thrived. Whole neighborhoods were consumed by this encroaching cosmic horror, becoming desolate wastelands, devoid of life, echoing with an unnatural silence. El Serpiente, utilizing his vast network of informants, uncovered a series of hidden tunnels beneath the city, a labyrinthine network used by the Spanish conquistadors centuries ago. These tunnels, long forgotten, now served as the Tlaquepac's subterranean pathways, allowing the entity to move unseen, unnoticed, striking at will. The tunnels were dark, claustrophobic spaces, filled with the stench of decay and dust, a labyrinthine maze that tested the limits of human endurance. La Llorona, with her uncanny ability to navigate the city's hidden spaces, guided them through this underworld, her whispers weaving through the darkness like the slithering of snakes. Esperanza, ever resourceful, crafted a series of powerful amulets imbued with ancient protective symbols. These amulets, worn by each member of the Alliance, provided some level of protection against the Tlaquepaque's influence, shielding them from its insidious power. She also created a potent concoction, a blend of herbs and rare ingredients that helped to cleanse and heal the wounds inflicted by the Tlaquepac's touch. The concoction smelled acrid and bitter, a potent mixture that burned going down, but it was the only known antidote, a desperate measure against the corruption. Santos, meanwhile, continued his grim task, hunting down the remaining cartel traitors and corrupt officials. With each blow of his bone whistle, another soul was ripped from the wicked, another glowing glyph etched onto the walls of the city, a testament to his relentless pursuit of justice. But even his power felt diminished against this ancient evil. The obsidian tear pulsed, a constant reminder of the magnitude of the threat, a chilling premonition of impending doom. As they delved deeper into the city's underbelly, they encountered creatures warped by the Tlaquepac's influence, twisted parodies of humanity, their forms contorted and corrupted, their minds consumed by a primal evil. These were not mere minions, they were extensions of the Tlaquepac itself, vessels of its malevolent power. The fight against them was brutal, a gruesome dance of steel and magic, a desperate struggle for survival. El Serpiente's hardened soldiers, seasoned in the brutality of cartel warfare, fought with grim determination. Their weapons were efficient, their tactics brutal, a stark reminder of the ruthless efficiency of the drug cartel world. But even their hardened resolve began to waver as they faced this incomprehensible foe, this ancient horror that defied all logic and understanding. La Llorona, a whisper of sorrow and dread, guided them, her ghostly allies fighting alongside them, their spectral forms barely visible in the darkness. Her power, though subtle, was a significant asset. Her knowledge of the city's hidden spaces, her uncanny ability to sense danger, proving invaluable in their desperate struggle. One night, huddled together in the heart of the ancient tunnels, they realized the extent of the Tlaquepaque's ambition. Isadora deciphered a cryptic message found on one of the corrupted victims, a prophecy foretelling the Tlaquepaque's eventual conquest, the complete subjugation of the mortal realm. The prophecy spoke of a ritual, a sacrifice that would solidify the Tlaquepaque's dominance over humanity, a final act of annihilation that would leave nothing but the entity's cold, desolate reign. The prophecy pointed to a location deep within the tunnels, a forgotten chamber where the Tlaquepaque drew its power, a nexus of its malevolent energy. This was their final gamble, their last desperate attempt to counter the entity's influence. It was a suicide mission, a one-way trip to the heart of darkness, but they had no other choice. The air grew colder as they approached the chamber. The very ground vibrated beneath their feet, a palpable sense of dread, hanging heavy in the air. As they reached the chamber, they found themselves in a vast cavern, a colossal space dominated by a monolithic altar made of obsidian, pulsating with an otherworldly energy. On the altar lay a single pulsating heart, a grotesque symbol of the Tlaquepaque's malevolent power. The heart throbbed, radiating waves of pure evil, a terrifying manifestation of cosmic dread. This was the source of the Tlaquepaque's power, the wellspring of its malevolent energy. To destroy this heart, to sever the entity's connection to the mortal world, was their only hope. The final battle, a desperate, chaotic clash against the very essence of cosmic horror, had begun. The obsidian tear pulsed relentlessly against Santos's ribs, a constant reminder of the precarious balance between existence and annihilation. Their survival, their victory, hung precariously in the balance. The fate of the world rested on the outcome of this final, desperate act. The stakes raised. The obsidian heart pulsed, a malevolent metronome counting down to oblivion. Its rhythm echoed in the very bones of the cavern, a relentless drumbeat of impending doom. The air crackled with an unnatural energy, a tangible manifestation of the Tlaquepaque's power, so potent it threatened to tear the fabric of reality itself. Around the altar, grotesque shadows writhed, coalescing and dissipating, forming fleeting images of tormented souls, their silent screams echoing in the oppressive silence. Santos, his obsidian tear a burning brand against his flesh, felt the weight of the world pressing down on him. This wasn't just a battle for the soul of Tlaquepaque, it was a war for the very existence of humanity. The Tlaquepaque wasn't merely a malevolent entity, it was a cosmic horror, a force that threatened to unravel the very laws of creation. Its influence was no longer confined to the city, it was reaching out, tendrils of darkness snaking across the globe, corrupting the land, twisting the minds of men. El Serpiente, his face grim, his eyes hardened by years of witnessing death, drew his weapon. His men, shadows against the obsidian walls, mirrored his grim determination. They had faced death countless times, faced down the brutal realities of the cartel, but this was different. This was a fight against a force that transcended their understanding, a nightmare born from the darkest corners of creation. Their weapons, once symbols of power and control, felt insignificant against the immense power radiating from the obsidian altar. La Llorona, her mournful wails echoing through the cavern, moved with a strange grace amidst the shadows. Her spectral allies, pale and ethereal, flitted around the perimeter, their spectral forms shimmering with an almost melancholic light. Their presence, while chilling, brought a strange comfort, a reminder of the enduring spirits that even the Tlaquepaque could not extinguish. She guided them, her wisdom born from centuries of witnessing humanity's triumphs and tragedies. Her knowledge of the ancient ways proving invaluable against this ancient evil. Isadora, her face pale but resolute, studied the glyphs carved into the obsidian altar. They were ancient, cryptic symbols, a language lost to time, yet somehow familiar to her soul. The symbols pulsed with the heart's rhythm, revealing fragments of knowledge, glimpses into the Tlacapac's origins and its horrifying plans. She saw visions of a time before time, of a primal chaos that predated creation itself, of the Tlacapac's birth in the swirling maelstrom of the beginning. It was a terrifying revelation, an insight into a reality so incomprehensible it bordered on madness. Padre Miguel, his faith tested to its limits, stepped forward. The ritual that had weakened the Tlacapac had taken a heavy toll on him, draining his life force, leaving him frail and weakened. Yet he stood tall, his eyes filled with a holy fire, his spirit undeterred. He raised his hands, his voice a low hum, chanting an ancient incantation, a prayer born from the depths of his soul, a desperate plea for salvation. His voice resonated with the ancient stones, a counterpoint to the malevolent pulse of the obsidian heart. The incantation was a fragile defense against the overwhelming power of the Tlacapac, a desperate attempt to shield them from its influence. But it was not enough. The obsidian heart pulsed faster, its energy intensifying, radiating waves of pure evil that threatened to consume them all. The shadows around the altar writhed violently, coalescing into grotesque shapes, their forms contorting and twisting, their eyes burning with a malevolent fire. From the shadows emerged a new threat, a manifestation of the Tlacapac's power, a creature of pure nightmare. It was a being of immense size and grotesque beauty, its form a fusion of shadow and flesh, its eyes burning with cosmic hatred. Its very presence exuded an aura of dread, a chilling emptiness that chilled the very soul. This was not merely a minion, this was a herald of the Tlacapac's true power, a harbinger of the coming apocalypse. The creature moved with terrifying speed and grace, its attacks swift and brutal, its claws dripping with a corrosive venom that dissolved flesh and bone. Its roars were the sound of shattered worlds, its very presence a violation of the natural order. The soldiers of El Serpiente, hardened by years of violence, fought with grim determination, their weapons flashing in the dim light of the cavern. But even their skill and ferocity were no match for this creature's power. They fell one by one, their bodies consumed by the creature's horrific venom, their spirits reduced to ashes. Santos, fueled by rage and despair, unleashed the full force of his bone whistle. The sound was a shriek of pure death, ripping through the cavern, severing souls from their bodies, leaving behind only hollow shells, their sins etched onto the obsidian walls. The glyphs glowed with an unholy light, a testament to the wickedness he purged. But even his power, the power of Mictlantecutli himself, seemed inadequate against this new enemy, this manifestation of pure cosmic horror. The obsidian tear pulsed violently against his ribs, the pain intense, a physical manifestation of the battle raging within his very being. He felt the pull of Mictlan, the seductive whisper of death, tempting him to surrender to the darkness, to embrace the oblivion that seemed inevitable. But he resisted, his will hardened by his mission, his determination strengthened by the memory of those he had sworn to protect. La Llorona, her spectral allies swarming around the creature, unleashed her power. Her wails echoed through the cavern, weaving through the creature's mind, attempting to disrupt its concentration, to break its malevolent will. Her ghostly warriors fought with a fierce determination, their spectral weapons clashing against the creature's flesh, their spectral claws tearing at its form, causing the creature to writhe in pain. But it was a slow, agonizing process. The creature's power was immense, overwhelming. Padre Miguel, his strength failing, continued his incantation, his voice a fragile thread against the storm. His faith was his shield, his prayers a weapon against the encroaching darkness. He was a beacon of hope amidst the despair, a testament to humanity's enduring spirit. His voice reached out, not to the creature, but to something far greater, something ancient and powerful, something beyond human comprehension. Isadora, her understanding of the ancient glyphs deepening, discovered a weakness, a chink in the creature's armor, a point of vulnerability. She relayed the information to Santos, her voice tight with urgency. He understood, his eyes blazing with a renewed determination. He focused his power, channeled his rage and despair, and aimed his bone whistle not at the creature itself, but at the heart of its power, the obsidian heart pulsating at the center of the altar. The final battle had become a race against time, a struggle between life and oblivion. The fate of the world hung precariously in the balance, dependent on the outcome of this desperate, last-ditch effort. The obsidian tear pulsed faster, the pain agonizing, but Santos pressed on, his determination fueled by hope, despair, and a desperate need to survive, to ensure that the world did not succumb to this ancient, cosmic horror. The air hung heavy with the weight of the impending doom, the silence deafening, broken only by the ominous pulse of the obsidian heart and the guttural roars of the creature. The final battle had begun, the search for answers. The obsidian heart pulsed, a frantic heartbeat echoing through the cavern. The creature, a nightmare-given flesh, roared, its voice a sonic weapon that threatened to shatter their eardrums and their sanity. Its attacks were relentless, a storm of shadow and claw, each strike carrying the weight of annihilation. El Serpiente's remaining men fought with the desperation of cornered animals, their skill and training offering little against this monstrosity. One by one they fell, their screams swallowed by the cavern's echoing silence. Santos, his body screaming in protest, felt the obsidian tear burn deeper into his flesh. The pain was a constant companion, a reminder of his pact with Mictlantecutli, a constant reminder of the price of his power. He knew he couldn't rely solely on the bone whistle. Its power, though devastating, was not limitless, and the creature's resilience was terrifying. Isadora, her face illuminated by the flickering light of a spectral flame, continued to decipher the glyphs. She traced them with trembling fingers, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and understanding. The symbols weren't just static images, they were a living tapestry, shifting and changing as she uncovered their deeper meaning. They spoke of a ritual, an ancient ceremony, a means of binding the Tlacopac, a method of weakening its influence, even severing its connection to this world. And the glyphs, they show a way, she whispered, her voice hoarse but filled with a newfound hope. A ritual, a sacrifice, to sever its connection to the obsidian heart. The ritual required a specific offering, a sacrifice of immense spiritual power. It wasn't a simple offering of blood or treasure. It demanded something far more profound, something that resonated with the heart of the Tlacopac itself. The glyphs hinted at a powerful artifact, a relic imbued with the essence of creation, a counterpoint to the obsidian heart's destructive power. La Llorona, ever watchful, her mournful cries a constant presence, sensed the shift in the battlefield. The creature's attacks, though still vicious, were slightly less coordinated, its movements less fluid. It was weakening, but only marginally. The ritual had to be performed swiftly. Delay meant certain death. Padre Miguel, his body frail and his strength nearly depleted, clung to his faith. He was a beacon in the encroaching darkness, his prayers a fragile shield against the overwhelming power of the Tlacopac. He chanted, his voice a strained whisper, weaving a prayer of protection around his allies, strengthening their resolve, fortifying their spirits against the encroaching despair. He knew the risk. The ritual required a substantial portion of his remaining life force, a sacrifice that could leave him permanently weakened, if not dead. But the alternative, annihilation, was far more terrifying. Their search for this artifact began amid the carnage. The cavern's depths were a labyrinth of twisting passages and echoing chambers, each corner concealing further perils. They fought their way through hordes of lesser creatures, summoned by the Tlacopac, twisted mockeries of life, grotesque parodies of humanity, their forms warped and corrupted by the entity's evil influence. Each battle was a gamble, each fallen comrade a wound to their already tattered spirits. Their journey led them through chambers adorned with unsettling murals. These weren't mere decorations, they were active portals, gateways to forgotten dimensions, places where the boundaries between reality and nightmare blurred. Some depicted ancient Aztec battles, blood-soaked conflicts where gods and mortals clashed. Others showed the birth of the Tlacopac, its emergence from the primordial chaos, a being of pure malice, born from the very essence of oblivion. The murals pulsed with an unsettling energy, their colors shifting and swirling as they watched. Santos felt a deep, visceral dread, a primal fear that ran deeper than mere mortal terror. Their path eventually led them to a hidden chamber, concealed behind a false wall adorned with chilling representations of forgotten gods. The air here was thick with a palpable sense of ancient power, the air heavy with the scent of decay and something else, something ancient and indescribably malevolent. In the center of the chamber, resting on a pedestal of human skulls, lay the artifact, a jade serpent, its emerald scales shimmering with an ethereal light. The serpent was more than a mere object. It pulsed with a life of its own, radiating an energy that countered the darkness emanating from the obsidian heart. As Santos reached for the serpent, a deafening roar echoed through the cavern. The creature, sensing the imminent threat, launched a final desperate attack. But this time, it was different. The jade serpent, responding to Santos's touch, unleashed a wave of pure, vibrant energy. A shimmering shield of emerald light protected them from the creature's onslaught. The creature's attacks, once devastating, were now deflected, absorbed by the serpent's protective field. Padre Miguel, seizing the moment, completed the ritual. His voice, though weak, held an unwavering strength, his faith a bulwark against the encroaching darkness. The jade serpent intensified its emerald glow, its power resonating through the chamber, weakening the obsidian heart. The creature shrieked, a sound of pure agony, as its power began to wane. The obsidian heart pulsed slower, its malevolent rhythm faltering, its power fading. With its strength waning, the creature's form began to dissolve, its nightmare flesh melting into nothingness. The jade serpent's light intensified, banishing the shadows and restoring some semblance of normalcy to the cavern. The murals dimmed, their malevolent energy subsiding. The air, once heavy with dread, grew lighter, the stench of decay replaced by a fresh, earthy scent. Santos, exhausted but alive, clutched the jade serpent, its cool surface a comfort against his trembling hands. The obsidian tear pulsed faintly, the pain a fading echo. He had faced death and stared into the abyss, and emerged victorious. The battle was won, but the war against the Tlacopac was far from over. The fight for the soul of Tlacopac, and perhaps even humanity, was only just beginning. The ancient evil was wounded, but not destroyed. The lingering darkness hinted that this victory was merely a prelude to a greater conflict, one that would test the limits of his power and his resolve. The whispers of Mictlan, once tempting, now felt distant, replaced by the resolute determination to fight for the living. The journey, far from over, had only just begun. Ancient ruins. The jade serpent pulsed warmly against Santos's chest, its emerald scales a stark contrast to the grim obsidian tear still embedded in his flesh. The immediate threat of the Tlacopac was gone, but the echoing silence of the cavern held a different kind of terror, the chilling weight of the unknown. The air, once thick with the stench of decay and malevolent energy, now carried the faint scent of damp earth and something else. Something ancient, something that whispered of forgotten ages and forgotten gods. Isadora, her face pale but resolute, examined the glyphs etched into the walls of the hidden chamber. They spoke of a labyrinthine network of tunnels and chambers, a subterranean city lost to time, a place where the veil between worlds was thin, where the echoes of ancient rituals still lingered. The murals, no longer pulsing with malevolent energy, depicted a civilization that predated even the Aztecs, a civilization that had worshipped a pantheon of gods far older, far more terrifying than any Santos had encountered in Mictlan. These were beings of pure, unadulterated power, their forms both majestic and horrifying, their faces etched with an ageless wisdom and an unsettling indifference to the mortal realm. "To these ruins," Isadora murmured, tracing a particularly intricate glyph with her finger. "They speak of a city built on the very bones of the earth, a city older than the gods themselves, a place where the Tlacopaque drew its power, a nexus of its existence." Following the glyphs, they navigated the labyrinthine corridors. The tunnels were narrow and claustrophobic, the air heavy with the scent of dust and decay. The walls were adorned with carvings that depicted scenes of horrifying sacrifices and grotesque rituals, scenes that chilled Santos to his very core. They passed chambers filled with skeletal remains, the bones arranged in unsettling patterns, hinting at ancient ceremonies that were both terrifying and deeply disturbing. The very air. seemed to hum with a low, resonant frequency, a vibration that resonated deep within Santos's bones, a reminder of the ancient power that still pulsed beneath their feet. They encountered other dangers too. Twisted, skeletal creatures, remnants of previous sacrifices perhaps, or warped creatures, born from the Tlacapac's influence, lurked in the shadows. These were not the grotesque mockeries of humanity they had faced earlier. These were beings of pure shadow and bone, animated by a malevolent energy that chilled them to the marrow. Each encounter was a deadly gamble, a fight for survival against creatures that seemed to defy death itself. El Serpiente's remaining men, battered and weary, fought with grim determination, their skill and experience proving invaluable in this treacherous underworld. La Llorona, her mournful wails echoing through the tunnels, seemed to guide them, her presence a constant reminder of the fragility of life. Her cries were not merely expressions of sorrow, they were warnings, signals of impending danger, cryptic messages etched into the fabric of the underworld. Padre Miguel, his faith tested to its limits, continued to pray, his whispers weaving a fragile shield of protection around his companions. His strength was waning, but his spirit remained unbroken, his unwavering devotion a beacon in the encroaching darkness. The journey was relentless. They crossed precarious bridges spanning chasms of unimaginable depth, their way illuminated only by the flickering light of spectral flames. They evaded traps designed to crush, impale, or dissolve their very being, ingenious devices of death crafted with a chilling artistry. They deciphered ancient riddles, unlocked hidden doors, and navigated treacherous mazes, each obstacle a testament to the ingenuity and malevolence of the civilization that had built this subterranean city. The deeper they ventured, the more ancient and terrifying the ruins became. They stumbled upon vast chambers decorated with intricate mosaics, depicting scenes of forgotten gods and cosmic battles, their vibrant colors somehow untouched by the ravages of time. The very stones seemed to hum with a palpable energy, resonating with the echoes of ancient rituals and forgotten prayers. The murals were not simply artwork, they were active, gateways, portals to other dimensions, places where reality fractured and the boundaries of time and space blurred. In one chamber, they discovered a vast library, its shelves lined with crumbling books written in a language long lost to humanity. Isadora, her knowledge of ancient languages surprisingly extensive, managed to decipher fragments of text, revealing horrifying accounts of the Tlacapac's origins and the rituals used to harness its power. The text spoke of a time before time, a primordial chaos from which the entity had emerged, a being born of oblivion and fueled by the essence of death itself. They also uncovered evidence of a failed rebellion, the remnants of a civilization that had tried to overthrow the Tlacapac, their valiant struggle recorded in blood-soaked frescoes and scattered fragments of weapons. The scale of their failure was staggering, a grim testament to the overwhelming power of the entity they had opposed. The remnants of the rebellion, however, gave them hope. If others had fought and failed, it meant there was a weakness, a vulnerability, a way to combat the Tlacapac. Their journey finally led them to the heart of the ancient city, a vast circular chamber where the obsidian heart had originally been discovered. Here the walls were adorned with colossal statues depicting the forgotten gods, their faces etched with expressions of serene power. The air here was electric, thrumming with raw energy, a tangible link to the primordial chaos from which the Tlacapac had originated. In the center of the chamber, surrounded by a circle of sacrificial altars, stood a monolithic structure, a colossal obsidian pyramid, its apex shrouded in darkness. The pyramid pulsated with an almost imperceptible rhythm, resonating with the faint heartbeat of the Tlacapac's weakened power. This was not simply a structure, it was a conduit, a focal point for the entity's power. Destroying it would sever its connection to this world. This was the final confrontation. The jade serpent warmed in Santos's hand, its emerald scales shimmering. He knew this was the final battle, the ultimate test. The fate of Tlacapac, and perhaps the world, rested on the edge of a knife. The whispers of Mictlan faded, replaced by the urgent primal need to survive. The journey through the ancient ruins had been harrowing, but it had prepared him. He was ready. The time for judgment, hand, was at, unraveling the mystery. The obsidian pyramid pulsed with a slow, deliberate rhythm, a heartbeat echoing the ancient power within. Its surface, smooth and impossibly black, seemed to absorb all light, leaving the chamber shrouded in an unnerving twilight. The air crackled with energy, a palpable tension that made the hairs on Santos's arms stand on end. He could feel the presence of the Ancient One, a chilling awareness that transcended mere sight or sound, a feeling of being watched by something impossibly old and impossibly powerful. Isadora, her face etched with concentration, moved closer to one of the colossal statues flanking the pyramid. Its features, eroded by time and decay, still hinted at a terrifying majesty. She touched a glyph etched into its chest, a complex symbol that pulsed faintly with a light that seemed to emanate from within the stone itself. "This," she breathed, her voice barely a whisper. "This is the key." She traced the glyph with her finger, her touch seemingly drawing power from the ancient stone. The glyph glowed brighter, its light expanding to illuminate a hidden passage behind the statue. The passage was narrow, barely wide enough for a single person to pass through, and it descended into the darkness of the pyramid. Santos, his instincts honed by years of violence, felt a prickle of unease. This felt different than anything he'd encountered in Mictlan. The darkness here held not the stench of decay, but something older, something colder, something that spoke of the void itself. The jade serpent against his chest throbbed with a frantic rhythm, warning him of the unseen dangers. Padre Miguel, his face pale but determined, muttered a prayer. His voice, though wavering, held a strength born of unwavering faith. He raised his crucifix, the silver gleaming faintly in the dim light, and blessed the passage before them. La Llorona, her mournful cries subdued to a low, almost imperceptible whisper, drifted behind them. Her presence, usually a constant harbinger of doom, now seemed hesitant, as if even she was apprehensive about what lay ahead. El Serpiente's remaining men exchanged nervous glances, their hands resting on the hilts of their weapons. One by one, they entered the narrow passage, the darkness closing in around them. The air grew colder, the silence more profound, broken only by the occasional drip of water echoing through the narrow passage. The walls of the passage were covered with carvings, even more ancient and disturbing than those they had encountered in the outer chambers. These weren't mere depictions of sacrifices or rituals, these were diagrams, intricate maps of a cosmos far older than human comprehension, showing celestial alignments and cosmic forces beyond human understanding. As they descended deeper into the pyramid, the air grew heavy with a strange, almost palpable energy. The very stones seemed to hum with a low, resonant frequency, a vibration that resonated deep within Santos's bones. The pressure mounted, the weight of the ages pressing down on them, threatening to crush them under its immense power. Finally, they reached the bottom of the passage, entering a vast, circular chamber at the pyramid's heart. The chamber was utterly devoid of light, yet Santos could see somehow. It wasn't sight in the conventional sense, but a deeper perception, a feeling rather than seeing. He saw the Ancient One. It wasn't a monster of flesh and blood, nor a being of shadow and bone. It was something else entirely, a swirling vortex of energy, a cosmic anomaly, a being born of the void itself. It pulsed with an ancient intelligence, a malevolent consciousness that had existed since before the creation of the world. Its essence was chaos, an absence of order, a force that threatened to unravel the very fabric of reality. Around it swirled shadowy figures, remnants of those who had been consumed by its power over millennia. Isadora's voice, strained but clear, broke through the suffocating silence. It feeds on oblivion. It craves the annihilation of all things. Its existence is a paradox, a negation of creation itself. The Ancient One reacted, a shudder passing through the swirling vortex. A voice, ancient and chilling, echoed through the chamber, resonating within their very souls. It was a voice that spoke not of words but of concepts, of the very foundations of existence, of the inevitable march toward entropy. It spoke of the futility of resistance, of the inescapable nature of oblivion. Santos, his soul tested to its limits, felt the weight of the Ancient One's power, a crushing force that threatened to extinguish his very being. But the jade serpent pulsed fiercely against his chest, a counterpoint to the Ancient One's dark energy. It felt as though the serpent itself was urging him to resist, to fight. He felt instinctively what the Ancient One was truly hungry for, not the annihilation of all things, but the extinguishing of all hope, the cessation of belief. The glyphs on the walls flickered, responding to the Ancient One's energy. They revealed a truth more terrifying than any they could have imagined. The Ancient One wasn't just a force of destruction, it was the embodiment of forgotten gods, a being fueled by the worship of civilizations who'd embraced nihilism, who'd sought solace in the promise of oblivion. The sacrifices they'd made, the rituals they'd performed, they weren't offerings to a malevolent deity, but fuel for the cosmic void. The Tlacopac, they realized, was merely a vessel, a conduit for the Ancient One's power. The obsidian heart wasn't the entity's core, but a key, a way to channel its power, to focus its energy. The Ancient One's strength was drawn from the despair and hopelessness of those who offered it worship. To defeat it, they had to defeat the nihilism it fed on, to rekindle the flame of hope within themselves, to reject the oblivion it craved. This wasn't a battle of brute force, it was a battle of wills. It was a battle for the very soul of existence. Santos, guided by the jade serpent and fueled by the memory of those he had lost, stepped forward. He would not let the Ancient One win. He would not allow oblivion to consume everything. He would fight, not for himself, but for the sliver of hope that still remained in the world. The death whistle hung heavy at his side, ready to deliver not just death, but judgment. A judgment not just against the wicked, but against the despair that had fueled the Ancient One's power for millennia. The final confrontation had begun. Gathering strength, the air hung heavy with the weight of millennia, a suffocating blanket woven from despair and the whispers of forgotten gods. Santos felt the Ancient One's gaze, a cosmic weight pressing down on him, threatening to crush the very essence of his being. It wasn't a physical pressure, but a psychic assault, a violation of his soul, a chilling attempt to snuff out the ember of defiance that still flickered within him. He could feel the insidious tendrils of nihilism creeping into his mind, whispering promises of oblivion, of the sweet release of nothingness. But the jade serpent, a living pulse against his chest, throbbed with a counterforce, a fierce resistance to the encroaching darkness. Isadora, her face pale but resolute, began to chant, her voice a low hum that resonated with the ancient energy of the chamber. Her words, a forgotten tongue older than recorded history, resonated with the glyphs on the walls, causing them to glow with an ethereal light. The chants were not a prayer, but an incantation, a summoning, a desperate attempt to tap into a forgotten power, a force that could oppose the Ancient One's cosmic might. The other glyphs on the walls, previously cryptic diagrams of celestial mechanics, now shifted and changed, revealing forgotten rituals, ancient spells, and forgotten incantations. These were not just symbols, but pathways, keys to unlocking potent energies. Padre Miguel, despite the fear etched deep into his eyes, held his crucifix high, a beacon of faith in the encroaching darkness. He began to pray, not in the hushed tones of supplication, but in a powerful voice, a battle cry of unwavering belief, a defiance against the nihilistic void that threatened to consume them all. His prayers weren't just pleas for divine intervention, they were a weapon, a force of spiritual resistance against the Ancient One's influence. The silver of the crucifix seemed to glow brighter as his voice rose, a counterpoint to the chilling whispers of oblivion. La Llorona, her usual mournful cries replaced by a low, guttural chant, moved around the chamber, her spectral form flickering like a candle flame in a gale. Her sorrow was palpable, yet somehow tempered, as if she too had found a measure of resolve in the face of annihilation. Her mournful wails transformed into a ritualistic dirge, a lament for the forgotten gods who had fueled the Ancient One's power. It was a desperate attempt to break the Ancient One's hold on the shadows that surrounded them. This ritualistic dirge was an attempt to resonate with the forgotten gods' lost hope, and thereby weakening the Ancient One's power. El Serpiente's remaining men, their faces grim, prepared their weapons. They were no longer just soldiers, they were guardians, protectors of a dying hope, the last line of defense against an ancient evil. Their fear was tempered with a grim determination, fueled by years of loyalty and forged in the fires of Mictlan's torturous trials. Their weapons, imbued with the essence of their own fierce will to resist, were not merely instruments of violence, but symbols of defiance, beacons of resistance in the heart of cosmic oblivion. Each one knew intuitively that this was not just a fight for survival, it was a battle for the very soul of existence. Santos himself felt the weight of responsibility, the burden of hope resting heavily on his shoulders. He was not merely a conduit for death, he was a beacon of resistance against oblivion. The jade serpent pressed against his chest, urging him forward. He understood that the battle was not only about brute strength, it was about confronting the Ancient One's nihilism, the despair that fueled its power. It was a war of wills, and the victory would depend on their ability to rekindle the flame of hope within themselves. Isadora, guided by the shifting glyphs, began to gather ingredients for a powerful ritual. Herbs and rare minerals gathered during their perilous journey through Mictlan. She worked with a frantic energy, her movements precise and purposeful, her face illuminated by the strange glow of the runes on the walls. Each item she selected held a specific meaning, a symbolic representation of the opposite of the Ancient One's power, hope, resilience, and the enduring power of belief. The ingredients weren't simply physical items, they were conduits for channeling powerful, forgotten energies. Padre Miguel, meanwhile, continued his prayers, his voice growing, stronger, infused with a power that seemed to emanate from the very stones of the chamber. He was not just praying for salvation, he was forging a spiritual shield, a defense against the Ancient One's psychic assault. His faith was not blind obedience, it was a weapon, a force that could combat the encroaching darkness. The crucifix in his hand glowed brighter with each prayer, a symbol of unwavering hope in the face of unimaginable horror. La Llorona's mournful cries intensified, but now they were laced with a fierce, protective energy, as if she had somehow found a way to channel her sorrow into a weapon. Her tears, once a symbol of grief, now seemed to carry a mystical potency, capable of dissolving the shadows that surrounded them. Her dirge, once a lament for the lost, was now an incantation of defiance against the Ancient One's reign. El Serpiente's men meticulously prepared their weapons, sharpening blades, loading firearms, and chanting war cries that echoed through the ancient chamber. Their preparation was more than just a military exercise, it was a ritual, a symbolic act of resistance against the looming threat of oblivion. The metallic clang of their weapons was a defiant counterpoint to the chilling whispers of the Ancient One. Santos, his bone whistle at his side, felt a surge of grim determination. He knew this was not a fight to be won through brute force alone. It was a battle against despair itself, a confrontation with the nihilism that fueled the Ancient One's power. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind, feeling the power of the jade serpent against his chest, a reminder of his resilience, his unwavering will to survive. He would not succumb to despair. He would fight not only for his life, but for the very survival of hope itself. He would face the Ancient One, armed not only with a bone whistle that ripped souls from the wicked, but also with a fierce determination, a spirit unyielding against oblivion's cold embrace. The final battle was at hand, the final sacrifice. The air crackled with anticipation, a palpable tension hanging heavier than the ancient stones pressing in on them. Isadora, her face streaked with sweat and grime, held aloft a crucible shimmering with an inner light. Inside, a concoction brewed, a viscous, iridescent liquid that pulsed with an unnatural energy, a potent elixir crafted from the rare herbs and minerals scavenged from the treacherous depths of Mictlan. This wasn't merely a potion, it was a conduit, a channel for a power older than time itself, a desperate gambit against the encroaching void. Padre Miguel, his voice hoarse but unwavering, continued his prayer, his words weaving a tapestry of faith against the suffocating nihilism. His crucifix, now radiating a blinding light, cast long, dancing shadows that seemed to push back against the oppressive darkness. He was no longer just a priest, he was a warrior of faith, his prayers a weapon against the ancient evil. The air vibrated with the intensity of his devotion, a stark contrast to the chilling silence of the Ancient One's presence. La Llorona, her spectral form shimmering faintly, began a slow, deliberate dance around the perimeter of the chamber. Her wailing had taken on a strange rhythm, a haunting cadence that echoed the rhythm of the shifting glyphs. Her grief, once overwhelming, seemed to have coalesced into a focused energy, a desperate plea to the forgotten gods, a desperate attempt to call upon forgotten allies. Each tear that fell from her spectral eyes seemed to carry the weight of millennia of sorrow, yet within it, a spark of defiance. El Serpiente's men stood ready, their faces etched with grim determination. Their weapons, gleaming under the ethereal glow of the glyphs, felt less like instruments of death and more like extensions of their very souls, imbued with the spirit of defiance. The air around them hummed with a palpable tension, a silent promise of the bloody battle to come. They were no longer merely mercenaries, they were guardians, protectors of a dying light, prepared to pay the ultimate price to save the world from oblivion. Their quiet courage was more potent than any shout. Santos, his hand resting on the cool, smooth surface of his bone whistle, felt a cold dread creep into his heart. He knew this was no ordinary fight. He'd faced death countless times, battled his way through the 9 levels of Mictlan, but this felt different. This was a fight against oblivion itself, a clash of wills between life and the ultimate nothingness. He could feel the weight of their hopes resting heavily on his shoulders, the responsibility crushing him under its immense burden. Isadora stepped forward, her voice barely a whisper amidst the looming darkness. "And a ritual requires a sacrifice," she announced, her eyes mirroring the shimmering liquid in the crucible. The words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken dread, a chilling prelude to the sacrifice that lay before them. A collective gasp escaped the assembled warriors, a mixture of horror and understanding. This was not a mere battle, it was a desperate gamble, a final attempt to save their world, and the price would be immense. Padre Miguel's prayers intensified, a desperate plea for divine intervention, for strength, for guidance in this darkest of hours. He knew what was coming. The cost of victory was a heavy one, the price exacted upon the purest of souls. His faith wavered not an inch. The light from his crucifix flickered, a beacon of unwavering hope, even amidst the creeping darkness that threatened to consume them all. He closed his eyes, whispering words of comfort and acceptance, a final blessing for the soul about to be given. La Llorona's mournful wails increased in intensity, her spectral form swirling in a mesmerizing dance of grief and defiance. The air itself seemed to weep with her, a chorus of sorrow echoing through the chamber. She was not merely mourning the impending sacrifice, she was grieving for the world, for the loss of innocence, for the inevitable darkness that would follow even victory. It was a mournful eulogy for a world teetering on the brink of annihilation. El Serpiente's men exchanged grim glances. They knew they might not survive, but their faces held no sign of fear. Their lives had been spent facing death, and this time was no different. Their loyalty to El Serpiente, to Santos, to the hope of a world free from the Ancient One's influence, burned brighter than any fear. They would stand shoulder to shoulder, shielding their allies, preparing to meet death with unwavering courage. Santos looked at Isadora, at Padre Miguel, at La Llorona, at the faces of El Serpiente's men. He saw their fear, their determination, their willingness to sacrifice everything for a glimmer of hope. He felt a surge of sorrow, not just for the impending sacrifice, but for the weight of their trust. The jade serpent against his chest throbbed with a renewed intensity, urging him forward. He knew what had to be done. He raised his bone whistle to his lips, a silent prayer in the face of the cosmic terror. Isadora revealed the heart of the ritual. It was not a physical sacrifice, it was a spiritual one. It demanded the offering of the purest essence of one of their souls, an act of selfless sacrifice that would fuel the final incantation, giving them the strength to confront the Ancient One. The choice fell upon Padre Miguel, his unwavering faith the purest offering they could make. It was a shattering blow to their fragile morale, but they knew it had to be done. Their hope rested on this final act of selfless courage. Padre Miguel, his eyes filled with a profound peace, accepted his fate. He knew death was not an end, but a transition, a doorway to a greater purpose. His faith, unwavering in the face of death, was the purest offering, the fuel for the final battle. He faced his fate without fear, his heart filled with the unshakable belief that even in death, his sacrifice would help secure a future for the living. With a solemn nod, Padre Miguel stepped into the center of the chamber. As Isidora poured the iridescent liquid from the crucible, Padre Miguel raised his crucifix, its light illuminating his serene face as he prepared for the final sacrifice. The Ancient One's nihilistic whispers intensified, attempting to break his spirit, to tempt him with oblivion's sweet embrace. But Padre Miguel stood resolute, his faith a shining beacon against the encroaching darkness, an unwavering testament to the power of the human spirit. The liquid enveloped Padre Miguel, its unearthly glow engulfing him completely. His body began to shimmer, his form merging with the ethereal energy of the potion, transforming into a conduit of pure, unwavering faith. The air crackled with power. The very fabric of reality seemed to bend under the strain of this ultimate sacrifice. La Llorona's wails became a lament for the fallen, a eulogy for the courageous priest who gave his life for the greater good. The transformed energy pulsed, a bright beacon of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. The glyphs on the walls blazed with an intense light, revealing a path, a gateway to confront the Ancient One. Santos, his heart heavy with grief but his spirit resolute, felt a surge of power coursing through his veins, a gift from Padre Miguel's ultimate sacrifice. This was their chance, their final stand. The battle for the very soul of existence was about to begin. The weight of the world rested on his shoulders, but Santos, el silbido de la muerte, stood ready. He would face the Ancient One, armed with a bone whistle, a jade serpent's pulse, and the memory of a sacrifice that fueled his resolve. A risky plan. The iridescent glow emanating from Padre Miguel's transformed form pulsed, a beacon in the suffocating darkness. The air thrummed with a power both terrifying and exhilarating, a tangible manifestation of the priest's sacrifice. Santos felt it, a surge of almost unbearable energy coursing through him, a conduit of faith channeled directly into his very being. The jade serpent, nestled against his chest, vibrated fiercely, its emerald scales gleaming with an inner light that mirrored the crucible's glow. He understood now the true nature of Isidora's ritual. It wasn't simply a concoction, it was a transference, a channeling of pure, unwavering faith into a weapon they could use against the Ancient One. The Ancient One, who fed on despair and nihilism, would be repelled by the sheer intensity of the priest's selfless act. It was a risky gamble, a desperate hope clinging to the edge of oblivion, but it was their only chance. Santos closed his eyes, letting the power wash over him, absorbing its intensity, feeling the weight of Padre Miguel's sacrifice, the burden of their collective hope. He felt the whispers of the Ancient One, insidious and seductive, attempting to exploit the crack in his resolve, the grief that gnawed at his heart. But the memory of the priest's unwavering faith, the strength of his sacrifice, stood as an impenetrable shield. He opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and unwavering, focused on the swirling glyphs now illuminating the chamber's ancient stones. The path revealed itself, a shimmering corridor of light extending into the heart of the Ancient One's domain. It wasn't a physical path, but a pathway through the very fabric of reality, a tear in the veil between worlds, opened by the power of Padre Miguel's sacrifice. "En serpiente," Santos commanded, his voice resonating with newfound power. "Prepare the men. We attack now, before the gateway closes." El Serpiente, his face grim but resolute, nodded curtly. His men, their faces etched with grim determination, moved with practiced efficiency, their weapons held ready, their eyes fixed on the shimmering path. They understood the risks. They knew this could be their last stand, but fear had been replaced by a fierce, unwavering loyalty. They were warriors, bound by a shared purpose, ready to face oblivion itself for a chance at salvation. La Llorona, her spectral form less translucent than before, seemed to have gained strength from the ritual. Her wails, once a lament of sorrow, now carried a note of fierce defiance, a battle cry echoing the energy surging through the chamber. She circled the group, her spectral hands gesturing, guiding the warriors, as if an unseen force was leading them. She was no longer just a sorrowful spectre, she was a guardian, a protector of the living, fueled by the echoes of her tragic past and the hope of a brighter future. The plan was audacious, bordering on suicidal. They would infiltrate the Ancient One's domain through the newly opened gateway, a treacherous journey through a realm of pure nihilism. Their goal wasn't to conquer or destroy, but to disrupt, to sow seeds of doubt and discord within the Ancient One's influence, enough to weaken its grasp on the world. It was a strategy based less on brute force and more on a desperate gamble, a delicate dance on the precipice of annihilation. Santos knew the risks. The Ancient One's power was immense, its influence pervasive. But the priest's sacrifice had given them a window of opportunity, a momentary weakness in the ancient evil's defenses. They had to exploit it, to strike at its heart before it could recover. The journey through the gateway was a harrowing experience. The air itself felt oppressive, a suffocating weight of pure nothingness pressing down on them. The very concept of reality seemed to unravel, the landscape shifting and twisting in impossible ways. They encountered manifestations of the Ancient One's power, shadowy entities that whispered promises of oblivion, horrific creatures born from despair, twisted parodies of life itself. El Serpiente's men fought with the courage of desperation there, weapons blazing, cutting through the darkness, protecting their companions. They were warriors, honed by years of conflict, but this was unlike anything they'd faced before, a battle against the very essence of nothingness. Yet, they stood firm, their loyalty to Santos, to each other, to the faint glimmer of hope, sustaining them in the face of unimaginable terror. La Llorona's wails became their battle cry, her spectral form a shield against the encroaching darkness. Her sorrow, her grief, somehow resonated with the very essence of the realm, creating a dissonance that momentarily weakened the Ancient One's hold. It wasn't a traditional weapon, but a haunting melody of defiance against the silent screams of oblivion. Santos, his bone whistle clutched tightly in his hand, led the charge. He blew the whistle, not to claim souls, but to disrupt the Ancient One's influence, to sever the connection between the entity and its manifestations. Each shrill blast created a ripple of disruption, a momentary crack in the dark tide. The glyphs, burning bright on the walls of the corridor, guided their way, a beacon of hope amidst the all-consuming darkness. The journey was a brutal trial of endurance, a test of their faith and resolve. Each step forward was a fight against the insidious whispers of oblivion, a battle against the creeping despair that threatened to consume them. But they pressed on, driven by the memory of Padre Miguel's sacrifice, fueled by the unwavering belief that they could overcome the seemingly impossible. As they approached the heart of the Ancient One's domain, the whispers intensified, the darkness grew deeper, the attacks more ferocious. The warriors fell, their bodies disappearing into the void, absorbed by the all-consuming nihilism. Yet, Santos and the remaining members of El Serpiente's crew refused to yield. They were the remnants of a fading hope, the embodiment of defiance against the encroaching void, and they would fight to the very last breath. The final confrontation loomed, a desperate gambit against an enemy far older and more powerful than any they had ever faced. But Santos, El Silbido de la Muerte, stood ready, armed with his bone whistle, the memory of Padre Miguel's sacrifice, and a burning resolve to protect the remnants of a dying world. The battle for the very soul of existence was about to begin. The weight of the world, the weight of their hopes, rested heavily on his shoulders, but the Deathwhistle would not falter. He would face the Ancient One, and he would fight. The battle begins. The iridescent gateway pulsed, a malevolent heart beating in the suffocating darkness. Santos, El Silbido de la Muerte, stepped through first, the jade serpent coiled tight against his chest, a cold comfort against the icy breath of oblivion that greeted him. The air itself felt wrong, a viscous entity clinging to his lungs, choking the life from him with each ragged breath. It wasn't merely darkness, it was the absence of everything, a void that threatened to swallow him whole, to erase him from existence. His men followed, a grim procession of shadows against the encroaching void. El Serpiente, his face a mask of grim determination, moved with the practiced grace of a seasoned killer, his machete glinting like a sliver of moonlight in the oppressive blackness. Behind him, His remaining men formed a tight formation, their weapons held high, their eyes reflecting the desperate hope that burned within them. La Llorona, her spectral form now almost solid, moved like a wraith through their ranks, her mournful cries echoing the desolate landscape. The assault began not with a roar, but with a whisper. Shadowy figures coalesced from the darkness, formless entities that pulsed with a malevolent energy, their movements fluid and unsettling. They were whispers made flesh, the embodiment of doubt and despair, their touch chilling the very soul. El Serpiente's men fought with the ferocity of cornered animals, their machetes and firearms spitting fire and fury against the encroaching darkness. Each fallen warrior was swallowed by the void, leaving behind only a faint echo of their passing. Santos, however, was a different kind of weapon. He wasn't just fighting, he was dismantling. With each shrill blast of his bone whistle, the shadowy figures recoiled, their forms flickering and dissolving like smoke in the wind. The whistle wasn't merely a weapon, it was a tool of disruption, a sonic assault against the fabric of the Ancient One's power. The glyphs, burning brightly on the unseen walls, guided his movements, illuminating the path through the heart of the darkness. They weren't just markings, they were a map of the Ancient One's influence, a roadmap to its destruction. The battle raged on, a chaotic dance of death and defiance. The ground beneath their feet shifted and twisted, the very landscape rebelling against their presence. Twisted parodies of life emerged from the void, creatures born of despair, grotesque mockeries of humanity, their forms shifting and changing with each passing moment. They were nightmares made real, the product of the Ancient One's corrupted imagination. One creature resembled a grotesque amalgamation of human flesh and decaying vegetation, its eyes burning with an unnatural light, its limbs contorting in impossible angles. It lunged at El Serpiente, its decaying fingers outstretched, but the seasoned warrior deftly sidestepped the attack, his machete slicing through the creature's grotesque form. The creature dissolved into nothingness, leaving behind only a faint stench of decay and despair. Another creature resembled a colossal spider, its body composed of shadow and dust, its legs ending in razor-sharp claws. It scuttled across the shifting ground, its movements fast and unpredictable, its multiple eyes burning with malevolent intent. It attacked La Llorona, its claws slashing at her spectral form. La Llorona, however, seemed impervious to its attacks, her spectral form shimmering and reforming as the creature's claws scraped across her ethereal flesh. She responded with a chilling wail, a haunting cry that resonated through the void, momentarily disrupting the creature's focus, giving Santos the opportunity to unleash a blast from his bone whistle, shattering the creature into dust. The further they pushed into the Ancient One's domain, the more desperate the battle became. The whispers intensified, becoming a cacophony of despair, trying to penetrate their minds to break their spirits. Santos felt the weight of their sacrifice, the burden of their hope, pressing down on him, but he refused to yield. He knew that failure meant the annihilation of everything they held dear. As they neared the heart of the Ancient One's domain, they found themselves in a vast cavern, the air thick with an oppressive silence. In the center of the cavern, a towering obsidian throne pulsed with a malevolent energy, and upon it sat the Ancient One itself. It wasn't a creature of flesh and bone, but a swirling vortex of darkness, a tangible manifestation of pure nihilism. Its power was immense, its influence suffocating. The Ancient One's voice echoed through the cavern, a chilling whisper that chilled them to the bone. It spoke of oblivion, of the sweet release of nothingness, of the futility of their struggle. It tempted them with promises of an end to their suffering, of escape from the endless cycle of pain and despair. But Santos, hardened by years of brutal experience, remained unmoved. He knew that surrender was not an option. The final confrontation began, a clash between the forces of life and death, of hope and despair. El Serpiente's remaining men fought with the courage born of desperation, their weapons a testament to their unwavering loyalty. La Llorona's wails became a battle cry, her sorrow fueled by defiance, her spectral form a shield against the encroaching darkness. Santos, el silbido de la muerte, stood at the forefront, his bone whistle a weapon of last resort. He knew this was a gamble, a desperate attempt to disrupt the Ancient One's power. He wasn't aiming to kill, he was aiming to weaken, to destabilize, to sow the seeds of doubt in the very heart of the darkness. He blew his whistle, a shrill blast that echoed through the cavern, resonating with the power of Padre Miguel's sacrifice. The Ancient One recoiled, its form flickering and wavering, its power momentarily disrupted. The obsidian throne pulsed violently, its energy faltering. Santos saw his chance and pressed his advantage. He blew his whistle again and again, each blast creating a ripple of disruption, chipping away at the Ancient One's power. The battle was far from over. The Ancient One's wrath was terrible, a maelstrom of darkness that threatened to consume them. But Santos, fueled by the unwavering strength of his faith, the memory of his fallen comrades, and the knowledge that he was protecting the very essence of hope, faced the ancient evil with grim determination. The fate of the world hung precariously in the balance, a desperate gambit played on the precipice of oblivion. The death whistle would not be silenced. The battle raged on, a testament to the enduring power of defiance against the crushing weight of despair. The fight for the soul of existence continued. Unexpected allies. The obsidian throne pulsed violently, its malevolent energy flickering like a dying candle flame. Santos, breathless and battered, felt the strain of his continuous whistling. The bone whistle, a conduit of Padre Miguel's sacrifice, was burning his lips, its icy chill seeping into his very bones. The Ancient One's form, once a swirling vortex of impenetrable darkness, now showed cracks, fissures in its nihilistic essence. But the respite was fleeting. The darkness surged back, threatening to reclaim its dominance. Just as despair threatened to consume them, a guttural roar echoed through the cavern, a sound born not of the Ancient One's malice, but of primal fury. From the shadows at the cavern's edge, a figure emerged, colossal and terrifying, yet strangely familiar. It was a creature of myth, a being ripped from the very fabric of Mexican folklore, a Ahuizotl. Its body, a grotesque blend of otter and monkey, was covered in matted fur, its paws tipped with razor-sharp claws. But its most unsettling feature was its hand, a long, slender appendage ending in a clawed hand that dripped with an unnerving viscous fluid. The Ahuizotl launched itself at the Ancient One, its roar a challenge to the ancient evil. Its claws tore at the darkness, its powerful jaws snapping with surprising ferocity. Santos watched, stunned, as the monstrous creature fought with a ferocity he'd never witnessed before. It wasn't fighting for survival, but for something else, a desperate, almost primal rage. Behind the Ahuizotl, more figures emerged from the darkness, a phalanx of unlikely allies. There were Nahuales, shapeshifters from the deepest parts of the Mexican wilderness, their forms shifting and changing before Santos's very eyes. A jaguar here, a hawk there, a serpent gliding silently through the shadows. They fought with the skill and instinct of creatures honed by centuries of survival, their movements fluid and deadly. Then came the Cihuateo, the vengeful spirits of women who died in childbirth. Their spectral forms, once shrouded in sorrow and rage, now burned with a fierce determination. They weaved through the battle, their wails piercing the darkness, their ghostly touch debilitating the creatures spawned from the Ancient One's malice. They weren't merely attacking, they were cleansing, their presence purifying the corrupted air. Their anger, once directed inward, was now focused on a common enemy. The arrival of these unexpected allies shifted the tide of the battle. The Ancient One, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, struggled to maintain its control. The darkness that had been so overwhelming, so suffocating, began to recede, its power waning under the combined assault. The Ahuizotl, surprisingly agile despite its size, managed to latch onto a tendril of the Ancient One's shadowy form, its claws tearing at the darkness. The Nahuales, utilizing their shape-shifting abilities, disrupted the Ancient One's attacks, their movements fluid and unpredictable. The Cihuateo, meanwhile, were a terrifying force, their ethereal wails acting as a sonic weapon, shattering the lesser creatures that emerged from the Ancient One's corrupted essence. Their touch, once a curse, was now a blessing, a purifying force that weakened the ancient evil. Santos, recovering from his initial surprise, realized the significance of these creatures' arrival. They were not mere monsters, but guardians, protectors of a balance long since disrupted. They were the manifestations of a forgotten power, the raw, untamed essence of Mexican folklore, awakened by the desperation of the moment, stirred by the strength of Santos's defiance. The Ancient One's control over this realm wasn't absolute. It was being challenged, being broken, by forces older than itself. He understood then that Padre Miguel's sacrifice hadn't just strengthened his bone whistle, it had also awakened the dormant power of the land, stirring the very essence of Mexican mythology. The priest's faith, a powerful force in itself, had resonated through the ages, creating a ripple effect that reached even into the depths of Mictlan. He joined the fray, his bone whistle becoming a symphony of destruction, each blast harmonizing with the roars of the Ahuizotl, the shifting forms of the Nahuales, and the chilling wails of the Cihuateo. His blows were no longer merely disruptive, they were precise strikes, guided by an unseen force, weakening the Ancient One's hold on its realm. The battle reached a fever pitch. The cavern trembled, the very ground beneath them shaking violently. The Ancient One's form, once imposing, was now ragged, its power diminished, its essence frayed. The combined forces of the living and the dead, the human and the mythical, were pushing back against the overwhelming darkness. As the Ancient One's power diminished, its influence began to fade. The whispers of despair ceased, replaced by a faint glimmer of hope. The shadows that had consumed the cavern began to recede, revealing the true nature of the space. A vast cavern, adorned with ancient Aztec glyphs, shimmering with an ethereal light. Finally, with one final, desperate assault, the Ahuizotl tore a gaping hole in the Ancient One's form, its claws ripping through the darkness, unleashing a wave of raw, untamed energy. The Ancient One let out a deafening shriek, a sound of pure annihilation. And then, it was gone. The darkness dissolved, the oppressive silence replaced by an unsettling quiet. The Ahuizotl collapsed, its body twitching, its strength exhausted. The Nahuales and Cihuateo began to fade, their forms dissolving back into the shadows from whence they came, leaving behind only a faint echo of their presence. Santos felt a profound sense of loss, but also of gratitude. They had fought, they had triumphed, but their victory came at a cost. The weight of their sacrifice settled heavily upon his shoulders. He looked around at the carnage. His men, those who remained, were battered but alive. El Serpiente, his face grim, stood beside him, his machete stained with the darkness they had vanquished. La Llorona's mournful cries had softened, replaced by a quiet strength, a silent tribute to those lost. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and the lingering essence of forgotten magic. The battle was won, but the echoes of the fight would forever resonate within him. The unexpected allies, the guardians of forgotten lore, had shown him the true meaning of hope, a hope that transcended the boundaries of life and death, of the mortal and the mythical. He knew, with a certainty that settled deep within his bones, that his journey was far from over. The Deathwhistle's song would continue, a grim melody of justice echoing through the darkness. The fight for the soul of existence, for the balance between life and death, was far from over. The shadow of the Ancient One might be gone, but new threats would surely arise, and El Silbido de la Muerte would be ready. The weight of sacrifice, the silence that followed the Ancient One's demise was heavier than the darkness it had dispelled. It wasn't the peaceful quiet of victory, but the oppressive stillness of a battlefield strewn with the remnants of a cosmic struggle. The air crackled with residual energy, a tangible hum that vibrated in Santos's bones. He looked at the Ahuizotl, its massive form lying still, its once fierce eyes now glazed over. The creature's sacrifice, its primal rage channeled into a desperate act of defiance, resonated deeply within him. It had given everything, its lifeblood staining the obsidian floor, a final, brutal offering to banish the encroaching void. The Nahuales, their shape-shifting abilities now dormant, were fading, their forms dissolving into wisps of smoke, leaving behind only the faintest scent of earth and wild things. They were guardians of the wild, protectors of the balance, creatures of legend brought forth by the sheer desperation of the situation, and now, their duty fulfilled, they returned to the shadows. Their sacrifice, their silent guardianship, was a testament to the power of the natural world, a force older and wilder than even Mictlan itself. The Siwateo, the mournful spirits of mothers lost in childbirth, their wails once a symphony of sorrow and rage, were now fading, their spectral forms dissolving into the ethereal light that illuminated the cavern. Their vengeance, once directed at a world that had wronged them, had been redirected, channeled into a righteous fury against a common enemy. Their selfless act, their willingness to fight for a world they hadn't been allowed to experience fully, was a poignant reminder of the enduring strength of maternal love, even in the face of death. Their sacrifice, a silent testament to the enduring power of motherhood, filled the cavern with a profound sense of sorrow and redemption. Santos knelt beside the Deathwhistle, his hand resting on the creature's matted fur. He felt a strange connection to this mythical beast, a shared understanding born from their mutual sacrifice. He had faced his own demons, confronted his own mortality, and in doing so had found a strength he never knew he possessed. The Deathwhistle, a creature of nightmare, had shown him a different kind of heroism, a primal, unyielding courage that defied the very essence of fear. Their sacrifice was intertwined, a testament to the power of unexpected alliances and the shared struggle against overwhelming odds. The weight of it all pressed down on him, the weight of the Deathwhistle's final desperate lunge, the fading forms of the Nahuales and Siwateo, the silent sorrow of the victorious Siwateo, the echoes of Padre Miguel's sacrifice resonating through the ages. The weight of his own choices, the burden of his past sins, now compounded by the knowledge of these immense sacrifices made on his behalf. He felt the weight of countless souls, the weight of a world teetering on the brink of oblivion, the weight of responsibility for maintaining the fragile balance between life and death. He rose, his body aching, his spirit weary, yet strangely redeemed. The bone whistle, still warm from the exertion of its recent use, felt heavy in his hand, its surface now etched with faint glyphs that shimmered with an ethereal light. The glyphs, symbols of the sacrifices made, were a testament to the battles fought and won, a constant reminder of the price of victory. El Serpiente approached, his face grim, his usually flamboyant demeanor subdued by the gravity of the situation. He spoke in hushed tones, his voice filled with awe and respect. They were legends, Santos, creatures of myth, brought forth by your defiance. Santos nodded, unable to fully articulate the complex emotions that swirled within him. The battle had been won, but the victory felt hollow, tainted by the immense cost. He had escaped the clutches of the Ancient One, but he carried within him the echoes of the sacrifice, the weight of those who had fought and died to secure his survival. He looked at his men, their faces etched with exhaustion and loss. La Llorona, her mournful cries stilled, offered him a rare, genuine smile. It was a smile of shared struggle, a bond forged in the crucible of their terrifying experience. They had faced death, and they had survived, but the shadow of sacrifice would forever linger, a constant reminder of the price they had paid. The journey back to the world of the living was silent, a somber procession through the desolate landscape of Mictlan. The weight of the sacrifices made during this desperate gambit weighed heavy on Santos's heart. The echoes of the battle, the images of his fallen allies, their sacrifice, played like a macabre film in his mind. He knew he would carry that weight for the rest of his days, a constant reminder of the burden of power, the heavy price of wielding the Deathwhistle. The silence was broken only by the occasional whisper of the wind, carrying with it the echoes of their victory, a victory hard won, a victory bought with the blood of the fallen, a victory forever etched in the dark tapestry of his soul. The silence was a stark reminder that his work was far from over. The darkness had retreated, but the shadows still lingered, waiting for the right moment to strike again. The weight of sacrifice was now his, and he would carry it, a turning point. The obsidian floor, slick with the ichor of the Deathwhistle and the lingering essence of the vanquished Siwateo, reflected the faint ethereal light emanating from the bone whistle in Santos's hand. He felt the weight of it, not just physically, but spiritually. Each glyph etched into its surface pulsed with a faint internal luminescence, a testament to the sacrifices made, a grim ledger of the fallen. The battle, brutal and relentless, had reached a terrifying crescendo. a maelstrom of supernatural forces clashing in a desperate dance of life and death. Yet, it was in this chaotic ballet of destruction that the tide began to turn. The Ancient One, its power seemingly limitless, had been weakened. The combined assault, a symphony of desperation and sacrifice, had finally breached its defenses. The Nahuales, their shape-shifting forms dissolving into the very air around them, had used their final desperate act of self-immolation, their essence fueling a surge of power that rippled through the cavern. The Cihuateo, their keening cries now stilled, formed a spectral shield, deflecting the Ancient One's baleful energy, absorbing its attacks as if they were but wisps of smoke. Their mournful wails, once a symbol of unending sorrow, had transformed into a defiant battle cry, echoing through the cavern, a haunting counterpoint to the Ancient One's terrifying power. Padre Miguel, his spectral form radiating an unearthly light, had unleashed a wave of holy energy, a searing torrent that washed over the Ancient One, momentarily stunning it, momentarily exposing a chink in its formidable armor. The priest's sacrifice, a testament to faith and unwavering devotion, had unlocked a power far beyond mortal comprehension. It was a sacrifice made not for glory or personal gain, but for the preservation of balance, a selfless act that reverberated through the very fabric of Mictlan. His sacrifice, a poignant symphony of faith and selflessness, was a testament to the enduring power of the Spirit, even in the face of overwhelming darkness. It was in this moment of vulnerability, this fleeting crack in the Ancient One's seemingly impenetrable defenses, that Santos seized the opportunity. Guided by instinct and adrenaline, he channeled the power of the bone whistle, focusing his own rage, his own pain, his own sorrow into a single, devastating blow. He wasn't merely blowing the whistle, he was unleashing the accumulated fury of countless souls, the desperate cries of the fallen, the righteous anger of the wronged. He wasn't just wielding a weapon, he was a conduit, a channel for the raw, untamed energy of Mictlan itself. The whistle's shrill cry ripped through the cavern, a sound so piercing, so utterly terrifying, that even the Ancient One recoiled. A wave of pure, unadulterated death energy slammed into the creature, a blow that struck at its very essence, at its very core. The air shimmered, the earth trembled, and a blinding flash of light illuminated the cavern, revealing the Ancient One in its full, terrifying glory, a grotesque parody of creation itself. For a moment, time seemed to stand still, the only sound the echoing reverberations of the whistle's cry. Then, the light subsided, revealing a change. The Ancient One's form, once solid and imposing, began to crack, to shatter, like ancient obsidian crumbling under the weight of centuries. Its immense power, once seemingly boundless, was now waning, its essence leaking away like sand through a fractured skull. The glyphs of sin, blazing with an infernal light, that had adorned its monstrous form, began to flicker and fade like dying embers. It was a horrifying spectacle, a testament to the power of the Deathwhistle and the sacrifices made to reach this climactic moment. The Ancient One's roars of fury and rage morphed into pained groans, its monstrous form dissolving, fragmenting, its essence bleeding into the very fabric of Mictlan, until there was nothing left but a faint wisp of dark energy, a lingering echo of its terrifying power. Its demise left a void, a chilling emptiness that was, paradoxically, a release, a liberation from the oppressive presence that had threatened to consume all. The oppressive atmosphere that had suffocated them for what felt like an eternity began to lift, as if a heavy weight had been lifted from their shoulders. The silence that followed was not one of fear, but one of profound relief. It was the silence of a battle won, a victory hard-fought, a triumph bought with the price of immense sacrifice. Santos stood there, his body trembling, his spirit exhausted, the bone whistle still clutched tightly in his hand, its ethereal light pulsating gently, a reminder of the incredible power he now possessed, a power tempered by sorrow and sacrifice. The remaining Nahuales, their forms reforming, their eyes filled with a profound sense of exhaustion and peace, bowed their heads in respect to the fallen. They had fulfilled their sacred duty, their sacrifices securing a victory that seemed impossible only moments before. The Cihuateo, their spectral forms fading, released a final, collective sigh, a mournful lament that carried within it a sense of completion, of finality, of peace. El Serpiente approached, his usually flamboyant demeanor subdued by the gravity of the moment. His eyes, usually glittering with mischief, were now filled with a deep sense of respect and awe. "Santos," he began, his voice a low whisper, "you have done what many thought impossible. You have defeated the Ancient One. Mictlan itself owes you a debt." His words were a testament to Santos's unlikely victory, a victory that echoed through the desolate underworld. Santos looked at El Serpiente, then at his remaining companions. Their faces were etched with fatigue, their bodies bearing the scars of battle. But in their eyes, Santos saw not defeat, but a fierce determination, a resolve born from the crucible of their shared struggle. La Llorona, her mournful cries now replaced with a gentle sorrow, offered a slight nod, her eyes reflecting a shared understanding of the immense losses they had endured. The weight of their sacrifices, the price of their victory, was heavy upon them, but they had survived. They had prevailed. The path back to the world of the living seemed less treacherous now, the looming shadow of the Ancient One's power finally lifted. Yet, the silence of their journey back was a stark reminder of the sacrifices made. The echoes of the battle, the image of the fallen, their sacrifices, were etched in their memories, a constant reminder of the precarious balance between life and death. Santos knew he carried this weight with him, the burden of their survival, the burden of their victory, forever etched onto the dark tapestry of his soul. The darkness had retreated for now, but the shadows still lurked, waiting for their next opportunity. His journey was far from over. The weight of responsibility, the weight of the death whistle, the weight of sacrifice was his to bear. He would carry it. He had to. The final showdown. The obsidian shards crunched under Santos's boots as he advanced, the bone whistle humming a death knell in his hand. The Ancient One, a colossal entity woven from shadow and nightmare, rose before him, its form a grotesque parody of creation itself. Twisted limbs, like the gnarled branches of a cursed tree, reached towards him, tipped with claws sharper than obsidian knives. Its eyes burned with an infernal light, twin suns of malevolent energy, and from its gaping maw escaped a torrent of chilling whispers, a symphony of forgotten screams. The air crackled with raw power, the very ground vibrating under the weight of its presence. This was no mere battle. It was a clash of titans, a struggle between the forces of life and death, played out on the desolate stage of Mictlan. The previous skirmishes, the desperate struggles against the Ahuizotl and the Suateo, had been mere skirmishes, mere rehearsals for this final, terrifying act. Santos, despite the exhaustion etched deep into his bones, felt a surge of adrenaline, a primal instinct taking over. He was not just fighting for his life, he was fighting for the balance of Mictlan, for the souls trapped within its desolate realms. He was fighting for the memory of those lost, a battle fought for the ghosts who had fought alongside him. The weight of their sacrifices fueled him, their lingering presence a shield against the Ancient One's overwhelming power. The Ancient One unleashed its fury, a torrent of dark energy slamming against Santos, attempting to crush him under its weight. But Santos, guided by an instinct honed in the brutal streets of his past life and sharpened in the harrowing trials of Mictlan, moved with a grace that belied his battered form. He danced with death, dodging the blows with a terrifying precision, each movement a testament to his newly found mastery of the underworld. He answered the Ancient One's onslaught with his own, a relentless barrage of whistle blows. Each shrill cry was a precise strike, ripping through the creature's shadowy form, leaving behind searing glyphs of its own malevolence. The glyphs, glowing with infernal light, told a tale of its atrocities, betrayals, murders, tortures, the countless sins that fueled its power. The air itself seemed to writhe under the impact, the cavern trembling with the force of the confrontation. The battle raged, a chaotic dance of death and destruction. Santos weaved through the Ancient One's attacks, his movements a blend of martial arts honed on the streets, and the supernatural agility granted to him by Mictlantecuhtli. The bone whistle became an extension of his being, its shrill cries echoing through the cavern, a soundtrack to the brutal ballet of death. The Ancient One, for all its immense power, showed signs of weakening. The relentless assault of the whistle, coupled with the sacrifices made by his companions, had taken its toll. Its roars of rage began to morph into pained groans, its movements less fluid, less precise. The infernal light in its eyes flickered, threatening to extinguish entirely. As the Ancient One faltered, Santos saw his opportunity. He channeled every ounce of his remaining strength, every drop of his remaining will, into one final, devastating blow. He focused not only on the physical act of blowing the whistle, but on the very essence of the weapon itself, on the raw, untamed energy it contained. He poured his own rage, his pain, the sorrow of his past, and the weight of the fallen into this single final act. The whistle's cry was deafening, a sound that shattered the very fabric of Mictlan. A wave of pure death energy surged outwards, washing over the Ancient One, stripping it of its power, its essence, its very being. The cavern was bathed in a blinding white light, the air shimmering with unimaginable energy. When the light subsided, the Ancient One was gone, reduced to nothing more than a lingering whisper of darkness, a faint echo of the terror it once held. Silence descended, a profound silence that hung heavy in the air. The oppressive atmosphere that had suffocated them for what felt like an eternity finally lifted. It was the silence of victory, a hard-won triumph purchased with the price of immeasurable sacrifice. But it was also a silence laden with the weight of loss, the memories of those who had fallen in the fight. Santos stood, his body aching, his spirit weary, but his resolve unbroken. He looked at his companions. El Serpiente, his face grim but relieved, approached slowly. La Llorona, her tears now tears of relief rather than sorrow, offered a silent nod of acknowledgement. The remaining Nahuales, their forms shifting back to human, stood in solemn silence, their exhaustion a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Even the spectral forms of the Cihuateo seemed to fade with a sigh of relief, their mourning finally replaced by a quiet peace. The victory was bittersweet. They had defeated the Ancient One, a being whose power had threatened to consume Mictlan, a being whose malevolence had spread like a plague. But their triumph came at a heavy cost. Many had fallen, their sacrifices echoing in the silent cavern. The weight of their loss settled heavily on Santos's shoulders, a burden he knew he would carry for the rest of his days. As they began their journey back to the world of the living, the echoes of the battle, the ghostly presence of the fallen, lingered. The path was less treacherous now, the oppressive shadow of the Ancient One lifted. Yet the memories of the conflict, the scars of their battle, both physical and emotional, remained. Santos clutched the bone whistle, its ethereal glow a constant reminder of the power he now wielded, a power that came with a terrible responsibility. The darkness had been pushed back, but it had not been vanquished. The shadows still lurked, waiting for their chance to return. He knew his journey was far from over. His task was not merely to punish the wicked, but to maintain the precarious balance between life and death, a balance he had played a crucial part in restoring. He would carry this weight. He had to. The death whistle would continue to sing its song of justice, a song both terrible and necessary. The price of victory had been high, but the fight for the balance continued. He would continue the fight. The journey was far from over. The world above needed him, needed the death whistle, just as much as the underworld did. Heavy losses. The silence after the Ancient One's annihilation was not peaceful. It was a suffocating blanket woven from grief and the lingering scent of sulfur. The cavern, once a stage for a terrifying battle, now felt like a mausoleum. Santos, his body a tapestry of fresh and old wounds, slowly lowered the bone whistle. The ethereal glow had dimmed, reflecting the exhaustion that gnawed at him. He looked around, his gaze lingering on the fallen. El Serpiente, his usually flamboyant demeanor replaced by a grim stillness, knelt beside the body of La Comadre, her vibrant shawl now stained crimson. Her eyes, usually sparkling with mischief, were closed, a serene expression settling on her features, a stark contrast to the violence that had claimed her. La Comadre, a powerful curandera, had shielded them from a devastating blast of dark energy, sacrificing herself to save the others. Her spirit, however, had not passed to the next realm. It remained, tethered to the world of the living by an unshakable loyalty, a faint shimmer of energy hovering over her lifeless body. She had died protecting them, and the weight of that sacrifice pressed heavily on Santos's heart. Further down, huddled amidst the scattered obsidian shards, lay the broken form of the Xoloitzcuintli, the spectral hound that had served as their faithful guide. Its ethereal form flickered, its once bright energy dimming, fading into the shadows. The creature, an embodiment of loyalty and unwavering determination, had taken a direct hit from the Ancient One, its protective aura failing against the sheer power of the being. Its sacrifice had bought them precious moments that had been instrumental in their victory. Yet, as its life force faded, the cavern seemed to grow colder, the air heavy with an unbearable sense of loss. Near the cavern's mouth, the remaining Nahuales mourned their fallen brethren. 3 of their number lay still, their transformations incomplete, a ghastly mix of human and animal form, frozen in the act of shielding others. Their forms, a jaguar, a coyote, and a great horned owl, were now grotesque parodies of their majestic selves, their once powerful forms broken, the life drained from them. Their death had not been in vain. Their sacrifice had allowed the remaining Nahuales to survive, providing them with the opportunity to escape Mictlan's clutches. Still, the silence of their broken forms echoed through the cavern, a stark testament to the price of their victory. Even the Siwateo, those ghostly spectres of mothers who had died in childbirth, seemed to mourn. Their ethereal wails, usually a harrowing symphony of despair, were now muted, a low, mournful hum that filled the oppressive silence. They had fought alongside them, their spectral forms weaving through the Ancient One's attack, distracting it long enough for Santos and his companions to land a critical blow. They were bound to Mictlan, eternally doomed to wander its desolate realms. The weight of their centuries-old sorrow was palpable, intertwined with the new grief brought on by the day's battle. The air crackled with unshed tears, the silence broken only by the occasional sob, a stifled whimper, the quiet cracking of obsidian under the weight of grieving bodies. The weight of their loss was immeasurable. Each life lost was a blow to their fellowship, a gaping hole in their fragile alliance. They were not just comrades in arms, they were friends, family. They had shared hardships, laughter, and the grim realities of Mictlan's labyrinth. Now, many were gone, their stories cut short, their potential unrealized. Santos approached La Llorona, her ethereal form wavering, her sorrow almost palpable. Her eyes, usually filled with the unending torment of her legend, were now dull with grief. Her tears, usually a constant stream, were now slower, heavier, each drop a reflection of the souls lost. She had lost kin during the battle, those spirits of children who accompanied her, their cries now silenced, their ethereal forms scattered like dust in the wind. Her pain mirrored his own, the ache of loss, the understanding of sacrifice, the silent vow to remember those who had given their lives for a greater cause. He knelt beside her, offering not words, but a silent gesture of understanding. He knew what it was to lose those close, to carry the weight of their deaths, to feel the constant ache of their absence. The silence between them was a shared language, a mutual recognition of the immeasurable cost of victory. The battle was over, the Ancient One vanquished, but the war within themselves, the relentless battle against grief and the weight of loss, had only just begun. The journey back was a procession of sorrow. Each step was a reminder of their losses, each echoing footstep a marker on a path paved with sacrifice. The obsidian shards underfoot crunched, the sound almost mocking the silence of their grief. The air, once heavy with the stench of sulfur and the chilling presence of the Ancient One, now carried the bittersweet scent of death and the lingering presence of their departed allies. As they emerged from Mictlan's depths, the world of the living seemed brighter, harsher, more vibrant. But this newfound brightness only served to amplify their grief, the glaring sun a stark contrast to the oppressive darkness they had just escaped. They had vanquished the Ancient One, but their victory tasted of ashes. The battle had been won, but the cost had been too high. The world needed the Deathwhistle, but at what cost? The question hung heavy in the air, unanswered, an unyielding weight upon Santos's soul, a burden he was now forced to carry alone, with only the memory of the fallen to guide him. The screams of the fallen echoed in the silence, a constant reminder of the terrible price of victory. Their victory was stained, forever marked by the heavy price of their hard-fought triumph. The journey continued, yet the weight of their losses would be forever etched into their souls. The fight continued, but the echoes of the fallen comrades would always remain. The enemy vanquished. The final blow landed with a sickening crunch of bone and shattering obsidian. The Ancient One, a grotesque parody of a god, collapsed into a pile of dust and shadow, its reign of terror finally at an end. A collective sigh, heavy with relief and exhaustion, rippled through the remaining members of their unlikely alliance. The cavern, still echoing with the remnants of the battle's fury, began to slowly quiet. The oppressive weight of the Ancient One's presence lifted, replaced by a desolate silence broken only by the ragged breathing of the survivors. El Serpiente, his scaled face streaked with grime and blood, stumbled towards Santos, his eyes wide with a mixture of relief and disbelief. He offered a hand, a gesture of camaraderie forged in the crucible of their shared ordeal. Santos, his own body a roadmap of wounds, grasped El Serpiente's hand, the strength in the serpent Nahual's grip, a comforting reassurance in the aftermath of the brutal fight. Together they stood, a testament to their resilience, a symbol of the tenuous victory they had clawed from the jaws of death. Yet, even in the face of this hard-won triumph, the victory felt hollow. The air hung heavy with the scent of death, a pungent perfume of sulfur and decaying flesh, mingling with the metallic tang of blood. The ground was littered with the broken remnants of the battle, shattered obsidian shards, splintered bones, and the fading forms of their fallen comrades. Their sacrifices echoed in the oppressive silence, a mournful chorus that reverberated in their hearts. La Llorona, her spectral form flickering like a dying candle flame, knelt beside a small, broken effigy of a child, her ethereal wails now a low, keening sob. The child, a spirit she had protected throughout the conflict, had vanished, its essence absorbed by the Ancient One's final desperate attack. The loss of this innocent spirit pierced Santos's heart with a fresh wave of grief. He had come to Mictlan to confront his own demons, his own culpability, but the innocence lost in this battle weighed heavily upon him. The surviving Nahuales, their animal forms barely holding, huddled together, their bodies trembling with exhaustion and grief. The jaguar, its majestic form now marred by deep wounds, licked its own blood from a gash across its flank. The coyote, its fur matted and stained, whimpered softly, its eyes reflecting the horror it had witnessed. The great horned owl, its wings broken, sat perched atop a jagged rock, its piercing gaze fixed on the scene before it, a silent observer of the brutal cost of their victory. They had fought bravely, each sacrificing their own well-being to protect the others. Their resilience in the face of such overwhelming power was testament to their strength and loyalty, a testament to the bonds forged in the fiery furnace of Mictlan. Even the Cihuateo, the ghostly mothers who had died in childbirth, their normally haunting wails now replaced by a mournful silence, seemed to share in the collective grief. Their ethereal forms, normally vibrant with sorrow, were now dimmed, their energy fading, their presence barely perceptible. They had been crucial allies, their spectral forms distracting the Ancient One, allowing Santos and his companions to exploit a momentary weakness. Their tireless devotion, their unending sorrow, had made their victory possible. But now, their sorrow was deepened by the losses suffered by their newfound allies. Santos approached the remaining Nahuales, his gaze lingering on their wounds. He reached out a hand, his touch gentle, offering a silent acknowledgement of their shared trauma. Their victories had been hard won, their losses deeply felt. There was no celebration, no triumphant cry of victory, only the lingering silence of a battlefield strewn with the fallen. They had faced the unimaginable, and they had survived, but the scars, both physical and emotional, would remain. The task of retrieving the souls of their fallen companions began. The bone whistle, now dulled and faintly warm to the touch, hummed in his hand, a tangible reminder of the power he wielded. He blew a soft note into the whistle, a mournful cry that echoed through the vast cavern. The whistle's ethereal song resonated with the spirits of the dead, weaving through the shadows, drawing them to the surface, attempting to guide them on their journey back to the world of the living. The souls appeared as faint, shimmering lights, each carrying the essence of those who had perished. La Comadre's spirit, vibrant and radiant, floated gently towards him, her smile almost melancholic, a testament to the life she had lived and the sacrifice she had made. The Solitzkintal's spirit, a loyal and loving companion, followed closely behind. The spirits of the fallen Nahuales, each bearing the mark of their animal forms, appeared, their ethereal forms wavering, their energies diminished. Even the faintest traces of the lost children, belonging to La Llorona, came forward, seeking solace and guidance. Santos, with a heavy heart, guided each soul towards the exit, his hand gently resting on each as he led them towards the gateway between the worlds. He couldn't bring them back to the world of the living in their physical forms, but he could offer solace and send them toward their appropriate resting places. This was his atonement, his way of paying respect to the sacrifices they had made. The journey was slow, arduous, and fraught with the weight of their profound loss. Each departing spirit was a fresh wave of grief, a new ache in his already battered soul. The escape from Mictlan was a somber procession. The survivors moved slowly, their steps heavy with grief, the silence broken only by the mournful sound of the bone whistle and the occasional sob. The obsidian shards crunched underfoot, each sound a sharp reminder of the battle's ferocity and its terrible cost. The air, still heavy with the lingering scent of sulfur and the chilling presence of death, carried with it the weight of their sorrow. The sun, once a distant memory, now seemed blinding, a cruel mockery of the darkness they had escaped. As they emerged from the underworld, the world of the living felt harsh, almost alien in its vibrant colors and cacophony of sounds. The sun's glare was painful to their eyes, accustomed to the dim light of Mictlan. The sounds of the living world, the chirping of crickets, the distant rumble of traffic, were jarring, contrasting sharply with the oppressive silence they had left behind. This victory felt less like a triumphant return and more like a haunting exodus from a realm of profound loss and sacrifice. The weight of their losses was inescapable. They had vanquished the Ancient One, but at a terrible cost. Santos, El Serpiente, and the remaining Nahuales carried the weight of this victory, the echoes of their fallen comrades, the memory of their sacrifices etched deeply into their souls. Their journey continued, yet the shadows of their losses would forever be a part of them, a constant reminder of the true price of their grim triumph. Their victory was bittersweet, a constant reminder that even in triumph there is profound loss, and the fight against darkness continues, with the memories of those who fell as a constant companion. The whispers of the dead would continue, forever echoing in their hearts. The fight was far from over, and the weight of this victory would shape their futures forever. The aftermath of battle, the sun, a malevolent eye in the bruised sky, cast long skeletal shadows across the city as the survivors emerged from the subterranean battleground. The air, thick with the scent of wood smoke and something far more ancient, the cloying sweetness of death, hung heavy in their lungs. They were victors, yet the victory tasted like ash. Mexico City, usually a vibrant tapestry of noise and chaos, felt muted, subdued. The usual cacophony was replaced by an unsettling quiet, punctuated only by the distant wail of a stray dog or the hesitant chirping of a cricket, sounds that now seemed amplified, almost sinister in their fragile normalcy. The city itself seemed to bear the scars of the battle, a subtle shift in its energy, a palpable sense of loss woven into the very fabric of its being. The glowing glyphs, etched onto buildings and streets in the aftermath of the Ancient One's defeat, pulsed faintly, haunting reminders of the sacrifices made. These glyphs weren't mere markings, they were living tapestries of sin, each one a testament to the darkness purged from Mictlan and brought back to the surface world. A building that once housed a corrupt official now bore the glyph of a coiled serpent devouring a heart, its crimson glow a stark contrast to the weathered stucco. A street corner, once a haven for drug dealers, was now adorned with a skeletal image of a hand clutching a blood-soaked knife, its ghostly grip seemingly tightening on the very air. These visual epitaphs served as both a warning and a morbid chronicle, a ghostly tapestry narrating the battle's impact on the mortal realm. The people of the city, unaware of the battle's true nature, felt a shift, a subtle unease permeating their daily lives. Sleep became a restless affair, haunted by fragmented visions of shadowy figures and unearthly cries. Whispers circulated, tales of a hooded figure with bone-white skin, a spectral whisper of death trailing in his wake. El Silbido de la Muerte, the Deathwhistle, had become an urban legend, a terrifying bogeyman. Woven into the cities, nightmares, a figure both feared and strangely revered. His actions, though brutal, were undeniably just. El Serpiente, his scaled skin still throbbing from the battle's wounds, slithered through the labyrinthine streets, his movements fluid and deliberate. The Jaguar Nahual, its once proud form now scarred and weakened, moved with a labored grace, its eyes reflecting a deep weariness. The Coyote, its keen senses dulled by exhaustion, trailed behind, its senses constantly alert for danger, a shadow moving through the shadows. They, too, carried the marks of Mictlan, both physical and spiritual. Their animal forms, though regained, were forever altered, their essence tainted by the underworld's bleak beauty. La Llorona, her grief a tangible presence, wandered the city's outskirts, her spectral wails echoing in the desolate spaces between buildings. The loss of the child's spirit had amplified her already profound sorrow, transforming her into a symbol of the city's collective mourning. Her cries, once a lament for lost children, now carried the weight of all the fallen, a mournful symphony of loss resonating through the city's heart. Her presence was a chilling reminder of the innocent lives lost, both in the battle and in the city's underbelly. Even the Cihuateo, their ethereal forms weakened, continued their vigil, their mournful cries now laced with a newfound despair. Their energy, depleted by their involvement in the battle, was slowly returning, yet the memories of the fallen hung heavy in their spectral forms, influencing their mournful songs. Their sorrow was interwoven with the city's grief, a collective lament that haunted the city's sleepless nights. Santos, El Cuervo, walked with a heavier step than before. The bone whistle, a constant companion, rested against his ribs, its chilling melody now a part of his own being. The battle had changed him. He was no longer merely Santos, the feared enforcer. He was now a conduit, a bridge between worlds, burdened by the weight of his power and the memories of those he had lost. The glyphs that adorned his body, a testament to his journey through Mictlan, pulsed with a faint internal light, a ghostly reminder of his pact with death itself. His victories, hard won and grim, had left an indelible mark on the city. The city itself was now a living testament to his actions, a haunting chronicle etched into its very soul. Yet the war was far from over. The Ancient One's fall had created a power vacuum, a void that would be quickly filled by other ambitious, ruthless entities. The shadows lurked, waiting for their moment, waiting to seize the opportunities presented by the shifting tides of power. The city, forever changed, was now a battleground on multiple levels, a place where the living and the dead walked alongside each other, each influenced by the other's fates. The victory over the Ancient One was merely the beginning of a long, brutal fight, a fight for the soul of Mexico City, a fight that would test Santos and his allies to their very limits. The whispers of the dead echoed through the city's veins, a reminder that the true war had just begun, a war fought not just with bone and obsidian, but with the memories of the fallen, their sacrifices and the consequences of their victory. The survivors, though physically alive, carried the ghosts of Mictlan with them, the lingering scent of sulfur, the chilling whispers of the dead, the palpable weight of loss. These were the lasting echoes of the battle, a constant reminder of the sacrifices made. Their bodies healed, but their spirits remained scarred, forever altered by their journey into the heart of darkness and back. Their future was uncertain, filled with the weight of victory and the spectre of unseen foes. The fight was far from over, and the shadows of Mictlan continued to lengthen, stretching across the city like the fingers of a vengeful god. The cost of their victory remained, a constant reminder of the price of freedom and the ever-present struggle against the encroaching darkness. The city, forever altered, waited for the next battle, its future draped in the shadows of their triumph and loss. Santos' scars. The obsidian shard, still embedded in his left shoulder, pulsed with a dull throb, a constant, nagging reminder of the Ancient One's fury. It wasn't just a physical wound, it was a mark, a branding that spoke of the brutal exchange of power, a testament to the near-death experience that had reshaped him. He touched it gingerly, the rough edges grating against his calloused fingers. The pain was familiar, a dull ache that resonated deep within his bones, a phantom limb sensation that mirrored the psychic scars left by his journey through Mictlan. The glyphs, etched onto his flesh, intricate designs that pulsed with an inner light, were another constant companion. They were not merely tattoos, they were living symbols, a map of his soul, each line and curve narrating a specific ordeal. The serpent, devouring a heart, a stark reminder of his own betrayal and the venomous malice he had faced. The skeletal hand clutching a knife, a symbol of the violence he had inflicted and endured. The skull adorned with feathers, a mark of the power he now wielded, the burden of his pact with Mictlantecuhtli. These were not decorations, they were a story etched into his very being, a constant, visceral reminder of his transformation. He looked at his reflection in a chipped mirror salvaged from a destroyed cantina. The man staring back was a stranger, a gaunt figure draped in shadows, his eyes hollowed, yet alight with an unearthly intensity. The bone-white skin, a consequence of his time in Mictlan, was stark against the dark fabric of his hooded cloak. The glyphs pulsed faintly beneath the cloth, a secret language written upon his skin. He was El Cuervo, the raven, but even that felt insufficient. He was something more, something less, a conduit, a vessel for death's power. The battle had taken more than just physical tolls. The screams of the fallen echoed in his mind, a cacophony of agony and despair that blended with the mournful cries of the Cihuateo. He saw their faces, their eyes wide with terror, their bodies twisted in death throes. He saw the expressions of those he'd killed, not just the Ancient One's minions, but the cartel traitors, the corrupt officials, the peddlers of death. He had judged them, and their sins were now etched into the city's very fabric, but the memories clung to him, clinging to him like the suffocating humidity of a Mexico City summer. His allies, too, bore the scars of war. El Serpiente, his scaled skin still scarred and tender, moved with a stiffness that spoke of lingering pain. The jaguar Nahual, its powerful frame weakened, carried its burdens with a weary grace. The coyote, ever vigilant, seemed to have aged decades in those few hours of intense combat. They had fought side by side, their animal forms acting as shields and conduits for their power, and the lingering power, albeit weakened, of Mictlan flowed through them. But the war hadn't spared the innocent. La Llorona's ceaseless weeping echoed his own inner turmoil. The loss of the child's spirit, a casualty of the Ancient One's malevolence, had amplified her sorrow, making her a spectral embodiment of the city's collective grief. Her lament was a haunting melody, a mournful dirge played on the strings of despair. Santos felt her sorrow deeply. It was the sorrow of a mother, a mirror to the loss he had never experienced but somehow understood on a profound level. The victory felt hollow. The Ancient One was defeated, his reign of terror ended, but the void he left behind was already being filled. The whispers of other ambitious entities, other dark forces waiting in the shadows, reached his ears. The battle had altered the balance of power, and the struggle for dominance was only beginning. He had purged Mictlan's influence on the surface world, but the underworld's shadow stretched long, its tendrils penetrating every corner of Mexico City. He had become a symbol, a figure of terrifying justice, but his actions had come at a cost. He had traded his humanity for a dreadful power, becoming something otherworldly, something ancient, something both feared and revered. The weight of the whistle, a bone-chilling weight from the underworld, felt heavier now. It was not just a weapon, it was a burden, a responsibility, an inescapable link to the world of death. Each blow delivered judgment, a spectral echo of his power, but each soul claimed was a new burden. Each ghost was a reflection of his own fractured self. Each act of judgment left a mark not only on the city, but also on his own soul. He was a prisoner of his own victory, trapped between two worlds, haunted by the past and uncertain of the future. He was a symbol of justice, but he also knew that such justice is often cruel. He was a savior, but he also felt cursed. The glowing glyphs, the obsidian shard, the pain and the ghosts. These were not just marks on his body, They were the price of his victory, a constant reminder of the war within and the darkness that waited to engulf him. The victory had been hard won, but it was hollow, and the weight of the battle bore heavily upon his soul. It was a victory overshadowed by the losses he had endured, the scars that would never heal, and the chilling realization that the war was far from over. The shadows lengthened, growing darker, threatening to swallow the hard-won light of his victory. The cost of this triumph was one that would haunt him, a constant reminder of the price of vengeance, the burden of power, and the endless battle against the encroaching darkness. He was a walking testament to victory and loss, a spectral echo in the halls of a city forever changed. And the silence of the night held 1,000 untold stories, 1,000 mournful whispers of souls lost and victories that tasted of ashes. The fight continued, for the souls of the city, the souls of the dead, and for his own fractured soul. The journey through the 9 hells of Mictlan had changed him, had broken him, and forged him into something new, something terrifying, something necessary. The Deathwhistle whispered its chilling tune in the night, and Santos, el Cuervo, el Silbido de la Muerte, continued his vigil. Rebuilding. The dawn broke, a pale, hesitant light struggling to pierce the lingering shadows of the battle. Mexico City, once a vibrant tapestry of life, was now a scarred and broken landscape. Buildings stood like hollowed-out skulls, their skeletal frames etched against the bruised sky. The air, thick with the scent of smoke and decay, still vibrated with the echoes of screams and the mournful wail of La Llorona, a constant reminder of the brutal conflict that had ravaged the city. Yet, even amidst the devastation, a fragile hope flickered. The rebuilding had begun. It wasn't a grand, orchestrated effort, but a slow, painstaking process, born from the grit and resilience of the city's people. In the rubble-strewn streets, survivors salvaged what they could. Twisted metal, shattered glass, remnants of lives violently disrupted. The air was filled with the rhythmic clang of hammers against metal, the rasp of saws, the murmur of conversations laced with grief and determination, the aroma of tortillas, a familiar comfort, mingled with the acrid smell of burnt wood, a poignant reminder of both loss and perseverance. El Serpiente, his scaled skin still raw and sensitive, oversaw the clearing of a collapsed market. His movements were stiff, his breathing labored, but his eyes, usually filled with a predatory glint, held a quiet determination. He organized the survivors, his scaled hands guiding their efforts, his voice, though hoarse, carrying a rare note of calm amidst the chaos. He spoke in low tones, his words measured and precise, directing the flow of people and materials with a practiced efficiency that belied his exhaustion. Even in this moment of destruction, he seemed to exude a quiet strength, a leader emerging from the ashes. The Jaguar Nahual, its magnificent frame thinner than before, worked alongside the humans, its powerful paws surprisingly delicate in handling the fragile remnants of homes. Its presence, though diminished, was a comforting beacon of hope in the ravaged districts. Its mere presence, a reminder of primal resilience, instilled a sense of cautious optimism. The great cat moved with a melancholy grace, a haunting elegance against the backdrop of destruction. The coyote, ever vigilant, its eyes glowing with an inner fire, patrolled the periphery, a silent guardian against any lingering threats. The cunning intelligence in its gaze was unwavering, its instinctual awareness of danger remained sharp, even amidst the city's collective exhaustion. It was the unseen protector, the guardian against the shadows that still lurked in the corners of the devastated city. Its presence was a silent reassurance, a promise of safety in the chaos. Santos, el Cuervo, watched from the rooftop of a partially collapsed building. His hooded figure blended seamlessly into the shadows, a silent observer of the city's rebirth. The obsidian shard pulsed faintly beneath his cloak, a constant reminder of the power he wielded, the price he had paid. The glyphs on his skin pulsed subtly beneath the worn fabric, a testament to the transformation he'd undergone. He was a spectre, a guardian, a force of grim justice. Yet in this moment, he felt more human, more connected to the simple act of rebuilding than he ever had before. He observed the faces of the survivors. Their eyes were not only filled with sorrow, but also with a quiet dignity. Their faces bore the marks of loss, but also determination, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. Their hands, calloused and stained with dirt and grime, moved with an almost religious reverence as they salvaged the pieces of their lives. The bone whistle, the instrument of his power, hung heavy around his neck. It was a burden, a responsibility, a constant reminder of the souls he had claimed, the judgments he had delivered. But today, it felt different. It felt quieter. The city's screams had faded, replaced by the quieter sounds of rebuilding, a different kind of lament, but a lament that spoke of hope rather than despair. La Llorona's weeping, though still present, had lost some of its piercing intensity. Her sorrow still resonated, a deep ache in the heart of the city, but there was now a subtle undercurrent of acceptance, a weary acknowledgement of the loss, yet a tentative embrace of what might be rebuilt. She moved closer to the rebuilding efforts, her spectral form flickering at the edges of the human endeavor. Her presence was still a haunting melody, but one that now mixed with the sounds of hammers and the murmured hopes of survival. The rebuilding was not just about bricks and mortar, it was a spiritual and emotional reconstruction. It was about reclaiming lives, forging a new sense of community from the ashes of destruction. The city's scars would remain, a stark reminder of the horrors they had endured, but the work of rebuilding was a testament to their indomitable spirit, a symbol of their refusal to surrender to darkness. Santos, though changed, though marked by the underworld, felt a flicker of something akin to hope. He had become a conduit for death, a bringer of grim justice, but he also witnessed the tenacious will of the living, their ability to heal and rebuild. The obsidian shard no longer throbbed with the same intensity. It was a reminder, yes, but a reminder tempered by the quiet determination he saw reflected in the eyes of those around him. He saw children playing in the spaces between the rubble, their laughter echoing amongst the ruins. He saw lovers embracing, their affection a silent defiance against the devastation. He saw families sharing meager meals, their simple acts of sharing a powerful affirmation of life's resilience. The city's recovery would be long and arduous. The shadows of the past would linger. The echoes of the battle would resonate for years to come. But in the heart of the ruins, in the midst of the rebuilding, a new dawn had broken, a fragile, tentative hope emerging from the darkness. And El Cuervo, El Silbido de la Muerte, the death whistle, stood silent vigil, a guardian of this fragile rebirth, his bone whistle resting quietly, a silent promise of protection in the heart of the new dawn. The darkness had been pushed back, but it lurked still, and the vigilance remained a necessity, as crucial as the very act of rebuilding the city. This rebirth was not just physical but spiritual, and Santos knew, deep down, that the fight was far from over. The battles ahead would be different, they would be quieter, more subtle, but their presence, their danger, would be no less potent. The city's scars, both visible and invisible, would serve as a constant reminder of what it had endured, and of the constant vigilance that would be required to keep the darkness at bay. His journey was far from over, his role as protector far from complete. He was the guardian of the new dawn, the protector of a fragile hope. The weight of his responsibility was immense, a burden he would carry, a vigil he would maintain for as long as necessary. The city's soul had been wounded, and its healing was a long and uncertain journey, but the faint glimmer of a new dawn was there, a promise of what might be, and that promise alone was worth fighting for. The echoes of Mictlan still whispered in his ears, a constant reminder of the power he wielded, but also of the fragile beauty of the world he was now charged with protecting. The whistling wind, the cries of the Chuateo, the constant reminder of death, all of these would be his companions. Yet among the ruins of the fallen city, within the sound of hammers and saws, within the hope of the rebuilding city, he found a new purpose, a new resolve. He was El Cuervo, a silent guardian, protector of the new dawn, a constant shadow amidst the rising sun. The war was not over, but a new chapter had begun. Reflection and acceptance. The obsidian shard, nestled against his skin beneath the coarse fabric of his cloak, pulsed with a rhythm that mirrored the slow, steady beat of his own heart. It was a familiar ache, a constant reminder of the power he wielded, the price he had paid for his sojourn in Mictlan. But tonight, the throb was different, softer, less insistent, a subdued hum, rather than a frantic drumbeat. The glyphs etched into his flesh, a permanent map of his descent into and return from the Aztec underworld, felt less like branding irons and more like an intricate, painful tattoo, a permanent reminder of a past he could no longer erase. He had accepted them, embraced them, as much a part of him as the scars that crisscrossed his body, the testament to a life lived on the edge of the abyss. He sat atop the crumbling remains of the Catedral Metropolitana, the city spread out before him like a wounded beast slowly, painfully beginning to mend. The moon, a pale disk in the inky sky, cast long dancing shadows that seemed to mock the destruction, yet somehow, in their eerie dance, hinted at the potential for renewal. The air, still thick with the scent of smoke and decay, carried a new fragrance tonight, the faint, hopeful aroma of rebirth. It was a subtle shift, almost imperceptible, but it was there, a fragile counterpoint to the lingering smell of death. He thought of the souls he had claimed, the wicked he had judged with the chilling song of his bone whistle. The weight of those actions, once a crushing burden, now felt different. It was still heavy, yes, a responsibility he carried with a grim acceptance, but it was no longer a weight that threatened to crush him. He had done what was necessary, a grim justice meted out to those who had defied the natural order, to those who had traded in violence and corruption, a price they had willingly paid for their sins. He remembered the faces of his victims not with revulsion or remorse, but with a cold, detached understanding. They had been cruel, violent, and deserving of their fate. He had been a tool of death, a conduit for Mictlantecutli's wrath, but his actions were not born of malice but of a twisted, brutal necessity. He had found a terrifying sense of peace in that grim task, a sense of purpose amidst the chaos. He thought of Xibalba, the 9 levels of the underworld, the horrors he had faced. He had walked through the landscapes of the damned, encountered the tortured souls who had not found their way to rest. He had witnessed the brutal beauty of Mictlan, and in its darkness he had found something akin to clarity. He had confronted his own sins, his own demons, in the heart of that terrifying realm, and had emerged, not unscathed, but changed, transformed. He was still El Cuervo, but he was not the same man who had been betrayed and left for dead. He was a man forged in the fires of the underworld, a man who had stared into the abyss and had come back changed. The city was changing too. The rebuilding efforts continued, a slow, deliberate process born of both necessity and a fierce determination. The survivors, scarred and broken, worked tirelessly, their hands moving with a quiet grace that spoke of resilience and hope. Their collective strength was a testament to the human spirit's ability to overcome even the most profound trauma. The echoes of their collective sorrow still resonated, but it was a sorrow tempered by a quiet determination, a fierce refusal to be consumed by despair. The city was rising from its ashes, slowly but surely, a testament to the tenacious spirit that beat at the heart of Mexico City. He closed his eyes, inhaling the night air, the mix of smoke and rebirth filling his lungs. He could still hear the echoes of La Llorona's mournful wail, but it was a far-off sound, a lament that mingled with the sounds of hammers and the murmured hopes of the living. The city's sorrow was still palpable, but it was now intertwined with a nascent hope, a tentative embrace of a new dawn. He thought of El Serpiente, of the Jaguar Nahual, of the ever-vigilant Coyote. They were his allies, his companions in the fight against the darkness, and he felt a quiet sense of kinship with them. They had witnessed the horrors of the battle alongside him. They had endured the destruction, and they too were committed to the city's recovery. Their presence was a constant reassurance, a silent testament to the strength that could be found in both the human and the supernatural realms. The bone whistle, hanging heavy around his neck, felt less like a burden and more like a symbol. It was a reminder of his past, of the power he wielded, but it was also a testament to the changes he had undergone. It was a tool of justice, but it also represented the acceptance of his role, his grim duty in this new dawn. He would continue to fight, to protect the innocent, to mete out justice to the wicked. His role was a dark one, but it was his role. He opened his eyes and looked out at the city once again. The moon had shifted, casting a different light upon the shattered skyline. The shadows still danced, but they seemed less menacing, less ominous. There was a quiet beauty in the destruction, a sense of potential that he had not perceived before. He was a shadow, yes, a creature of the night, but he was also a guardian, a protector of this fragile rebirth. He was El Cuervo, El Silbido de la Muerte, the death whistle, and he would continue to watch over the city, a silent guardian in the heart of the new dawn. The echoes of Mictlan would always be a part of him, a constant reminder of his past, but he had found a place in this new world, a purpose in the shadow of the rising sun. The peace he had found wasn't blissful or untroubled. It was a hard-won acceptance, a somber tranquility born from the ashes of a brutal war and a terrifying journey through the underworld. He knew the darkness remained, a persistent threat lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to rise again. But for now, in the quiet solitude of the moonlit city, in the heart of the slow, steady rebuilding, he found a sense of belonging he had never known before. He was a part of this city, bound to its fate, a silent, watchful protector in the dawning light. His journey was far from over, the fight for justice still ongoing, but he accepted his role, his burden, as his own. The quiet acceptance brought its own kind of strength, a quiet resilience that would serve him well in the battles to come. He would face the darkness, but he would do so from a place of understanding, a place of acceptance, knowing that even in the most desolate of landscapes, hope, however fragile, could take root. A legacy of justice. The obsidian shard beneath his cloak pulsed faintly, a lullaby compared to the frantic drumming it had emitted during his descent into and ascent from Mictlan. The glyphs, once burning brands, now felt like a second skin, a roadmap of his harrowing journey. He looked out over Mexico City, its skyline a jagged tapestry of destruction and nascent reconstruction. The scent of smoke still clung to the air, but now it was laced with the earthy aroma of newly turned soil, the metallic tang of fresh blood mingling with the sweet, hopeful scent of jasmine blossoms. He had left his mark on this city, a mark etched not only in the glowing glyphs that adorned the walls of the corrupt and the wicked, but in the hearts of the people. He remembered the faces he had judged, not with remorse, but with a cold, clinical detachment. They had been deserving of their fate, their deaths serving as a stark warning to others who trod the path of violence and corruption. He had become a legend, a whisper in the shadows, El Silbido de la Muerte, the death whistle, a figure both feared and revered. His legend wasn't one of glorious heroism, but of terrifying, necessary justice. His actions were brutal, uncompromising, yet undeniably effective. He thought of the whispers that circulated through the city's underbelly, the hushed conversations in dimly lit cantinas and hushed prayers in hidden shrines. They spoke of a hooded figure, a harbinger of swift and certain retribution, a silent guardian against the encroaching darkness. The fear he inspired wasn't simply fear of death, but a potent cocktail of dread, awe, and hesitant respect. People spoke of his methods, of the glowing glyphs that appeared after each judgment, symbols of the fallen's sins, stark reminders of the consequences of their actions. These symbols became a chilling morality play, a public confession of guilt painted onto the very fabric of the city's walls. They were not just marks of death, but warnings. His influence extended beyond the physical realm. He had become a symbol, a phantom of justice in a city drowning in corruption and despair. The surviving members of the cartels, their ranks decimated by his relentless pursuit, lived in constant fear. The whispers of El Cuervo, his relentless hunt for those who had betrayed him and brought ruin to the city, spread like wildfire, a chilling deterrent, chilling even the most hardened criminals into cautious submission. His legend deterred further violence, imposed a terrifying but necessary order within the chaos. He was a force that even the most powerful could not ignore. He had become more than just a vengeful spirit, he was a catalyst for change. His actions had forced a reckoning, a brutal purge of the city's corrupt underbelly. In the wake of his relentless pursuit, a nascent sense of hope had begun to take root, fragile yet persistent, a flower pushing its way through the cracks of the broken pavement. The survivors, those who had witnessed the horrors of the carnage and the subsequent justice, were not simply rebuilding their lives, but were rebuilding the city's moral fabric. The rebuilding effort wasn't just about bricks and mortar, it was about reclaiming the city's soul. People found strength in their shared trauma. their collective resilience forming a shield against further despair. The spirit of resistance, fueled by El Cuervo's example, was visible everywhere, in the determined glint in the eyes of the workers, in the quiet acts of community support. They had discovered a shared purpose, a united front against the darkness that had nearly consumed them. This unity was a testament to the strength of the human spirit, a strength El Cuervo had inadvertently ignited. El Cuervo's legacy wasn't merely one of fear, it was a legacy of justice, a testament to the enduring power of even a single, determined individual against overwhelming odds. The people whispered of him not only with fear, but with a grudging respect. He was a brutal instrument of justice, yes, but also a symbol of hope in a city that had been ravaged by violence and corruption. He was a dark protector, a grim guardian, a figure who had emerged from the depths of the underworld to cleanse the city of its sins. His methods were extreme, his actions uncompromising, but they had brought about a necessary change. The city was rising from the ashes, not only physically but morally. The people were starting to rebuild, not only their homes, but also their faith in justice. El Cuervo's legacy, born from violence and sacrifice, was a grim beacon of hope, a promise that even in the darkest of times, justice would find its way, even if delivered through a terrifying bone-whistle-wielding guardian of the underworld. His presence, even when absent, was a palpable force. The fear he inspired wasn't mindless terror, it was a fear that instilled a cautious respect for the law, a newfound commitment to social responsibility. Criminals, even those who previously operated with impunity, became more cautious, more aware that the shadows held a silent guardian who meted out an inescapable justice. The very air of the city, once thick with violence and despair, now held a quiet tension, a watchful stillness born from El Cuervo's ongoing presence, both real and spectral. He had instilled a profound sense of accountability, a recognition that actions had consequences. The city, in its slow, painful recovery, was learning to stand on its own 2 feet, to rebuild not only its physical structures, but also its moral compass. His legacy was a complex tapestry woven from fear, respect, and hope, a terrifying but ultimately effective form of social engineering, a grim catalyst for change that even the Grim Reaper himself would be hard-pressed to replicate. He sat atop the Cathedral Metropolitana, watching the dawn break over the still-wounded city. The obsidian shard felt warm against his skin, a comforting weight, a symbol of his power, a reminder of the journey that had brought him here. He was El Cuervo, the Deathwhistle, but he was also a protector, a silent guardian of this fragile rebirth. His journey was far from over, the fight for justice would never truly end. But as the first rays of the sun touched the city, painting the sky in hues of orange and gold, he felt a profound sense of peace. He had done what was necessary. His legacy, though born of darkness, was one of hope, a testament to the enduring strength of the human spirit, a beacon illuminating the path towards a new dawn. The city was rising, stronger, more vigilant, aware of its own fragility, and determined to protect itself from the darkness that still lurked in the shadows. And he, El Cuervo, would remain its silent protector, a watchful shadow in the dawning light, a grim guardian of a new beginning. The echoes of Mictlan would always be with him, but they were now muted, overshadowed by the quiet, hopeful hum of a city slowly rediscovering its soul, its strength, its resilience, a resilience born in no small part from the terrifying justice he had delivered. A quiet life. The obsidian shard, nestled against his ribs, pulsed with a rhythm as slow and steady as his own heartbeat. The city, once a canvas of his brutal artistry, a tapestry woven with the glowing glyphs of the damned, was slowly healing. The wounds, both physical and spiritual, were still visible, but a tenacious spirit of resilience was pushing through the cracks, reclaiming the shattered streets and rebuilding lives. Santos, El Cuervo, the Deathwhistle, had become a phantom, a legend whispered in hushed tones, a silent protector lurking in the shadows. He had chosen a quiet life, a life devoid of the adrenaline-fueled chaos that had once defined him. He found solace not in the roar of the city, but in its quieter corners, its hidden sanctuaries. He lived in a small, unassuming apartment in the heart of the old city, a place far removed from the opulent mansions of the cartel bosses he had vanquished. His days were spent observing, listening, watching the city breathe, its pulse a complex symphony of hope and despair. He learned to appreciate the quiet moments, the subtle shifts in the urban landscape, the unspoken tensions that simmered beneath the surface. He became a part of the fabric of the city, a watchful thread in its intricate tapestry. The bone whistle, his instrument of judgment, remained tucked away, a dormant power held in reserve. His nights were spent in a different kind of darkness, a darkness devoid of blood and violence. He spent hours studying ancient codices, poring over texts that spoke of the intricate mythology of his ancestors, texts that echoed the lessons he'd learned in the harrowing depths of Mictlan. The glyphs that marked his skin, a permanent testament to his journey, no longer felt like burning brands, but rather a map, a reminder of the paths he'd traveled and the lessons he'd learned. He found solace in these ancient words, a connection to a past that had shaped his present, a history that echoed in the very bones of the city he now guarded. He learned to find beauty in the everyday, the small miracles that unfolded in the quiet spaces between chaos. He discovered the subtle grace of a stray cat weaving through the shadows, the fierce beauty of a bougainvillea clinging to a crumbling wall, the quiet dignity of the city's residents as they slowly rebuilt their shattered lives. He found peace in the rhythm of the city, a beat that resonated within his own soul, a quiet hum beneath the surface of the urban symphony. His existence was not devoid of action. There were moments, quiet and deliberate, where his presence was needed, where the balance had tilted towards darkness once more. He would emerge from the shadows, swift and decisive, a silent force of retribution. His targets were not always the overtly wicked. Sometimes they were those who slipped through the cracks, those who sought to undermine the city's fragile peace. These were his quiet interventions, almost invisible to the casual observer, yet crucial in maintaining the hard-won equilibrium. One such intervention involved a corrupt official who had attempted to exploit the city's rebuilding efforts for personal gain. Santos discovered the man's scheme, a web of deceit that threatened to derail the city's recovery. He didn't need to resort to the whistle. A simple, anonymous tip to the right authorities, timed perfectly, was sufficient to dismantle the official's intricate operation, exposing his actions and sending a chilling ripple of fear through the remaining corrupt elements. This was his new way of enforcing justice, quiet, subtle, yet just as devastatingly effective. Another time, he intervened in a gang dispute, preventing a cycle of violence that threatened to engulf a previously peaceful neighborhood. His presence alone, the unspoken threat of his reputation, was enough to dissuade the rival gangs from escalating the conflict. They knew the legends, understood the consequences, the glowing glyphs of his judgment. His legend, though not fueled by public displays of power, acted as a potent deterrent, a force that ensured a fragile peace. He became a silent guardian, a watchful eye that observed the city's heartbeat, ever vigilant, ready to act when the darkness threatened to once more consume the nascent hope of rebirth. He was a silent partner in the city's resurgence, a ghost in its machinery, ensuring the delicate balance of justice and order. He didn't crave the spotlight. He had tasted the darkness of that spotlight and found it wanting. He understood the power of anonymity, the potency of a shadow that loomed large in the collective unconscious. His power resided not in his public image, but in the whispers, the legends that circulated in the city's underbelly. He was a reminder of the consequences, a warning subtly etched onto the very soul of the city, a deterrent more potent than any army. The scent of jasmine and copal filled the air as he walked along the cobblestone streets at dusk. The city hummed with the quiet energy of renewal, a hopeful counterpoint to the echoes of its brutal past. He felt a sense of peace, a quiet contentment. He had changed, had evolved from a vengeful spirit into something different, something akin to a guardian. His purpose was not to vanquish all darkness, but to ensure its balance, its containment within the city's fragile structure. He had accepted his role as the silent protector, a watchman in the shadows, a grim sentinel who stood guard over this tentative rebirth. His quiet vigilance was his weapon, his constant observation his power, and the whisper of his name, a chilling deterrent to future evil. He was a part of the city's soul now, as much a part of its rebirth as the workers rebuilding the streets and the citizens reclaiming their lives. The obsidian shard pulsed softly against his chest, a faint rhythm that mirrored the city's steady beat. The glyphs on his skin, once burning reminders of his journey through the underworld, now felt like a map guiding him on his new path. He was no longer the vengeful spirit consumed by rage and sorrow, but a guardian, a protector, a silent force ensuring the city's delicate balance between hope and despair. His existence wasn't about glory or fame, but about maintaining the hard-won peace, a peace bought at a terrible price. He understood the fragile nature of this peace, the constant potential for the darkness to re-emerge. But he stood ready. His new life wasn't one of quiet complacency, but of vigilant observation and subtle intervention, a constant, silent battle fought in the quiet spaces. Between the city's beating heart, he was the silent guardian of this fragile dawn, a protector shrouded in the shadows, a whisper of justice in a city finding its way back to light. The echoes of Mictlan remained, a constant reminder of the price of peace, but he embraced this quiet existence, ready to emerge from the shadows whenever the balance tilted towards darkness, a silent sentinel guarding the city's newfound hope. His legacy, born in the crucible of hell, would forever be intertwined with the quiet hope of a new dawn in Mexico City. He was El Cuervo, the Deathwhistle, and he would ensure the dawn would last. The passing of a legend. The years that followed were a tapestry woven with threads of quiet vigilance. Santos, El Cuervo, the Deathwhistle, became less a man and more a myth, a legend whispered in darkened alleyways and sung in mournful corridos. His interventions, once dramatic displays of underworld power, were now subtle, almost imperceptible shifts in the balance of power. He became a silent architect of justice, shaping the city's destiny from the shadows, his presence a constant underlying current in the city's renewed life. The glowing glyphs, once a stark testament to his brutal efficiency, faded slowly, leaving behind only faint whispers of their terrifying presence. The walls, once scarred with the spectral markings of sin, slowly healed, the vibrant colors of life reclaiming the spaces once marked by death's cold embrace. The city, reborn from the ashes of its own corruption, thrived, a testament to the delicate balance Santos had meticulously maintained. His legend, however, remained. It morphed, shifting and changing, adapting to the city's evolving narrative. It started as grim tales whispered amongst the city's criminal underbelly, stories of a hooded figure, swift and silent, dispensing justice in the dark corners of the city. Tales of disappearances, unexplained accidents, and sudden reversals of fortune, all attributed to the phantom known as El Silbido de la Muerte. These whispered tales became more embellished over time, transforming Santos into a figure of both terrifying power and righteous vengeance, a spectre of justice, a guardian angel cloaked in darkness. These stories were passed down through generations, morphing and changing with each retelling, evolving from first-hand accounts of brutal encounters into fantastical legends filled with supernatural elements. The bone whistle, his instrument of judgment, became a mystical artifact, a conduit to the Aztec underworld, capable of summoning Mictlantecutli's wrath upon the wicked. The glyphs, once marks of his vengeance, evolved into supernatural symbols of divine justice, potent reminders of the consequences of evil. The city's oldest residents spun tales that fused Santos's reality with the rich mythology of their ancestors, weaving him into the fabric of Mexican folklore, transforming him into a modern-day legend, a figure that walked the blurred line between man and myth. Children, huddled around crackling fires, heard stories of El Cuervo, tales that served as cautionary reminders of right and wrong, tales that sparked both fear and awe. Mothers used his name to scare unruly children into obedience, a chilling reminder of the consequences of misbehavior. The name, El Silbido de la Muerte, once a fearful whisper, became an enduring legend, a chilling reminder of the balance of power, a force that ensured the city's precarious equilibrium. His legend transcended mere fear. It became a symbol of hope, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, justice will eventually prevail. The legend grew, spreading beyond the confines of Mexico City, traveling north and south with the flow of migrants and tourists, carried on the wind like the whispers of the dead. It became a tale shared in hushed tones, a cautionary parable, a modern-day folk tale imbued with ancient magic and contemporary violence. El Cuervo's tale became a part of the collective consciousness, a symbol of the unwavering pursuit of justice, a reminder that even the most powerful can be brought to account. His legend blended seamlessly with the existing Mexican folklore, merging with the stories of La Llorona, the Weeping Woman, and La Catrina, the skeletal figure of Dia de los Muertos. He became a figure woven into the tapestry of Mexican mythology, a modern-day deity, a protector of the innocent, a punisher of the wicked. His image, often depicted as a skeletal figure with obsidian eyes and a bone whistle, appeared in street art, gracing walls and bridges, becoming a visual representation of the city's resilience and its enduring spirit. But despite the growing mythology surrounding him, Santos remained ever vigilant, a phantom in the city's shadows, ensuring that the balance of power did not tilt too far toward darkness. He knew that the city's hard, one piece was fragile, a tenuous balance that could be disrupted at any moment. The obsidian shard, a constant reminder of his time in Mictlan, pulsed softly against his ribs, a faint heartbeat synchronized with the city's rhythm. The glyphs on his skin, once branding irons of his underworld journey, now served as a map, guiding him through the city's labyrinthine streets. He learned to appreciate the silence, the moments of quiet contemplation, the subtle beauty of the city's hidden corners. He discovered the beauty in the ordinary, the quiet dignity of the people rebuilding their lives, the resilience of nature reclaiming the spaces ravaged by violence. The scent of jasmine and copal, the aroma of his childhood, often permeated the night air, filling him with a sense of peace, a poignant reminder of the life he had left behind. He wasn't a hero, not in the traditional sense. He wasn't a symbol of light and hope, but a force of grim justice, a shadow lurking at the edges of society, ensuring the city's fragile peace. He was a reminder, a chilling deterrent, a dark guardian angel watching over the city's fragile rebirth. His legend, a cautionary tale woven with fear and hope, served as a testament to the city's enduring spirit, its ability to rise from the ashes, to reclaim its destiny from the clutches of darkness. It was a testament to the power of resilience, to the enduring strength of the human spirit. Santos, El Cuervo, the Deathwhistle, became a symbol of the city itself, a complex entity, a mixture of light and shadow, hope and despair, justice and mercy. His legend, passed down through generations, became a powerful force, shaping the city's future, a constant reminder of the consequences of evil, a beacon guiding it towards a brighter tomorrow. The city continued to heal, but the legend of El Silbido de la Muerte would forever remain, a chilling whisper in the wind, a testament to a dark past and a fragile future. The passing of Santos Herrera marked not an end, but a transformation, a shift from man to myth, from a feared enforcer to a legendary protector, his legacy forever etched into the very soul of Mexico City. His was a story of redemption, of transformation, a journey from darkness to a different kind of darkness, one where the shadows held not only fear, but a fragile, hard, one piece, whispers of the future. The obsidian shard, nestled against Santos's ribs, pulsed with a low thrum, a faint echo of the underworld's ceaseless rhythm. It was a constant reminder, a tangible link to the 9 levels of Mictlan, a connection that never truly severed. He felt it most acutely during the city's quietest hours, when the cacophony of daily life subsided, and the city breathed a deep, slow sigh. In those moments he could almost hear the whispers of the dead, faint murmurs carried on the night wind, a chorus of forgotten souls. These were not the screams of agony he'd witnessed in Mictlan, but a quiet, resigned acceptance, a gentle lament for lives lived and lost. The city, reborn from the ashes of its brutal past, was a fragile thing, a delicate balance held precariously in place. Santos knew this better than anyone. The wounds inflicted by years of cartel violence and official corruption ran deep, scars that wouldn't disappear overnight. His work, his silent vigil, was far from over. The whispers of the future carried not only the promise of peace, but the ominous rumble of impending storms. The lull in cartel activity was deceptive, a temporary calm before a more violent tempest. New alliances were forming, new power structures emerging from the shadows, their ambitions as dark and insatiable as the underworld he'd escaped. He sensed a subtle shift in the city's energy, a discordant note in the symphony of rebirth. The whispers of discontent, once faint murmurs, were growing louder, more insistent, a rising tide threatening to engulf the city once again. The glyphs etched onto his skin, once searing brands of Mictlan's judgment, now glowed faintly in the darkness, pulsating with an inner light. They weren't merely scars, they were a map, a guide, revealing subtle shifts in the city's chaotic energies. He saw patterns where others saw only random events, connections forged in the shadows, betrayals whispered on the wind. The glyphs, etched with the power of Mictlantecuhtli, spoke to him in a language only he understood, a cryptic language of death and rebirth, of shadows and light. He walked the city's streets at night, a ghost amongst ghosts, his presence a silent reassurance, a shadowy protector against the encroaching darkness. He knew his actions were small, almost insignificant in the grand scheme of things, but they were crucial. He was a keystone, holding the city's fragile equilibrium in place, preventing the resurgence of the chaos he had worked so hard to suppress. Each intervention, each whisper of justice, was a battle fought in the shadows, a silent war against the forces of darkness that sought to reclaim their dominion. The children's stories, once tales of fear and retribution, were subtly changing. The legend of El Silbido de la Muerte was evolving, adapting to the new challenges, becoming a more complex narrative, one that reflected the city's own evolving identity. The tales of his supernatural abilities, once fantastical embellishments, were now tinged with a sense of foreboding, a warning of the dangers that still lurked in the shadows. The whispers of the future spoke of a new generation of enemies, of forces more subtle and insidious than the cartels he had vanquished. Santos sensed the presence of a new evil, a creeping darkness that was far more difficult to combat than the overt violence of the past. It was a darkness woven into the fabric of society, a corruption that festered in the hearts of men, a subtle poisoning of the soul. This was a foe that could not be vanquished with a bone whistle, a foe that required a different kind of war, a war of vigilance, patience, and subtle manipulation. He began to see patterns in the city's seemingly random misfortunes, a series of unexplained accidents, a string of sudden, unexpected deaths, all bearing a chilling resemblance to the victims of the old cartels. The whispers suggested a conspiracy, a plot woven in the shadows, a clandestine network of corruption that stretched far beyond the city limits. This new threat was far more insidious, a shadow cast by those who held positions of power, those who wielded influence from the seats of government and the halls of business. The fading glyphs left behind faint ethereal traces on the walls, reminders of the city's past struggles. Yet, these marks seemed to resonate with a strange energy, pulsing faintly when certain individuals passed by. Individuals who, Santos sensed, were connected to the new threat. He began to follow these ephemeral clues, tracing the patterns of the faint, spectral markings, their ghostly glow a guide through the city's labyrinthine underbelly. The obsidian shard throbbed, its rhythm syncing with the city's ominous heartbeat. He felt the whispers growing louder, the unseen presence tightening its grip. His time in Mictlan had prepared him for this, for a darkness far more subtle, far more pervasive than the crude violence of the cartels. This wasn't simply about physical violence. This was a war for the city's soul, a battle for its very identity. He knew he couldn't fight this new enemy alone. The whispers of the future suggested an unlikely alliance, a pact with the very forces he had once battled. He would need to reach out to the city's marginalized communities, to those who had once been victims of the old regime, to those who understood the insidious nature of corruption. Only by forging a new alliance, by uniting those who had once been adversaries, could he hope to defeat this new, more dangerous enemy. The whispers urged him to look beyond the surface, to delve deeper into the heart of the city's darkness, to uncover the truth hidden beneath layers of deceit and betrayal. The journey ahead would be long and arduous, fraught with danger and uncertainty, but Santos, El Cuervo, the Deathwhistle, was prepared. He had walked the 9 levels of Mictlan, and the whispers of the future, however ominous, would not deter him. His fight for justice was far from over. The city's fate, its precarious balance, rested on his shoulders, a burden he bore with a grim determination born in the fires of Mictlan, tempered by the quiet vigil of the years that followed. He was a shadow, a phantom, a grim guardian, but he was also a protector, a silent architect of a better tomorrow, fighting a new war in the shadows for the soul of Mexico City. His legend would continue, evolving, adapting, forever a chilling whisper in the wind, a reminder that even in the face of a new and insidious darkness, justice would prevail. The whispers of the future were a challenge, a promise, a call to action, and Santos, El Cuervo, would answer. The unseen enemy. The obsidian shard, a constant throb against his ribs, pulsed with a newfound urgency. It wasn't the familiar rhythm of Mictlan, the steady beat of the underworld's heart, but something different, a discordant note, a tremor in the earth, mirroring the unsettling shift in the city's energy. The whispers, once a gentle lament, now carried a sharper edge, a sense of impending doom. It wasn't the screams of the damned echoing from Mictlan, but a chilling silence, a void pregnant with unseen malice. Santos, El Cuervo, felt it in the bones of his resurrected body, the Aztec glyphs etched onto his flesh glowing with a restless, feverish light. They were no longer simply a testament to his journey through the underworld, but a living map, charting the course of a new, insidious threat. He saw it in the subtle shifts of the city's shadows, in the way the wind seemed to carry more than just the scent of rain and exhaust fumes, a taint, a subtle corruption clinging to the very air itself. He'd faced the brutal, overt violence of the cartels, their reign of terror leaving a bloody trail across the city. He'd purged them with the bone whistle, the shrill cry of Mictlantecutli's judgment echoing through the streets, leaving behind the spectral glyphs of their sins. But this was different. This was an enemy that didn't announce its presence with gunfire and bloodshed. This was a whisper in the darkness, a shadow lurking just beyond the edge of sight. The city, once slowly healing from its wounds, was again falling prey to a sickness, not of violence, but of decay. Businesses, once thriving, began to crumble. Families, once united, were fracturing. The very spirit of the city seemed to be fading, wilting under a malevolent influence. It was a slow poison, insidious and subtle, weaving its way through the heart of the city like a creeping vine. Santos started his investigation in the places he knew best, the city's underbelly, the forgotten corners where desperation and darkness intertwined. He frequented the back alleys, the crumbling tenements, the clandestine markets where whispers of secrets and deals were traded like currency. It was in these shadowed places that he began to uncover the faintest traces of this unseen enemy. He found it in the eyes of the addicts, their pupils dilated, their souls hollowed out, replaced by a chilling emptiness. He sensed it in the whispers of the impoverished, their voices laced with a despair deeper than mere poverty. It was in the hurried glances of the affluent, their expressions masked by a veneer of composure that failed to conceal the cold calculation in their hearts. The unseen enemy wasn't just a person or a group, it was a pervasive force, a creeping corruption that had taken root in the collective consciousness of the city. The glyphs, his connection to Mictlan, began to pulse in response to this new enemy, not with the sharp, searing pain of their initial branding, but with a low, resonant thrum, a vibration that seemed to resonate with the city's own troubled heart. They led him through a labyrinth of deceit, revealing hidden connections, unexpected alliances, betrayals whispered in hushed tones. He followed the spectral trails, the ephemeral residue of the whistle's power, each faint glow a breadcrumb in a trail of secrets. One such trail led him to a seemingly innocuous building, a nondescript office tower in the city's financial district. The glyphs pulsed with a renewed intensity as he approached, a silent warning that this was more than just another dead end. He watched from a distance, observing the comings and goings, the clandestine meetings, the hushed conversations carried on hushed tones. It was a hive of activity, a nexus of power, a center of corruption. The people who frequented this building were not the brutal thugs of the cartels, but men and women of impeccable reputation, pillars of the community, their names etched in gold on charitable donation lists and civic recognition plaques. They were the city's elite, the architects of its future. And yet, Santos felt a chilling darkness radiating from this place, a corruption that went far beyond simple greed and avarice. This was something older, darker, more insidious, something that tapped into ancient fears and primal desires. He found clues in discarded documents, fragmented conversations overheard from strategically placed listening posts, and the subtle shifts in body language that betrayed hidden alliances. The puzzle was intricate, demanding patience and keen observation, requiring a different kind of warfare, one of strategy and infiltration, not brute force. This unseen enemy had mastered the art of subtlety, weaving its influence into the very fabric of the city. It manipulated narratives, influenced elections, and controlled the flow of information, its tendrils reaching into every facet of society, its grasp slowly but surely tightening. Santos realized he was facing an enemy that couldn't be vanquished with a bone whistle. This war would be fought on a different battlefield, a war for the city's soul, a war for its very identity. The whispers of the future, once a guide, now offered a chilling forecast. The obsidian shard pulsed with a growing intensity, a warning of the impending storm. He knew he couldn't fight this battle alone. He needed allies, unexpected allies, those who understood the nature of this subtle evil, those who had been marginalized, silenced, and ignored. The whispers led him to the city's forgotten corners, to the marginalized communities who had long suffered under the heel of oppression. These were the people who understood the true nature of power, the insidious nature of corruption, and the chilling silence of those in positions of power. They were the eyes and ears in the darkness, the ones who had borne witness to the unseen enemy's work for far too long. They were the ones who would help him fight. The war for the soul of Mexico City had begun. And the whispers, once a portent of doom, now offered a glimmer of hope, the hope of an unlikely alliance, forged in the fires of shared adversity, ready to confront the unseen enemy and reclaim the city from the encroaching shadows. The city's fate, once again, rested on the shoulders of El Cuervo, the Deathwhistle, a grim guardian fighting in the shadows for a future yet unwritten. A new generation, the whispers, once a chaotic storm, began to coalesce, forming a pattern, a rhythm. It was the rhythm of a new generation, a generation born from the ashes of the city's darkest hours, a generation forged in the crucible of fear and hope. They were the children of the shadows, the inheritors of a legacy etched in obsidian and bone. They hadn't seen the horrors of Mictlan, hadn't walked the 9 levels of the underworld, but they had witnessed the spectral glyphs, the chilling testament to El Cuervo's wrath, the glowing reminders of the sins he'd purged. They knew the legends, the whispers passed down through generations, tales of a hooded figure, a bone whistle that carried the judgment of the gods. And they knew, deep in their hearts, that the fight was far from over. Among them was Isabella La Llorona Hernandez, a street urchin who had survived the cartel's reign of terror, her eyes reflecting the harsh realities of the city's underbelly. She was quick, agile, and possessed a street smarts that surpassed even hardened criminals. She had seen El Cuervo's work firsthand, the glowing glyphs a haunting reminder of the justice he had brought, and in those spectral markings she found inspiration. She wouldn't wield a bone whistle, but her wit and agility were her weapons, her knowledge of the city's hidden passages her shield. She learned to move like a phantom, her footsteps unheard, her presence unseen, blending into the shadows with the grace of a spectre. Then there was Miguel Ángel Nahual Alvarez, a young artist whose canvases depicted the city's soul, its beauty, its scars, and the darkness that lurked beneath its surface. He wasn't a warrior, but his art became a weapon, his paintings capturing the essence of the unseen enemy, its insidious influence on the city's collective consciousness. He used his art not only to document, but also to expose the corruption and the subtle manipulations of the unseen enemy, subtly weaving warnings into his works, exposing the cracks in the facade of normalcy. He became a chronicler of the unseen war, his art a powerful tool in the fight against the darkness. His ability to capture the subtle shifts in the city's energy, The almost imperceptible changes that betrayed the enemy's presence made him invaluable. His art became a powerful weapon, not of violence, but of truth. And finally, there was Sofia la Curandera Rodriguez, a young woman who inherited her grandmother's knowledge of ancient herbs and rituals, a legacy of healing and protection passed down through generations. She wasn't a fighter, but her skills were equally potent. She could sense the subtle imbalances, the creeping sickness that was infecting the city. Her remedies weren't just physical, they were spiritual, designed to strengthen the spirit, to bolster the city's resilience against the insidious corruption. She became the healer, the protector of the city's soul, her knowledge a vital bulwark against the unseen enemy's corrosive influence. She knew the power of ancient remedies, the ability of plants to heal not only the body but also the spirit, and she worked tirelessly to strengthen the city's collective resilience. These three seemingly disparate individuals found themselves drawn together by an invisible thread, a shared understanding of the looming threat. They had witnessed the aftermath of El Cuervo's actions, the city's uneasy peace, and the looming shadow of a new, more subtle menace. They were different, yet their paths intersected, forming an unlikely alliance, bound by their shared purpose and a mutual respect for the legacy of the Deathwhistle. They were a new generation, ready to take up the mantle, not to replicate El Cuervo's brutal methods, but to confront the unseen enemy with their unique skills, creating a different kind of justice, one that was as subtle and pervasive as the enemy they faced. La Llorona, with her unparalleled agility and knowledge of the city's underbelly, acted as their eyes and ears, infiltrating clandestine meetings, uncovering hidden agendas, and gathering intelligence. El Nahual, through his art, exposed the enemy's manipulations, unveiling the insidious nature of the corruption, exposing the truth in a way that resonated with the city's consciousness. La Curandera, through her healing and her knowledge of ancient rituals, strengthened the city's resilience, bolstering the spirits of the marginalized and empowering them to resist the enemy's influence. Their methods were far different from El Cuervo's. They did not deal in bloodshed or the chilling wail of the bone whistle. Their actions were more subtle, more insidious, more akin to guerrilla warfare waged on the plane of ideas and social consciousness. They were healers, protectors, and revolutionaries all at once. They worked in the shadows, their actions as silent and potent as the whispers that had first warned Santos of the impending danger. They understood the power of community, the strength that came from unity, and the importance of preserving the city's soul. Their first act was to form a network of support. They reached out to the marginalized communities, the forgotten corners of the city, the people who had long been ignored and oppressed. These were the people who saw the true face of power, who understood the insidious nature of corruption, and who possessed an intimate knowledge of the enemy's actions. They were the unseen allies, the ones who had witnessed the enemy's slow, methodical infiltration for far too long. They were the silent sentinels, the watchers in the darkness. They organized community meetings, spreading the word through whispers and coded messages, recruiting others who shared their vision, those who understood the importance of preserving the city's soul. They created a network of resilience, a bulwark against the enemy's insidious influence, fostering a sense of shared purpose and collective strength. They used El Nahual's art as a catalyst, displaying his provocative pieces in unconventional spaces, triggering conversations, stirring unrest, and exposing the enemy's lies. His art was more than just a visual representation. It was a weapon, igniting a flame of rebellion in the hearts of the oppressed, and challenging the narratives carefully constructed by the unseen enemy. La Llorona, using her intricate knowledge of the city's labyrinthine underbelly, created a secret communication network, relaying information from the streets, from the marginalized communities to the rest, fostering a sense of unity and shared purpose. And La Curandera, with her potent remedies and rituals, helped heal the wounds, both physical and spiritual, of those who had been affected by the unseen enemy, strengthening their resilience and their resolve. Their work wasn't just about fighting the enemy, it was about building a stronger, more resilient city, one that was immune to the enemy's corrupting influence. It was about fostering hope in the face of despair, inspiring action in the face of fear, They understood that the fight for the city's soul was a long, arduous battle, one that required patience, strategy, and an unwavering commitment to justice. Santos, El Cuervo, observed their actions from the shadows. He saw in them a reflection of his own past, a testament to the enduring power of hope. He saw his legacy being carried forward, not through brute force, but through a subtle, persistent resistance. It was a different kind of war, a war fought not with bone whistles and obsidian shards, but with art, healing, and unwavering resilience. The whispers of the future were no longer filled with a chilling portent of doom, but with a glimmer of hope. The obsidian shard, once a symbol of his own brutal past, now pulsed with a soft, warm light. He felt a sense of peace, a sense of closure. His journey had ended, but a new chapter had begun. The city's fate rested in the capable hands of a new generation, a generation born from the darkness, but determined to forge a brighter future. The legacy of El Silbido de la Muerte, the death whistle, would live on, not as a symbol of fear, but as an inspiration to those who fight for justice, even in the darkest of times. The fight for the soul of Mexico City was far from over, but with this new generation there was hope. A hope whispered on the wind, a hope etched in the city's very soul. The cycle continues. The obsidian shard, nestled within Santos's worn leather pouch, pulsed faintly, a rhythmic heartbeat echoing the city's own unsteady rhythm. He watched from the shadows, a silent observer of the new guardians, their actions a testament to the enduring power of hope. He had been the instrument of brutal, necessary justice, a whirlwind of bone and death, but they were different. They were the surgeons, the healers, the architects of a future he had only glimpsed in the fleeting moments between death and rebirth. Their methods were subtle, their impact profound. La Llorona, a wisp of a girl who moved through the city's underbelly like a phantom, gathered intelligence, her nimble fingers leaving no trace. She navigated the treacherous labyrinth of alleyways and back streets, her knowledge exceeding that of any seasoned detective. She understood the language of the shadows, the silent conversations exchanged in hushed tones, the coded messages passed between the conspirators. Her presence, a fleeting shadow in a moonlit alley, was enough to sow discord and uncertainty amongst the ranks of the corrupt. She didn't seek confrontation, she sought information, turning the enemy's machinations against themselves. She was the spider at the heart of the web, patiently weaving her threads of intrigue until the entire structure crumbled under its own weight. El Nahual, the artist, painted not just pictures, but narratives. His canvases weren't mere aesthetic creations, they were battle plans, strategic maneuvers disguised as breathtaking works of art. His brushstrokes were loaded with meaning, his colors imbued with potent symbolism. He painted the city's pain, its scars, but also its resilience, its unwavering spirit. His works, subtly subversive, appeared in unexpected places, on crumbling walls, in abandoned plazas, even projected onto the sides of imposing government buildings. They weren't meant to be merely admired, they were meant to inspire, to provoke, to challenge the carefully constructed narratives of the corrupt elite. His art was a silent scream, a visual protest that resonated with the city's collective consciousness. He didn't need a weapon. His art was the weapon, its sharp edges piercing the carefully constructed facades of power. La Curandera, a quiet force of nature, worked in the unseen realms. Her knowledge of ancient herbs and rituals was legendary. She wasn't just a healer of physical wounds, she was a mender of spirits, a restorer of faith. She traversed the city's marginalized communities, her hands offering solace, and her words whispering hope. She created a network of healers, an underground army dedicated to strengthening the city's immunity to the insidious poison of corruption. She understood that true strength wasn't just physical, it resided in the spirit, in the collective resolve of a community united by a common purpose. Her remedies were not just potions and salves, they were acts of faith, strengthening the bonds between people, reminding them of their shared humanity. Their collaboration was a symphony of quiet defiance. La Llorona's intelligence fed El Nahual's art, giving his work a cutting edge, a pinpoint accuracy that resonated with the pulse of the city. El Nahual's art, in turn, fueled La Curandera's healing. inspiring a sense of unity and purpose amongst the people. La Curandeرا's healing empowered the communities, allowing La Llorona to move more freely, gathering information from those who trusted her implicit protection. It was a cycle of strength, a virtuous circle of defiance. Their fight was a long game, a chess match played against an unseen enemy. They didn't seek immediate gratification, they were building a fortress of resilience, brick by painstaking brick. They were the guardians of the city's soul, not through brute force, but through quiet acts of defiance. Their methods were unconventional in a world that had embraced violence as the only language. But their impact was profound, a seismic shift in the city's undercurrent. Santos watched, a silent sentinel himself, his heart heavy with the weight of his past actions. Yet, a flicker of hope ignited within him, a warmth that spread through his body, chasing away the lingering chill of Mictlan. He had walked through the 9 levels of the underworld. He had seen the true face of death, but he had also witnessed the resilience of the human spirit. He had been the Deathwhistle, but they were the symphony of hope. The cycle of justice, he realized, was not a linear progression, but a constant, evolving dance between darkness and light. His role had been to violently cleanse the festering wounds, but theirs was to prevent new infections, to nurture the growth of a healthy city. His legacy was not merely the fear he inspired, but the hope he inadvertently ignited. The glyphs of judgment on the walls served as a testament to his brutal methods, but they also served as a stark warning, a reminder that unchecked power corrupts. Months turned into years. The whispers of Ein Silbido de la Muerte faded, replaced by the hushed reverence for the 3 figures who worked in the shadows, 3 individuals who had redefined justice, who had shown that the truest weapon wasn't violence, but hope. Santos, his soul at peace, faded into the city's fabric, a guardian of a different kind. He was no longer the Deathwhistle, but a silent watcher, a protector in the shadows, ensuring the new generation had the space to flourish. He became a part of the legend, a whisper amongst the whispers, a reminder that even the most brutal methods must eventually give way to the enduring power of hope, resilience, and unwavering faith in humanity's capacity for change. The fight for the soul of Mexico City wasn't over, but the balance had shifted. The dark tide had been stemmed, and a new dawn was breaking, one painted in the hues of courage, compassion, and the unwavering spirit of those who dared to dream of a better world. The cycle continued. Yes, but now it was a cycle of healing, a cycle of hope, a cycle of a future forged in the ashes of a violent past. The obsidian shard, nestled close to his heart, pulsed warmly, a comforting beat in the steady rhythm of a city reborn. A final reflection. The obsidian shard, a cool weight against his chest, felt less like a piece of Mictlan and more like a comforting talisman. Santos, or what remained of the man once known as El Cuervo, sat atop the crumbling remnants of a forgotten Aztec temple, overlooking the sprawling metropolis of Mexico City. The city lights twinkled below like fallen stars, a glittering tapestry woven from the threads of hope and despair. He was a ghost amongst ghosts, a silent guardian watching over a city that bore the scars of his brutal past, a city that was slowly, painstakingly healing. He remembered the screams, the chilling rasp of his bone whistle tearing through the night, the searing glyphs etching themselves onto the walls, marking the sins of the damned. Those memories, once a constant torrent of darkness, were now receding, fading into a distant, albeit horrifying, echo. The weight of Mictlan, the suffocating pressure of the underworld, had eased. He'd carried its darkness within him, a constant companion, but the light of the living world, faint as it often seemed, had finally begun to push back. The new guardians, La Llorona, El Nahual, and La Curandera, were more than just replacements. They were the embodiment of a future he had only dared to dream of in the fleeting moments between death and rebirth. They understood the intricacies of the city's underbelly in ways he never could. Their methods were subtle, a delicate dance of intelligence, art and healing, a counterpoint to his brutal symphony of death. They were the architects of a new order, a quieter, gentler justice that sought to mend, not merely break. He thought of La Llorona, her silent movements through the shadowed alleys, her ethereal grace a stark contrast to his own rough-hewn violence. She was the city's unseen ear, listening to the whispers of conspiracy, the rustling of deceit. Her intelligence, sharp as obsidian, was the foundation upon which the others built their strategies. She didn't seek revenge, sought understanding, a key to unraveling the intricate web of corruption that had plagued the city for so long. El Nahual, the artist, painted not just pictures, but dreams. His art, vibrant and imbued with potent symbolism, was a silent rebellion against the oppressive forces that sought to control the city's narrative. His canvases weren't just aesthetically pleasing, they were battle plans, strategic maneuvers masked as breathtaking creations. He communicated with the people through his art, stirring their collective conscience, inspiring a silent resistance against the pervasive darkness. He used color and form to awaken the spirit, reminding the people of their inherent strength, a strength that had been suppressed for far too long. And La Curandera, the healer, she worked in the unseen realms, mending not just physical wounds but broken spirits. Her knowledge of ancient remedies and rituals was profound, her touch a gentle balm on the city's festering wounds. She built a network of healers, an army of compassion that provided hope and resilience to the city's most vulnerable populations. She understood that healing was more than just treating physical ailments. It was about restoring faith, mending broken bonds, and empowering the community to fight back against despair. Their collaboration was a testament to the power of unity, a silent rebellion that resonated deeper than any scream. They were a symphony of hope, a counterpoint to the harsh dissonances of his past. He had been the instrument of a brutal, necessary justice, but they were the healers, the architects of a lasting peace. The obsidian shard pulsed faintly, a steady rhythm that echoed the city's renewed heartbeat. He had walked through the 9 levels of Mictlan, confronted his own demons, and returned a changed man. The fear he once inspired, the whispers of Ein Silbido de la Muerte, were fading, replaced by a hushed reverence for the 3 new guardians who walked in his shadow. Their actions spoke volumes of hope. He had been the force of violent retribution, a whirlwind of bone and death. But his legacy was more than just the fear he instilled. It was the hope his actions inadvertently ignited. The glyphs on the walls, stark reminders of his methods, also served as a cautionary tale, a testament to the corrosive nature of unchecked power. He had played his part, a brutal, necessary role in the city's cleansing. Now, it was time to step back into the shadows, to become a silent observer, a protector in the guise of an ordinary man. The weight of Mictlan had eased, but its lessons remained etched into his soul. He'd seen the true face of death, but he'd also witnessed the enduring power of hope, the resilience of the human spirit, and the unwavering strength of a community fighting for a better future. The city was changing. A new dawn was breaking, painted in the hues of courage, compassion, and the unwavering belief in a brighter tomorrow. The fight was far from over, but the tide had turned. The cycle of justice continued, but it was a new cycle, a cycle of healing, a cycle of hope, a cycle born from the ashes of a violent past. The obsidian shard pulsed warmly against his chest, a reassuring rhythm in the steady beat of a city reborn. Santos, once El Cuervo, the Deathwhistle, now simply a silent guardian, watched over it all, content in his role, knowing that even the most brutal of beginnings could give rise to the most beautiful of endings. The whispers of his legend would fade, but the echo of hope would endure, a testament to the power of change, a beacon guiding the city towards a future worth fighting for, a future painted not in the grim darkness of Mictlan, but in the vibrant colors of a new dawn. The story ended, but the potential for new stories, new chapters, new struggles, and new hopes bloomed like a defiant flower in the cracks of the concrete jungle. The cycle, ever turning, beckoned. Acknowledgements. First and foremost, I extend my deepest gratitude to my family and friends, whose unwavering support and patience fueled my creative fire through countless late nights and revisions. Their belief in this project, even when I doubted myself, was invaluable. A special thanks goes to Name, whose insightful feedback and keen eye for detail significantly improved the manuscript. I am also indebted to Name, whose expertise in Mexican folklore and mythology provided crucial context and authenticity to the narrative. Finally, I owe a debt of gratitude to my editor, Name, for their guidance and unwavering dedication to shaping this story into its final form. Appendix. This appendix contains a brief overview of the 9 levels of Mictlan, the Aztec underworld, as depicted in the novel. While this fictionalized version takes certain creative liberties, it draws heavily on traditional Aztec mythology. Further research into the complexities of Mictlan is encouraged for a deeper understanding of its rich symbolism and cosmology. A detailed map of Mictlan, illustrating the levels and their corresponding challenges faced by Santos, is also included as a visual aid. Glossary. This glossary provides definitions of key terms and concepts used throughout the novel, primarily drawn from Mexican folklore and mythology. Some terms have been adapted for the narrative, but their core meanings remain rooted in their cultural origins. Mictlan, the Aztec underworld, a 9-layered realm ruled by Mictlantecutli and Mictecacihuatl. Mictlantecutli, the Aztec god of death and lord of Mictlan. Mictecacihuatl, the Aztec goddess of death and queen of Mictlan, consort of Mictlantecutli. Nahual, a shapeshifter, often associated with witchcraft and sorcery in Mexican folklore. La Llorona, the weeping woman, a specter from Mexican folklore who cries for her lost children. Curandera, a traditional healer in Mexican culture, often possessing knowledge of herbal remedies and spiritual practices. Glyph, in this context, refers to the glowing markings left by Santos's bone whistle, signifying the sins of the victim. References. This section lists the primary sources used in the research and creation of this novel. The information gleaned from these sources provided a strong foundation for the integration of Mexican folklore and mythology within the broader dark fantasy narrative. A comprehensive bibliography is available upon request. Note: specific titles and authors would be listed here in a published version. Author biography. Author Name is a dark fantasy and horror author with a passion for blending Mexican folklore and mythology with modern narratives. Their work often explores themes of justice, redemption, and the enduring power of hope in the face of overwhelming darkness. Author Name. S background in mentioned specific background, e.g. screenwriting, graphic novel art, etc., has significantly influenced their approach to storytelling, resulting in vivid imagery and a fast-paced narrative style. Author Name. S previous works include mention previous works, if any. They currently reside in location.